this much longer, stuck here in the silence, lost in the sea of stillness. Give me something to hold on to. So break me, mold me, and erase me. After all, I'm nothing new without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the break me, mold me, and erase me. After all, I'm nothing new without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the odds. Against the
Happy Thursday. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I think it's Thursday. Yes, it's Thursday. Happy Thursday. Third day. Thursday. Happy Thursday. The day before Juneteenth. Day before Juneteenth. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well? Let's see who we have here, of course. Let's see who we have here. We have the first person we see that I see that we have here is SoCal. Hello, SoCal. How are you, SoCal? How are you doing well out there, SoCal? Everything going well for you? I hope so, SoCal. I really hope so. I love having you here, SoCal. Hello, Johnny Joestar, also known as Diego. Hello, Johnny Joestar slash Diego. How are you doing? Everything going well? Do you have the summer off? I hope. So glad you're here, Johnny Joestar. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. Always glad to have Sir Bart here. Always glad to have Sir Bart here with the I just love having Sir Bart here. What can I say? Hello, Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. As Mayflower Kid has made so many contributions to the community. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, crazy. Thank you so much for everything, Mayflower Kid. We all love Mayflower Kid. We all love Mayflower Kid. Um, hello, Mayflower Kid, and roar to you as well. Roar to you as well. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. Matt Sai Guy, also established member of the community. Love Matt Sai Guy. Matt Sai Guy is the best. Okay, Matt Sai Guy always sends great videos. Matt Sai Guy does so much for the community, is a mod, is everything else. Matt Sai Guy's been here from the beginning. And of course, I'm deeply in love with Matt Sai Guy, of course, as well. So glad you're here, Matt Sai Guy. uh Drusilla, hello, Drusilla. Hello, Drusilla. How are you, Drusilla? Now it's a love-hate relationship, by the way, with Matt Saigai, but still, as in like it's love, but it's also hatred, horrid hatred. Anyway, okay. Anyway, so uh, okay, all right. So, Drusilla, hello, Drusilla. How are you doing, Drusilla? Love having you here as always. Always love having you here as always. Okay. Um, What else? We also have lurking snow. Oh, outer. I'm sorry, outer signal. Hello, outer signal. Hello, outer signal. Everyone, check out outer signal's channel over on YouTube. Okay, he has a channel. It's a great channel. Love having outer signal here. Outer signal's great, the best. Love outer signal. Lurking snow leopard, always lurking, always lurking. Lurking snow leopard also done a great deal for the community. Love having you here, lurking snow leopard. I'm trying to go through quickly today, folks. I'm trying to go through quickly. Alyssa, hello, Alyssa. Alyssa's one of the originals. Love having Alyssa here. Love having Alyssa here. Okay. Um, as always, Bobito, excuse me, Bobito. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Bobito. I feel like you've been around. You've been around for like what is it, like a month or so, Bobito? Maybe a little less than that. But like I recognize you now. So like you're basically an established community member at this point. But so glad you're here, Bobito. I think you're more of a background lurker, aren't you? I love the background lurkers. I'm just curious. Hello, Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. Jay Williams is a great artist. Everyone should join the Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat, and go to Jay Williams' profile on Discord. Look up the links in his profile. You can go check out his art and get a commission. I love having Jay Williams here. Always sends the most disturbing videos imaginable. Love the trauma he affords all of us. Hello, Macon. Macon, thank you for the $5 dono. Macon says, "Good morning, happy Thursday. Sorry, I haven't been around much lately. It's been a weird time. Hope everyone's been well. Macon, I hope everything's going well for you. I know the last time you were around, you did mention that there was some stuff going on in your life. I hope everything's going well for you. And hey, you always have a place here, Macon, because you've been here forever. So yeah, you don't always have to be here. You're still a valued member of the community. See, I sound like a corpo, don't I? Jesus, I need to be. I don't know. We just like you, Macon. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're back. Okay. Anyway, Tater Tot. Hello, Tater Tot Hot Dish. Hello, Tater Tot Hot Dish. I know where you're from now, Tater Tot Hot Dish. See, that sounded disturbing. I sound like a creeper, but I'm so glad you're here, Tater Tot Hot Dish. So glad you're here. It sounded like a threat almost. It wasn't meant to be. But you're the best, Tater Tot Hot Dish. Hello, Dubois. Hello, Dubois. So glad you're here, Dubois. Good. So glad you're here. Dubois is also an old member. So glad you're here of the community here. Marzipan. Hello, Marzipan. I love having you here, Marzipan. You're the best, as always. Marzipan been around forever too. Okay, I gotta speed this up a bit. I gotta speed this up a bit. Let's speed this up. Hello, elevator lady. You're great. We love having you here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Hello, elevator. Whatever, whatever, whatever. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Hello, SoCal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Blah 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 blah. Hello, SoCal. All right. Oh, thank you. Never mind. SoCal. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Okay, for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I deeply appreciate it. I deeply appreciate it. You know how much I value you, SoCal, even if I'm a rude asshole to you all the time. Okay. So glad you're here. All right. What is it with people in this community not being able to take compliments, by the way? What the fuck, Mayflower kid? Why is everyone always like, why is CR being nice? This is so sus. This is so sus. I'm a very nice person, folks. I'm very nice. Okay. I don't know what you're all talking about. You all should just, acknowledge the compliments as they come. Okay. Might be the last one you ever get. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, so Cal. All right, Fetty. Hello, Fetty. Fetty says, "Good morning, everyone. Hope you are doing well." Fetty, you too. I hope the court case and shit's going well. Hope everything's going well. Hello, Jacob. Jacob Kaganen. Regardless, hello, Jacob Kaganen. So glad you're here. Okay, I don't know if I've seen you before, but I'm glad you're here now. Okay, very glad to see you here. Did I miss anyone? Fox Emblem, how's everything going, Fox Emblem? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Oh, that's amazing, Bobito. That's amazing. Okay. So glad to have you here, Bobito. You're like you're definitely a member of the community now. Hello, Bobito. Okay, I'll give you some shout outs and shit now that I know you're in the background. Okay, well, we got this. We got this. Druzilla says CR loves capitalism, and Druzilla is a fascist, so I guess it kind of balances out. One of Druzilla's favorite characters from history is I don't even want to say the name, is a guy named Quisling. Quisling. As a matter of fact, Druzilla has an image to him on her wall because she loves him so much. I can play this game too, Druzilla. Anyway, all right. Am I done here? Are we done? Can we just wrap? Can we wrap this up? Can we wrap this up? Okay, can we wrap this up? He's so you gross, Drusilla. Jesus. Okay. He wants a favor, obviously. What the fuck? I hate all of you. Okay. I'm only here to like the stream. That's okay. Bright Love, I'm so glad you're here, though. I'm so glad you're here. I hope everything's going well with you. I know you've been busy with the gents out there, I believe, as I recall, but very glad you're here, Bright Love. Okay. All right, we're back. We're done. We're done with that. Oh my God, finally. Jesus Christ. All right. Thank you, SoCal, by the way. You're the best for all those gifted memberships, etc. Okay. Twitch is so much better. I mean, yes, indeed, a bright love, indeed, a bright love. Oh, I see. You're just switching over to Twitch. I got you. Okay. Okay. Oops, sorry. That was really gross and rude. So, guys, please like the stream if you're over on YouTube. It'll be very helpful. It'll be very helpful for me. Also, if you would like to eventually, I know I'm disgusting. I'm a gross pig. I know I'm a disgusting pig. I can't help myself. You all know it. You all know it. You all love it, though. You all love how I'm a pig. Anyway, so guys, I want as many people on Twitch as possible. That doesn't mean please stay on YouTube if you don't want to be on Twitch. But you can also, if you're on YouTube, you could always go to Twitch. It's linked at the top. It's linked at the bottom of the YouTube chat. You can go to Twitch. I just feel it's a better platform for you guys. Okay. That being said, stay on YouTube. I still want my YouTubers out there, but I think it'd be good for you too it would be good for you if you went over there. I feel like it's just better, but regardless, stay over on YouTube if you'd like. Okay. I know. Okay. All right. So I know. Seriously, the outer signal. In my defense, okay, guys. Literally, okay. I can turn this into a story. I'll turn it into a story. So outer signal says I think he does it on purpose. 1 in 5 streams open with burps. So to explain something, all right? This is actually kind of a commentary on the American healthcare system. I have been in excruciating pain for a while now, okay, due to a tooth of mine, which you guys knew. I already got one tooth removed. Now, another tooth of mine that is capped, that has a cap on it, has been in excruciating pain. And I went to the dentist. The dentist said, "There's nothing wrong." And I'm like, "Okay, well, it still really hurts." And they said, "Well, it might be a microfat fracture." So, but that'll cost a lot of money if it's a microfracture, because then we'll have to remove the tooth and you'll have to get another surgery because I already got one tooth removed and got a surgery on it. and got surgery on my jaw, etc. So they're like, just take some ibuprofen and take some naproxen sodium whenever it starts hurting. So I've been taking way too much naproxen sodium, which is probably going to destroy my kidneys. Regardless, one of the side effects of things like naproxen sodium is you get really bad gas in your stomach and like acid buildup. So I've been burping all the time, and I'll probably end up destroying my kidneys. Alas, there's a reason for this. Okay, there's a reason for that. There's a reason I'm telling you this is because tomorrow morning at 11:30 I am going to a dentist. Now I'm on Medicaid because I'm poor, but I'm on Medicaid. So I'm going to go to a really crappy dental place that has prior messed up, literally has prior messed up the things they've done to my teeth. Alas, it's the only one in the area that takes Medicaid. So I'm going there tomorrow, and hopefully they'll give me some advice on what to do about the painful tooth, and it won't cost me an arm and a leg. Anyway, there we go. So my point of telling you that is tomorrow morning at 11:30 I have that appointment. So we might start a bit late tomorrow, okay? Because I'm going to be in the dentist trying to get the fucking pain in my mouth worked out. Literally, it's gotten so painful sometimes it's woken me up at night. Sometimes it keeps me awake. Isn't that great? Okay. So, moving on. Let's see here. All right, we got it. That's okay. I'm fine. It's fine. Don't worry, guys. I'll be great. Love American healthcare. Okay, so moving on. You said there's someone asked for a jog. Oh, thank you, Outer Signal. I'm sorry. So I will jog for you. I will jog and I will dance. Okay, I will jog and dance. La da 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 da. So here's the thing, Sir Bart. Sir Bart asks, will you still be doing the presentation on why Kate was such an evil human being and danger to mankind? Of course I will. Of course I will. I'm not crazy. Of course I'm gonna do that. All right, guys. So today we begin day 3 of our Vietnam War coverage. All right. And yesterday I had a surprise stream. Oh, thank you, Lurking Snow Leopard. Thank you for the kiss. I deeply appreciate it. Really. Thank you. Okay. You're the best, Lurking Snow Leopard. Okay. We are beginning. We are going to begin. Why is everyone kissing me with kitties? Thank you so much, Matt Saga. Mwah. You all get a kiss back. Mwah, 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 mwah. Okay, you all get a kiss back. Okay. Bobito, how do you do it, Bobito? So, Bobito, if you're on your phone in the upper left-hand corner above the chat, there's like a number 2. You can click on that and use the attack. It's called the attack app. And then you can attack me or throw things at me. If you're on desktop, there should be a little thing on the corner next to my face that has the attack app symbol. So that's how you can throw stuff at me, okay? All right. Anyway, so what was I saying? Today is day 3 of our coverage of the Vietnam War. Okay. Day 3 of our, how dare you, Out of Signal? Day 3 of our coverage of the Vietnam War. All right. So we are going to talk some more about the video. We're gonna hear I'll dance. Look, I got to do this real fast because I was told to. Here, let's ballroom dance. We'll ballroom dance today, okay? So we're gonna do some more coverage of the Vietnam War. All right, we've already done 2 episodes of that. This is the 3rd episode. Oh my God, I'm getting all tangled up. We may not even finish it this week because the Vietnam War takes so long to talk about. But we will do our best. We'll do our best to finish it up this week, etc. Okay? Now. How dare you, Liquid Alicorn? Now. All right, there we go. We're done. All right. So, but in the meantime, we're first going to talk about some news items. All right, a couple news items. Okay? It does, Outer Signal. Yeah, you should feel bad. I'm just kidding. Don't feel bad. What was I going to say? Okay, so we'll talk about some news items first. I'm rambling too much. Let's get on to the fucking news. Okay, let's go on here. All right. Now, all right. Okay. Where's the face? Yeah, that's a bit awkward, sir, but that's definitely a bit awkward. So, guys, yesterday for the surprise stream I did, which don't worry, if you weren't here, you didn't miss much. We did go through these. I wanted to go through them again today. And just for the people that weren't here yesterday, just so you guys can see some of the things that are in this quote unquote memorandum of understanding. Okay. So we're going to look at that, the memorandum of understanding, so we can see how shitty, how badly the United States has been defeated, which is cute and fun. And I appreciate it. And so some of they actually released the text of this quote unquote memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran. Now, can only be viewed as a victory for Iran, okay? Okay, I'm not going to celebrate too much because I know, I don't want the CIA to get mad at me. But anyway, admittedly, Iran has, look, I'm going to, look, Mayflower kid, I'm eating your nuts. Okay, look, I'm eating your nuts. Okay. So, regardless, we are going to, we have lost the war. And now this is just sort of a memorandum. It's outlining it is like, I don't know, it's a document that's talking about how to set up and talks to end the war later while ending the war now. So it's not really fully an end to the war. We don't know if Iran will end up signing it. In fact, if it'll actually be officially signed on Friday. Okay. And then after that, there's a 60-day period by which more negotiations will take place. And we'll see if it actually ends up going this way. Whatever the case may be. Oh, thank you, Bobito. Thank you. Mwah. You get a kiss back, Bobito. Everyone's kissing me today. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bobito. You're the best. I'm glad you figured it out. Okay. So, let's talk about some of the provisions of this agreement. Okay, the one cat is free. Oh, well, whatever. Fine. One cat is free. Whatever. Fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, so you found it. I'm glad you did, Bobito. But thank you, everyone, for sending it to me. Okay, so first thing. Okay, first thing. The first part of the deal states that there will be an immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts. Did you really? You did, Matt Saigai? God damn it, Matt Saigai. Okay. There will be a permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or military operation against each other. Okay, and ensure the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of war on fronts, including Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. Now, here's the problem with this. Okay? How did you do that, Matt Saigai? Anyway, here's the problem with this, okay? The problem with this is that Israel is still in Lebanon, okay? They're still occupying a massive chunk of the country. And they have already begun a campaign of ethnic cleansing there, whereby they have literally destroyed multiple villages and towns along the border, razed them to the ground like they've done in Gaza, and forcibly relocated thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people living there. And Iran is basically saying, well, you're going to need to leave Lebanon, Israel, for this peace deal to take place. And that doesn't appear to be happening. So already the peace deal is not really being, thank you, SoCal, for that was cute. Already this peace deal is not, did you just throw a pillow at me? Fuck you, Matt Saigai. Okay, how dare you? All right, that was kind of cute though. It's like a pillow, what is it? I don't know, a sleep contest when you, what the fuck it's called when you hit each other with pillow fight. Thank you. I can't speak. Anyway, so that's no good. And this doesn't look like it's going to go well. Okay, this doesn't look like it's going to go well. It already looks like this part of the deal is going to be rejected. All right. Okay. All right. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will respect each other's territorial integrity. Don't you laugh at me, Bobito. You too, Matt Saigai. How dare you? The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Good luck with that. We all know the United States will continue doing that, okay? So that's no good. All right, that's no good. Hello, Dolly Boy. Okay. That was more painful than I thought it would be. But anyway. All right. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving a final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. So this is like basically saying that the negotiations are going to continue for 60 days. So this deal might not be final. Okay, it's kind of a temporary thing. Um, a lot of the provisions in this deal, unless there's progress shown in the next 60 days, they won't be enacted. Okay. Immediately upon signing this deal, the United States will end its naval blockade and disturbances or impediments and any disturbances or impediments against Iran, and will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. The United States America further undertakes to remove its forces from proximity of the Islamic Republic of Iran within 30 days of the final deal. So America has already unblocked the Strait of Hormuz, but this is basically saying that they have to like fully remove all the forces from the area around Iran. But again, that'll take a while, and this is a defeat for the United States. Bye bye. Okay. Within the signing of this document, Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf. Notice, for only 60 days will they do it with no charge. That basically is them saying that we still get to control the Strait of Hormuz and charge vessels that go through it. That's a victory for Iran. Okay. They didn't do that beforehand, and now they are. So can we be clear that this is an obvious victory for Iran? Okay. And it says that the Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services of the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, this is basically a victory for Iran. They get to control the Strait of Hormuz after 30 days. So that's fun. I'm sure that's what Donald Trump wanted, right? And by the way, I totally support this. I totally support it. Good for them. Okay. All right. Now here is the big one, guys. Here's the big one. Again, this is a concession. This is a victory for Iran. You can tell by the provisions. Here's the biggest one. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed upon plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of a final deal within 60 days. Okay. All required licenses, waivers, and permission needed for the relevant financial transaction will be granted by the United States of America. This is literally just a fucking, this is reparations. I don't know what else to call this. Not even mainstream news sources are saying this is reparations without calling it reparations. This is us admitting defeat and paying Iran for the damage we've done to them. Us and our allies, the Gulf states. Not Israel, mind you, but the Gulf states, okay? This is like an obvious concession of defeat. Why are we all handing over $300 billion to a country if we just defeated them? That's not how that works. Now, it is different if you're occupying a country if you have troops on the ground and you're occupying the country and you're trying to develop it in order to maintain control. Then it's not as much of reparations as a tactic. This is not that, because they still control their country. And the provision, this provision basically says that the government of Iran can use the funds that we give them however they want. There's a specific provision in there that says, by the way, they can use it however they want. You can't dictate how they use it. That is fucking an admission of defeat. Okay, yeah, even Fox News is whining about it. They're like, well, this kind of seems like a defeat, because it is a defeat, all right, which I support. Okay. It also says the United States undertakes to eliminate all types of sanctions against Iran, both primary and secondary. Jesus Christ. Okay, that is a big gain for Iran. They had the sanctions before the war, and now they're not going to have the sanctions. That's another massive win for Iran. I don't know how else to frame this. They get to control the Strait of Hormuz. They get $300 billion in development aid, and we're going to cut all the sanctions we have on them. Now then, this one is the only one that could be viewed as a concession by Iran, but it might not be. It's just sort of a, it depends on how you look at it. I am unsure. This one says that the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. Previously, Iran said that they would not negotiate on this, and that they refused to say that they wouldn't develop nukes. And now they're saying that yes, we will do that. We will stop. We will not develop nukes, and we promise to not procure or develop nuclear weapons. Now, here's the thing. Uh, it is unclear. First of all, previously, it's unclear if they even were developing nuclear weapons. To be clear, the prior leader of the Islamic Republic issued a fatwa saying it was against Islamic law to do so. So this might not be a concession at all. It might be them trying to convince, like playing America and being like, fine, we won't develop nukes because they never were to begin with. Do you see what I mean? It could also be that they're not telling the truth. I'm not, just to be clear, every state can lie. It could be they're not telling the truth. It could also be that this is just a concession because they know the gains are much better than the loss that they would get from agreeing to this. Whatever it may be, this is the only thing, exactly, outer signal. Whatever the case may be, this is a small thing. And there's not really a way of enforcing it. Okay. All right, and yet it does say that that this isn't solved yet. That over the next 60 days there will be continued negotiations over this, which means the United States. It could be that Iran just never agrees to it anyway. Okay. Yeah, there you go, outer signal. Just return to a status quo. So this is why it's kind of like unclear to me, because again they did change their position, but that could have been a negotiating tactic. All right. It literally says in this next section that there would be no sanctions imposed during the duration of the deal. Iran will maintain the status quo of their nuclear program, which is interesting. They're not even saying they're going to like get rid of anything. They're just going to maintain the status quo until the end of the deal, which is also a concession by the United States. And that America will not deploy any more forces to the region, also a concession by the United States. Like literally, okay. Uh, immediately upon the signing of the MOU and until the termination of sanctions, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil. So literally, we're going to allow them to start getting rich again off selling their oil immediately upon the signing of the document. This is just so great. It's so great. I like it. Okay. And those are the main things. Those are the main things here. Okay. And we don't honestly, the rest of it are just kind of legal things about like, we got to monitor the situation and crap like that. This is a victory for Iran. Yay. The evil empire was defeated. Okay. That's good to know, at least. I will say this is a positive because this was an illegal war of aggression by America and our little evil vassal state, Israel. So I'm very happy about this. Okay. And it's, by the way, massively humiliating for Donald Trump. Massively humiliating for Donald Trump, and I always approve of that. Even the right wing is kind of like, what the fuck just happened? Do we just get our asses handed to us? Like Fox News is like really pissed off. Okay, which makes me very happy. And yes, okay, JMac, you're right. JMac says, can we talk about how corporate Dems and liberal media is bitching about this? Of course they are. They are so pissed off that they are attacking it from the right. They're like, this Donald Trump has failed America. Like CNN is like, Donald Trump has failed America. This is a victory for Iran. Like, what's happening? Yeah, all the corporate media is pissed off. All the corporate media is pissed off. They're crying because we have lost and essentially calling Trump weak, etc. Yep. Instead, they should be saying, holy shit, this was an unlawful world. And I'm glad it's ending. Of course, they can't do that. Literally, that is, but that's the thing, JMac, and I've said this before, guys, when it comes to corporate media in this country, mainstream media, as it's called, they, historically, the area of politics that they're always the least critical of and the most obedient to the government on is foreign policy. Right and, liberal, I guess you could say, have always been deeply obedient to American foreign policy. Like, think of the Iraq War. They all fell in line almost immediately. Afghanistan all fell in line almost immediately. Like now with domestic policy, they typically are obedient, but not always. But like always fall in line for domestic policy. I don't care if you're MSNBC, CNN, Fox. Okay, so yeah, they're very pissed off about this. And even the Corpo Dems, their original complaint about this war was, oh, Trump broke the law. He didn't start the war legally. He didn't start the war legally. Okay. It wasn't that the war was bad, is that he didn't follow procedure in starting it. So that's funny. And now they're like, Donald Trump has, this is a concession. He has failed America because they want to see Iran destroyed, etc. Okay. So there you go. God bless America. Regardless, they're all pissed, and I love it. Exactly, J-Mac. They said it's good, but it's illegal, right? So this is great though, guys, because all of them are eating their own shit right now because we have lost. It doesn't fucking matter what they think, okay? And yeah, so that's good. Yay! Okay, thank God. I love when these idiots and these monstrous people get their asses handed to them. It makes me very happy. Okay, so yay. Oh, please, yeah, absolutely, Sir Bart, send it. Yeah, but my complaint is we don't need these assholes making those dumb statements. Oh, of course we don't, J-Mac, but like that's just, I mean, I in a perfect world, obviously, they wouldn't be making those statements, but that's how our corrupt government works, unfortunately. I'm not defending it, but it's rather shocked. It's not shocking to me, and that if that's the case, I mean, if you know what I mean. Anyway, all right. So thank you, Dolly Boy. That was hilarious. Yes, we do need it. We do need a dancing. What was that? Dancing rat, dancing monkey. Okay. Sounds like I'm defending it. You think I'm defending it? Oh, you think how am I defending it, J-Mac? I'm saying we have a massively corrupt and horrible system, and of course, that's how these morons operate. I'm not shocked that they're doing that because they do that for every war. Okay, fuck you, J-Mac. I hate you. Okay, so okay. Uh, all right. So let's see here. What's this? Oh my God, hilarious! Sir Bart just sent this to us. This is a Canadian right-wing newspaper, guys. Right? This is Canadian, right? This is so fucking funny. Look at this. Conrad Black, don't believe the haters. Owned by Americans, of course, Sir Bart. Don't believe the haters. Trump is on his way to a strategic victory in Iran. Right. I'm sure that's true. Guys, this sounds very like a very Vietnam War kind of take. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk more about the Vietnam War today, but this is hilarious. You know what? I'm sorry. We got to see what is their argument. I don't know if I can see their argument. Yeah, I because I'm not a subscriber, but that headline is just oh my goodness. Iranian claims of achieving a moral victory are not to be believed. Why? Okay. Why? Why is anyway? So very funny. This is hilarious, right? Drizilla, I love the cope. I love the cope. I love the cope. I'm curious if Fox News. I'm more curious if Fox News is what they're saying. I know they're pissed. Yeah, that's hilarious, Sir Bart. I guess I'll sign into Fox News, whatever, it's fine. Okay, if I have to. So real fast, I just want to see what Fox News is saying about it. I'm sure they're coping tremendously, which I deeply appreciate. Okay. US Iran deal. Oh, shut up. Goddamn ad blocker stopper shit. Okay, refresh. Mark Levin is pissed. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is, J Mac. I'm sure all the Israel lovers, of which Mark Levin, by the way, is a traitor to the United States and is more loyal to the government of Iran than he is to the United States. Just saying, just a side note there. If I had my way, well, I can't say that on stream. Anyway, U.S.-Iran deal takes an immediate effect. Nuclear talks ongoing after Trump. Let's see how they're framing it. I love this. Look at this. Look at this. This is the Fox. Look at this Fox News line right here. With critics hyperbolizing on the negatives of making peace with Iran, with those same critics rebuking war with Iran, refusing to have it either way, President Donald Trump boldly sent the "You're welcome" message. Trump declared victory on energy, national security, and this is so funny to me. This is so fucking funny to me. Trump, $300 billion payment to Iran is fake news. It's fake news. Oh my God, President Donald Trump forcefully rejected reports that the U.S. would pay $300 billion to Iran under a memorandum of understanding, and is saying the deal represents success, lower oil prices, and victory. Oh my God, so fucking funny. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. This is just okay. JD Vance, yeah, okay. So anyway, this is just funny. So they're very much coping. I love it. Yeah, and he thought he'd win by the midterms. This guy's the reason they're holding off on the final deal here is because they're trying to wait till the midterms to go by and shit. So yeah, we'll see what happens after the midterms, but this is so fucking funny. Of course it is, Drusilla. Fox is kindergarten, but that's an insult to kindergartners. Yes, I think he did, Macon. Oh my God, Macon, that's a really funny point. Did he really sign this in Versailles? If he signed this in Versailles, that'd be very funny. No, he didn't. It wasn't in Pakistan, but that'd be very funny if it was Versailles. Wouldn't it? I mean, I get your point though. It's kind of funny. All right. Anyway, we were defeated. It's very funny. Okay. Yeah, I love it. It's hilarious. Okay. Anyway, so there we go, guys. That's the big news story is that we've been defeated. Yay! I mean, oh, God bless this country. I love this country. No, it really wasn't Versailles. Oh my God, this is just too funny. I had trouble believing it when Versailles deal. That's so funny. This symbolism is hilarious. Versailles MOU. Oh my God, it really was in Versailles. That is so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God, the historical irony. Okay, that's really great. I like that. I approve of that. I approve of that. That is very funny to me. Dolly Boy, he was at some dinner in Versailles with the G7. Yeah, oh my God, I forgot about that, Dolly Boy. That's hilarious. Oh my God, I love this for us. This is so comedic. Anyway, that's funny. Let's go on to the next story. Yeah, that's really fucking funny. Jesus Christ. Okay. By the way, as a historian, though, I'm annoyed because now we have to clarify another treaty, Versailles Treaty, because there's so many of them. How are we going to separate this from all the other ones? Okay. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Dolly Boy, can we call this the Paris Treaty, like part 800 or something? That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. Okay. All right. Yeah, Jonas, Mark Levin recent tweet, stop bullying our ally and cozying up to our enemy. Mark Levin, oh my God, he's so sad. Poor little Israel. Okay, whatever. Honestly, though, it might not, this whole thing might not hold out, but it is still a massive sign of defeat. The fact that these are even provisions in here is a concession of defeat. Okay, so anyway, love that for us. We all called it. We all called it. I didn't just call it. You all fucking called it. Okay, you all fucking knew that this was going to be a failure. So, we can all take credit together about this, right? I like to take wins where we can find them, guys. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. On a side note. Yeah, Jay Williams, Mark Levin, aka the Penguin. Oh my God, that is so true. Jay Williams. Oh my God, so fucking true. Okay. Mark Levin, who never saw a war for Israel he didn't love. Okay. Yeah, Fox Emblem. Yeah, he did. He admitted that did he? Wait a minute. I have to look into that, Fox Emblem. That'd be really funny if that's true. If you have an article, I would love to see that shit. Okay, if he really did admit that. Okay. On a side note here, in regard this, I'm kind of getting you guys to understand the theme here, right, of the decline of American empire. And someone who was it that mentioned last time that this might be in history books as sort of the mark of the like true begin of massive American imperial decline. Now, yes, before it was already declining, but this is another aspect of that story here. Hegseth was really upset. Okay, was really, really fucking upset. That is really upset that the European states did not provide U.S. forces access to bases on the continent. And he's calling it shameful. He's pissed because we lost the war. Okay. He's pissed because we lost the war and he's trying to yell at Europe for it. And so he's claiming we're going to review U.S. forces in Europe and we might remove them. Okay, have fun with that. This speed up the decline. That's great. Okay, that's great. So yeah, he's saying that we might remove American troops from Europe or might at least heavily reduce the numbers. I suspect we won't that much. We might a little, but that's just one more step in American decline. Okay, great. Europe can handle itself. Good riddance. Exactly, Drusilla. And yeah, it's not like if, let's say, Russia were to invade Europe, which I think is highly unlikely because, were to invade NATO countries, which is unlikely because that will end up going nuclear and Russia isn't suicidal, even if they're morons. Okay. Even if Putin's a imperialist piece of shit, we can just come back over anyway. So I doubt the Europeans are going to be too upset about this. Anyway, just a fun note there. This whole thing in Iran, the Trump administration is just speeding up American decline globally. And they think that the world they still have this Cold War mindset, like that the world is deeply reliant on them. The world is not, okay? And the world doesn't need them anymore, okay, as much because of China and things like that. So they're going to very quickly find that these threats are just kind of silly, because it's like, okay, do what you want. Like, we don't care. Okay, okay. Yeah, Gwen. Hugh is already talking about an army to defend itself because Trump can't be relied on. Yeah, he's just speeding up the collapse. Let's just say won't be yucking it up much longer. There you go. Oh my God, Sir Bart. Yes. Oh, I know, Jonas. I know. Ironic considering how late they joined both world wars. Yeah, that's true, Jonas. Okay. Yeah. So, right. Anyway. But okay. Anyway, guys. So, what was I going to say here? Dolly Boy, yeah, lose your soft power in 2 regions within as short a time of each other. Good job. Great. Love that for us. But even that, Dolly Boy, not even just the soft power, hard power. We're withdrawing troops from both around Iran and partially from Europe, maybe, which is like both soft and okay. Hilarious. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Pete Hegseth renames himself Secretary of War and then loses the war. Hilarious. Okay, so just another note there. More American decline on the way. All right. God. All right. Now, guys, someone said, what'd you send here? You sent me something here. What'd you send me here? Did you just send me something out or Signal? I thought I saw a link that you sent. Did you send a link? I thought I saw a link. Oh, okay. What is this? I'm dying. Don't worry. Oh, here we go. The moment President Trump signed. So this is just a Gotcha. So they signed the deal. Okay, this is just a video of him signing the deal in Versailles. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, hilarious. All right. Okay, guys. So let's go to the next story. Now, okay. Gotcha, outer signal. Woof. Gotcha, Dwen. Next story here. Now, this one's very sad. Okay, this one's depressing. All right. Because we live in a fucking crazy country, where a barbaric country that loves the death of children. Okay, we love the death and assault of children. And if you think I'm joking, by the way, I'm talking about the government. The government and a lot of Americans appear to not give a shit about children dying or being assaulted. Yep, this is the baby, Alyssa. And if I laugh during this, it's not because I think it's funny, guys. I'm just losing my fucking mind. I think you guys know I have a bit of a issue with this kind of shit, okay? And it's something that really infuriates me. So let's watch this story. And from NBC, so you guys know about it, okay? And I think it's important to hear about. It is not a headline news story in a lot of places, weirdly enough. It should be, in my opinion. But it isn't because we're used to it. All right, let's watch.
Growing outrage tonight over the death of a 1-year-old at the hands of police. Protesters
1-year-old was shot and killed by the police. A 1-year-old.
met with tear gas outside the Mississippi Walmart where the incident took place, demanding justice for Cohen Wiley. According to investigators, the shooting on Sunday happened when Senatobia police responded to a shoplifting call involving 2 adults and a child. One witness telling a local reporter of the 2 adults, one was carrying the boy, the other a box of diapers.
Policeman shot, open fire in a public setting. Over allegedly some Pampers.
Authorities say the adults, now identified by the family's lawyer as the boy's mother and her friend, tried to get away, driving toward and nearly hitting an officer. Another officer then firing at the car.
Of course.
The boy's mother says she tried to communicate to police that a child was in the vehicle.
I raised my baby up trying to show them that he was in the car. By the time I set my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh.
Cohen was pronounced dead at a hospital while the driver had critical injuries, according to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigations, which is now handling the case.
Make no mistake, this is a very tragic situation. I would ask
shut the fuck up.
maintain patience as much as possible. And I know this is a very
Shut the
frustrating
fuck
time.
up.
But maintain patience as this process is done.
Attorney Ben Crump now representing the family and saying in a statement, "We intend to seek justice for baby Cohen and the life that was stolen from him." Protesters now calling for accountability and transparency.
So they're just questions that need to be answered, video that needs to be reviewed, and to actually see what it says with the evidence.
To be clear, guys, there are so many things wrong with the story. First of all, there was a shoplifting call. Now, Alyssa, I don't know, Alyssa. You say from what I heard, she had a receipt. I don't know the details of that. Then maybe that'll come out that they did. I haven't heard that. Regardless, it was a shoplifting call where, in theory, without us knowing the details, allegedly, one of the parents stole diapers. Diapers. Why would a person steal diapers? It's a pretty easy answer. Why would you steal diapers? That's a pretty easy answer. I think we all know the answer. Because you can't afford them, and it is important to have diapers for your baby because you're a parent. Yeah, you need fucking diapers. Diapers should be fucking free. Okay? If we lived in a civilized country, we would have free diapers for parents that could be purchased using subsidies or whatever it may be from any grocery store. Alas, these parents apparently, in order to save money, stole diapers because they needed to steal diapers for whatever reason. And yeah, this was likely a crime of survival. And if it wasn't, let's say it wasn't, I'm sure it was. If it wasn't a crime of survival, I don't care. They should have been free anyway. I don't care if you're upper middle class, lower middle class, working class, homeless, poor, rich. You should get diapers for free. Regardless, these were almost certainly stolen, allegedly, because they needed them and they couldn't afford them. So yeah, I guess that deserves being executed. That deserves being executed. I agree, Jonas. I think all toiletries should be free, 100%. I especially think that things for babies should be free. Also, things for like women's sanitary products. I'm not sure what's the term for that. Hygiene products, sanitary products should be free. So the punishment, exactly, Adderson, the punishment in this country for stealing diapers for a baby is death. And yeah, or let's put it this way. The punishment for, you deserve to have armed men come at you, make you feel threatened, and possibly end in your death. Okay. And when calling the police, by the way, that is a possible death sentence. So we also have police in this country where, who are in theory supposed to protect the public. But if you call them, it's kind of a roll of the dice. Are they going to kill your child, your dog, you? Who knows? I mean, they're just there to protect, right? They're there to protect. But, maybe they'll kill you too and kill your daughter or your pet or kill the person that is shoplifting from you. And, okay. So, Cal, I don't know about diapers being free. I mean, some people have taste way beyond their means. Well, SoCal, I'm not saying that we need Rolls Royce of diapers. I mean, just basic diapers should be for everyone, obviously. Okay. All right. We should have basic diapers free for everyone. Okay. All right. Okay. So, right. Gwen, sanitary products are tax-free in Minnesota, save 10%. That's still not enough. But like, I know Alyssa says people are acting like it's justified. Why are we giving that what little power we have away by saying cops are allowed to execute you over petty theft? Yeah. And guys, this is like I don't know. Is there a video of what happened? I don't know. Okay. Yes, okay. So like, to be clear, the cops say that they were threatened by these people driving away in a car and that they were trying to hit the police. Fucking bullshit. I don't give a fucking shit. Okay. I don't give a fucking shit. Honestly, cops are pigs. And basically, I feel like they use any fucking excuse they can to kill you because, it just seems to be the easy thing to do for them. And they're basically trained like if a car is slightly moving in your direction, even if it isn't, okay, you can kill everyone on the inside of the car and it's fine. It's self-defense. I don't care. You fucking took this job. You took this job. You should be the one who, sometimes your life will be in danger. Okay. It is your job to be in danger and to protect the public. It is not your job to kill anyone who you feel slightly threatened by. Fuck you. Okay. And okay. So I am just so fucking sick of this shit. Okay, guys, this country is a fucking barbaric clown show. We know this, right? We know this. We keep killing each other with guns. The police keep killing us. Okay. We like, especially the fact that this was a black child, obviously, right? I mean, wow, shocking. Who would have thought the police murdering a black child? Oh, wow, that's never happened before. And so, okay. And not only this, guys, the United States of America historically has created a situation where a lot of black folks are in poverty. And so might need to do something like steal diapers. And we're like, no, it's your fault. You and your child deserve to die. Like, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Okay. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay. It's like, yeah, it's like a Mad Max kind of society. Like the stereotype that Americans are cowboys. That's kind of what we are. We're like the fucking Wild West. We get into open shootouts in the middle of small towns and in the parking lot of Walmarts. There's literally no place you can go in this country where you won't be killed by either authority figures or some lunatic with a gun or whatever it may be, okay? Whether it be the state doing it or your neighbor doing it or some lunatic that's not from the area doing it or some stray bullet hitting you as you're walking by. It's a fucking insane mess, okay? All right. So to be aware, Philly cheese. And then they sent out other cops in full force when people get upset about it. Of course. And then they're shocked. Okay. And then they're shocked. Anyway. Yeah. It's just, okay. The guys, a police state exists when a society is very sick and doesn't want to change itself. So the only solution to the state in the mind of the state is to crack down all the time. But you wouldn't have to crack down all the time if the society wasn't sick, okay? So obviously, the people in power don't want to change things, so they'd rather just kill us if we get out of line, okay? To be honest with you. All right. Sir Bart, and then without any warning, the rocks began to come. The cops and troops laughed to see the damage that was done. They ran us through a gauntlet to their everlasting shame, and the cowards there attacked us, damnation to their name. Yeah, Sir Bart. Yeah. Okay. And, exactly, Sir Bart. Yeah, of course, Jonas. Of course they were. Okay, I'm almost certainly. Jonas says, wouldn't be surprised if they are in debt because of the healthcare costs of the birth. Absolutely. Okay. And like, to be honest, guys, even if they weren't in debt, even if they were middle-class people, you deserve to have free diapers, okay? And like, I don't give a fuck. You don't, okay. By the way, what should happen if someone steals from a store like that? In my opinion, right? I don't think the cops should really even get involved. Fuck it. Okay, like, what is this? The store isn't gonna. What kind of profits are the store gonna miss out on by one thing of diapers going? Okay. When you call the cops, you are possibly killing someone at this point, all right? And once they're out of the building, sorry, it's gone. You've already lost, okay? We don't need to create a massive possible death because of theft. Anyway, it should be it should be a civil matter in my opinion, Philly Cheese. You're right, it should be a civil matter. Yeah, but like, anyway, it shouldn't be a criminal matter in my opinion. This is like, anyway. But I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not a legal expert. I'm just really pissed right at the moment. But still, okay. Anyway, so just a note there. And there are more and more protests happening. More and more protests happening when, oh my God, I just saw a video of the store with riot police lined up in front of the doors. Yeah. Of course. Why the fuck not? Freedom and democracy. That's what we're all about here, guys. That's freedom and democracy. That's what we're all about. Okay. Yeah. And okay. Yeah, there you go, Alyssa. There you go. Okay, so punishment: free 1-year subscription to the thing you stole. That would be amazing, Bobito. That'd be amazing. Okay, that'd be amazing. No, yeah, Richard, exactly. Now, Richard, this is a complicated issue. And guys, I'm not trying to oversimplify, but you're right, Richard. Richard says cops don't need fucking guns. Yeah. Guys, you know that there's a lot of countries where the cops don't even carry guns, right? Like in the UK, the cops don't carry guns unless they absolutely need them. There's other places where the cops don't need guns. You know why the cops carry guns here? And listen, I am not defending the cops when I say this, but it is truth that when the cops go out, they could be killed because there's guns everywhere. So yeah, it's kind of an arms race where, and by the way, again, not defending the cops, I'm just saying in this country, it might be really hard to not have armed cops because then they're going to be completely unfunctional. Not that, which I wouldn't mind. You see what I mean? But like, you get my point here. It's like you go out and you might die at any point because any call you go on, there might be someone with an assault rifle who's going to pump you full of bullets. Now, again, not a fan of the cops. I'm just saying we've created a lose-lose situation here. A lose-lose situation. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, cops are going to carry guns when there's more guns than people keep it. Yeah, like it's dumb. It's dumb. Okay? But we're okay with that here. We're okay with that. We're okay with everyone being armed and just killing each other in the streets and cops getting into open gun battles in the streets. And listen, okay. I agree, Alyssa. The power dynamics alone should require immense scrutiny. I agree. Okay? So, yeah. Okay, but if you create a country that is an open war zone, your police will act like a military force in an open war zone. And again, not defending the cops because they're fucking monsters. And we know this, by the way, guys, in the town I live in. So I'm in central Ohio. I'm right near Columbus. There was a cop recently who was fired from the force for beating his partner almost to death in a domestic dispute. That happens all the time. Police are fucking monsters, okay? I'm just saying, like, we've created a fucking monstrous situation here, okay? Anyway. SoCal, I kind of have a split view here. It's not about the one thing. It's about the tidal wave it would cause if they didn't. There was massive shoplifting mobs in SoCal a year or two ago that were stealing thousands of dollars at a time. I think the stores should just post the shoplifters' photos and trespass them for small things. But when you get to stealing 10 fucking TVs, yeah. So, okay, admittedly, I got to tell. So, couple things here, SoCal. I agree with you. Okay, and I want to point out, I know a lot about that case from LA. And guys, I'm not pro-capitalism. So, okay, I'm not pro-capitalism, so I would rather that not even be something we have to worry about. But it is true, those groups you're talking about, SoCal, were actually organized crime groups who were mass stealing these things and then selling them on the black market, not to the benefit really of the people who had stolen them to begin with. So yeah, in that case, you got to do something because you're going to have mass organized crime taking everything all the time. But this is yeah. So I see what you mean, but like when it comes to small things, right? Like small things, you see what I mean? But yeah, that's what you said. Regardless, I don't know enough about this, to be honest with you guys, to talk too much about it, about like the dynamics of how to fix a lot of these issues when it comes to shoplifting. Obviously, if we lived in a socialist society, I feel like it'd be a lot different. But anyway, we're never going to get there because we live in a barbaric country and we'd rather have barbarism than socialism anyway. So, okay, there's already different crimes for the value of the item stolen. Okay, fair then, Gwen, fair. Okay. Okay, so Alyssa, even if we agree stealing is bad and a crime, we cannot justify police being, of course not, Alyssa. Of course we can't justify like the police murdering. It doesn't really matter. Okay. It doesn't really fucking matter. Like, no one deserves to be executed for stealing something, I don't think. Okay, like that is. But guys, you have to understand. No, I got you, Sir Bar. I do, and a lot of times, Sir Bar, organized crime groups are partly a resistance movement. Not always, mind you. Like a lot of the time, they're not. But this is complicated. Anyway, but what was I going to say here? Different laws still okay. Yes. So yeah. By the way, this proves, by the way, that what's the main role of the police is to protect capital. It's to protect capital, right? It's to protect capital. So yeah, they're going to protect capital at all costs, even if it means executing someone for stealing fucking diapers. Okay? Anyway, so all right. I'm just fucking losing my mind and I don't know what to I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, the police are an occupying force. They are not our friends, folks. The police are not our friends. And to be very clear with you, there's a reason why the police do so much propaganda in an effort to make us think that they're our friends. You know, they'll have like these community engagement things where they go out and talk with the kids and shit like that. They know they're an occupying force. And let me be honest with you, we did the exact same thing with the Iraqis. When we were occupying Iraq, we did the exact same thing in Afghanistan. We had community engagement battalions and we did psychological warfare and shit like that. The police are an occupying force. They are here to monitor us, okay? Now, admittedly, this is complicated because every society, I feel there will need to be some kind of policing, but the police force we've created in this society are an occupying force. Okay, Philly cheese. They probably put them on paid leave. Probably, fucking probably. Okay, so anyway, fucking pigs. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And if we just love dead children, I don't know what else to tell you guys. If you know Americans out there. Welcome to the country we're in. Okay, this is sent to us by Alyssa. Let's see what it is.
What the fuck are we doing? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what the fuck we do about this. Do we just drag them out of their homes? It seems like the only reasonable thing. We've done all of the reasonable things. I've signed the fucking petitions. I went to the rallies. I went to the marches. I stopped using the straws. And look, we're still fucked. None of that changed anything. So what the fuck do we do now except kill these fuckers? Whatever, man. Vote.
Okay, SoCal, why are you telling us about Iran? SoCal, why are you telling us about Iran's laws? I'm curious. Why are you telling us about Iran's laws? Did I miss something in the chat? Okay. I know. Right, Louise. Obviously, guys, I don't support violence of any kind. I would never do that. I would never support violence. But you know, I think we all know what he's saying there, don't we? Okay. I'm just called casual revolt. You know, no violence. Okay. Okay, violence is never the answer. It's always a question, and the answer is always, Sir Bart, I would never say that. Never. Okay, of course, Outer Signal. I'm just saying. Okay, guys, you're so bad. How dare you talk about violence? I love this country so much. I love it so much. God bless America. God bless America. All 51 states, including Canada. God bless it, okay? Anyway, so, you know, it's just saying, God bless America. Okay, love it. Anyway, the cops are pigs, okay? Anyway, and we're being occupied by them. All right, going on. Okay. Sam's algo working next to this is cracking me up. Hilarious. All right. Run, Jester, run. Oh, thank you, J-Mac. Okay, God bless the USA, right, Sir Bart? Okay, guys, so there we go. Those are our stories for the day. That is the fucking situation we're in right now. That is the fucking situation we're in. All right, the fucking situation we're in. God bless it. God bless it. All right. So, okay. All right. We're going to go on with the third part of our education about the Vietnam War, okay? Oh my God, I just stepped on something that was very sharp and it hurt my foot. Why am I always in pain, folks? Why the fuck am I always in pain? Why am I watching 1-year-olds get murdered by police while having a tooth in a lot of pain? Okay, I'm fucking gonna lose my mind. This country is a fucking mess. Anyway, okay, thank God. Also, something else that's kind of funny, guys, if you want to hear, I'm in a bad mood today. I got to tell you, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm kind of in a bad mood. So, like, I went to the doctor. I know I keep telling you too much personal shit, but I do it on purpose to show you that I'm human and to show you what it's like to live here, okay? I went to the doctor recently using Medicaid, which was great. And so which was actually nice because I didn't have to pay anything because socialized medicine can be good when it is good. Anyway, so, and the doctor took a blood test, etc., and found out that I have very high cholesterol. And I'm 36. I probably shouldn't have very high cholesterol. But when you are not that rich, okay, it is often cheaper to purchase things that are very high in triglycerides that are inexpensive. And I've been doing that a lot in order to survive, etc. And so now I have really fucking high triglycerides, which is bad for my health. Partially because of money things, right? And I'm not saying that to be like emotionally blackmail. I'm making a point about America, okay? So not only are my arteries getting clogged, my tooth is hurting. I'm watching little kids get murdered on TV. We're sending billions of dollars to Israel to murder Palestinians. I love this so much. I love it so fucking much. Okay. Great country we have here, guys. Great country. All right, let's go on. Let's do our educational segment, shall we? Let's do our educational segment. Is everyone ready for education? What do I usually eat? Very bad shit, Jonas. I got to tell you, I got a lot of bad shit. I'm trying to get better at it, but it's expensive to have fresh food, essentially. We could serve, but we can't do it on the stream, but maybe during an after dark. Okay, so let's go on to the next. Let's go on to our segment. Time for education. Yes, Philly cheese. Time for education. All right. So okay, let's do it. So look, don't you guys leave. We're doing our education segment. Hottest country, right, Bobita? We're the hottest country. We're the hottest country. Okay. This is so we're going to do be inspired by the people of the baguette, right? So we're going to talk about some positive shit, I guess, kind of. It's kind of dark, but also kind of positive. I'm not really positive, whatever. You'll see what I mean. Okay, so guys, okay. Rice and beans are cheap on money, but expensive on time. Yeah, I know, Doug. Anyway, right. So let's go on. So first of all here, so the last 2 days, on Monday and Tuesday, we did parts 1 and 2 of my presentation on Vietnam. We have now gotten to the point where the French were defeated at what was the name of the battle where the French were defeated, folks? What was the name of the battle when the French were defeated? Okay. Thank you, sir, but I'll take a drink. They are, Mayflower Kid. You're absolutely right. They are. Which might explain the teeth pain, Mayflower Kid. Alyssa, that was hilarious. Thank you for vomiting. Okay, thank you for coughing up a hairball. That cat is so cute. Thank you, Alyssa. That kind of cheered me up. All right. Though admittedly, Mayflower Kid, I was having teeth problems before the high triglycerides, regardless. So, okay, but I did notice that after I lost my job, and I didn't, my health has declined a bit. I mean, I'm happier, but the physical health has declined because of money stuff. But anyway, so, yes, Dien Bien Phu, correct, Louise. Correct, Louise. Listen, let me do an insult real fast. All right. So the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, which kind of ended the French's control over the north part of the country, okay? All right, let me find a good one here. Here's a good one. Ugh, that's bad. Okay. Have I sent this one yet? The tartness of your face, Alyssa, sours ripe grapes. The tartness of your face sours ripe grapes. Okay, there you go. All right. 50 shells a minute, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. Okay, you got it. All right, so we just finished talking about the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The French have now been defeated. So now what's going to happen is there is a peace deal that is signed to mark the end of the French occupation of Vietnam, okay? And that's the 1954 Geneva Conference. And this is a very important thing for you all to know about. So for those, I don't know. Does anyone else need me to summarize? You know what? Fuck it. We'll just keep going, okay? So now that the French have been defeated at Dien Bien Phu by Ho Chi Minh and Giap, okay, have defeated them. And what was the name of the force? What were the name of the forces created by Ho Chi Minh that carried out this victory? What was the name of the forces that carried out this victory? They had a name. Anyone remember? Anyone remember the name? I gotta do my little teachery bit here. The name of the group that sort of carried out this victory against the French. Anyone remember the name of the group? The close, Drusilla. The Viet Minh, right? The Viet Minh. Okay, correct. Bright Love. It was the Viet Minh who were victorious, and the Viet Minh were were communists, nationalists. Okay, and at the beginning, they mainly advertised the nationalist part and the anti-colonialism part as a way to get more people to join them, even if they were anti-communist. So they were a nationalist, anti-colonial movement. They were victorious at Dien Bien Phu. Why had Ho Chi Minh been really successful in recruiting so many people to the Viet Minh? What kind of things had he done? Had the Viet Minh done to get a lot of the peasantry on their side, a lot of the rural Vietnamese on their side? What were some of the things he did? Anyone remember? That kind of got a lot of the peasantry and the rural people on his side and got them to fight for the Viet Minh, despite a big possibility of dying doing it. And remember, steal back food. Correct. Robin Hood type stuff, stealing back food, redistributing land, taking land away from French occupiers. And there you go, Sir Bart, fucking up the landowners, okay? Doing a lot of shit like that. Really good stuff for the people. And as we remember, guys, in Vietnam at this time, 80% of the population were rural workers. About what, 40% of that were people who didn't even own land. They were tenant farmers. And even if you did own land, typically you only got to keep about 30% of your crop, because the rest would be paid in taxes and paid to people you pay to help you harvest. So there was massive poverty in Vietnam. The vast majority of the population lived in dire poverty and couldn't escape the cycle of debt and things like that caused by how they did rice farming. So the Viet Minh offered a revolutionary alternative to this. They offered to throw off to France and provide land for everyone and allow them to survive, okay? And they ended up defeating the French at Dien Bien Phu. Now, after this, there was a meeting in Geneva called the Geneva Conference. And it was a meeting between the United States, France, Ho Chi Minh, a bunch of other people that were involved in Vietnam, okay, China, the Soviet Union, etc. And the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, basically, the French realized, okay, we're done. Okay, we're done. And in 1954, they had the Geneva Convention. And these were the agreements set out, and this is very important. Okay, so please listen to this part. This will make everything else that comes in the future make more sense. There are several important provisions in this peace agreement. One was there would be along the 17th parallel. So right here, you can see on this map that I have here, right here, this little line right here is the 17th parallel. There would be a divide. Okay, it would run a divide in the country where the forces of either side, so North Vietnamese forces, the Viet Minh, would all move to the north of the 17th parallel. French forces and non-communist nationalist forces would move to the south of the parallel, okay? Thus creating a North-South Korea type divide, okay, where the north, all of the communists and stuff would be in the north, and a separate group would be in the south, and the French would still be in this. The French would move to the south. They were planning to leave, okay, but they had a much diminished presence, okay. So they would divide the country into two, right? Along this parallel, there would be a 3-mile wide demilitarized zone. So along that line, there was about a 3-mile wide zone where no one was allowed to have any military forces in an effort to prevent another outbreak of war between these two groups. Now, this is kind of silly. I say that because this is a very thin border, okay? You see how small that line is? Like, it would be very unlikely for conventional military action to take place along that line anyway. It would be kind of weird. You'll see what I mean here later, but that was another part of the deal. Another part of the deal here is that there would be, for 300 days, there would be a free movement of people across this border. So anyone wanting to move to the north could move to the north. Anyone wanting to move to the south could move to the south. All right? And what ends up happening here is that a lot of Catholics and pro-French people run from North Vietnam into the south, and a lot of peasantry and pro-North people end up moving to the North in a massive movement of people. Something like 600,000, I think, people end up moving, and mass movements of people from more North and South and stuff. And what's interesting about this is what this kind of does is it cements a lot of loyalists to the French and a lot of Catholics who are more anti-communist move to the South, which kind of makes the South a lot less loyal to the North. If all the people that are loyal to the North move to the North and all the people who are loyal to the South move to the South, the populations that are then there are going to be much more loyal to that government. Does that make sense? Okay. But still not enough. You'll see what I mean here, okay? Neither zone, both zones said they would not join any military alliance, okay? And there would be an international control commission. Canada, Poland, and India would chair it to monitor the ceasefire. And lastly, and most importantly, I know, Jonas, lastly and most importantly, okay, and I highlighted this on purpose. The Geneva Convention or the Geneva Conference guaranteed that there would be free general elections in both North and South Vietnam to be held in 1956 under the supervision of an international commission to elect leaders for the whole country. So this agreement was that by 1956 there would be nationwide North and South elections to choose a government that to unite the country and bring them back together. Now then, what do we think given what had just happened, guys, it was very obvious who would win these elections. Who do we think would win these elections if this election was held? Who do you think would end up uniting the country? If they held these elections, who would end up uniting the country? The Viet Minh, Ho Chi Minh, right? Obviously. And all the polling and stuff showed that even in the South, the vast majority of the country, like the vast majority, was going to vote for Ho Chi Minh. So Ho Chi Minh and the North Vietnamese like, this is great. Sure, we'll have these elections. And they were like, okay, well, we're going to win because this is part of the agreement, and we're definitely going to win this election. Obviously, we're going to win this election, and almost every historian agrees. Yeah, it would have been a blowout election. Okay, the country would have been united under the communists. Okay. By the way, so that is very important. That part of this agreement, this assurance of peace, was requiring an election to reunite the country. Now, another note here. Ho Chi Minh. By the way, Ho Chi Minh and Giap did not want to have to do this. Okay, they wanted to continue the war and unite the country while they had the advantage after Dien Bien Phu. However, their forces were running out of ammunition and supplies, and unfortunately, China and the Soviet Union refused to supply more stuff to the Viet Minh because they were having some of their own issues. China had just lost a bunch of troops in Korea, and the Soviet Union was trying to not escalate much. So this further reinforced sort of the Ho Chi Minh's idea of being a nationalist, because he's like, I can't even always rely on China and the Soviet Union. So China and the Soviet Union kind of pushed the Viet Minh and the North to come to this agreement, despite them not wanting to. Okay, so that is the agreement. All right, that is the agreement. And the most important provision, like I said, is the last one. There will be free and fair elections held across the country to determine who will unite the country. Okay, all right. Let's go on. Meanwhile, let me show you something real fast here. We have now entered the part of the Vietnam War called the advisory period. Okay, other historians will break this into more periods. We just left the First Indochina War, which was the French occupation, but the Second Indochina War, which is the Vietnam War we all know, is typically broken into 3 periods when it comes to American involvement. Okay. So we are now in this point in history after the signing of this convention in the advisory era, okay, which was from 1954 to 1965 approximately, and depending on how you calculate it, all right? And so at this period, Okay, America was the main way that they were assisting South Vietnam was with arms, ammunition, money, and military advisors. They literally sent American military advisors to the South to help train South Vietnamese troops and to advise them on how to fight and kind of train them and give them supplies and things like that. Historians now say that it's kind of a misnomer to say there were advisors because a lot of the times these advisors were just Green Berets fighting side by side with the South Vietnamese forces. So it wasn't just advice; it was also literally fighting on the ground with them for the few number of troops that were there. But that's the period we're in, and I just want to highlight that to you so that this next thing I'm going to tell you all makes sense. Okay, so we're in the advisory period of American involvement. And by the way, there would be several presidents who lie about this and say we're just advising, when in reality we were actually fighting on the ground. So okay, that brings us to this guy. All right, that brings us to this guy. This is President Ngo Dien Diem, okay? And forgive me, my pronunciation's off here. He almost immediately became the leader, the interim prime minister of the new South Vietnamese government, okay? So now we're talking about South Vietnam. And he was a very staunch Catholic. He was a nationalist. He was an anti-colonialist and he was anti-communist. So he did not like the French, okay? He was a nationalist and he was very anti-colonialism, but he was also very anti-communist. And he was a very shrewd politician. He kind of rose up in the ranks through the South Vietnamese political system. He it was able to convince the emperor of Vietnam, to appoint him as the interim leader. And he really didn't like Buddhists, by the way. He was a Catholic, and he really didn't like Buddhists, which is going to cause him problems later. He became the first. The French were still around. They were still kind of acting in an advisory role. They still had nationals in the South. And in his defense, probably the last positive thing I'll say about Diem, okay, is the French were very pissed that they were being kicked out of the country. So they started funding an organized criminal gang in Saigon in the South, just to kind of make it harder to make it so that Diem would fail. And he lost his patience with this, and he launched an all-out assault on this organized crime syndicate and crushed them violently with a few deaths, okay, with like a few hundred deaths. And that essentially marked the end of French rule over the South. And after that, they left completely, okay? So he kind of finalized the pushing out of the French out of Saigon and sort of consolidated his rule over the South. And then he held the first election in South Vietnam. And he was supported by America. We supported him in an effort to stop the spread of communism at this point. And in the first election that he held, he got 97% of the vote. Now then, whenever you hear a vote number that high, a vote percentage that high, you should be very suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Okay? That's like Putin level numbers. And it should be, I should note that there was already cracking down going on of the left and communists in the South. So it wasn't exactly a free and fair election. And to this day, it's pretty obvious that there was some skeefy stuff going on with this election. Regardless, he apparently got 97% of the vote and became the first president of South Vietnam. Okay? He almost immediately launched a brutal crackdown of communists and leftists in the South and imprisoned thousands of people who were viewed as sort of a threat to overthrowing this regime in the South. Okay, and I'm going to let me explain to you. There was a reason why he did this. I'm not excusing it. I'm saying there's a reason why he felt he had to do this. Okay, he was a brutal guy. He was brutal. Yeah, really made sure. Yeah, okay. So we'll go back to Diem, but just know Diem is now America's man in the South. Okay, and We have military advisors advising him on how to deal with the communist threat at this point. Okay. We have, by the way, the guy who was in charge, who was president at this point, was JFK. Oh God, where'd my, oops, I clicked the wrong button here. Was JFK. So, which we'll talk about here in a second. Okay. Well, 1 second. Let me go back here. So, okay. So why did he feel the need to crack down on communists operating in the South? Well, in the another thing that DM did is that he very quickly decided we're not going to hold the election promised by the peace deal. So almost immediately he said we're not going to have an election. We're not going to have a national election. Why? Why do you think DM almost immediately decided they're not going to abide by the idea of a national election between North and South? You already said it earlier, okay? Why do you think DM did that almost immediately? And it's not like he came right out and said it. He just didn't talk about it and pretended like it wasn't part of the peace deal. Why do you think he did that? Okay. We know, right? Yeah, he's going to lose. He would absolutely lose. The United States, by the way, supported this idea because the United States is like, yeah, you know, if this election's actually held, we'll probably lose. So America did realize that, oops, I guess he's just violating the peace deal, but we did not push back. We're like, okay, well, we have to prevent the South from being taken over. So I guess we'll just ignore the massive violation of the ceasefire deal. We won't have these free and fair elections. And they never even had the elections that were promised by the peace deal. In response to this, there was a lot of consternation in the North. And obviously, okay? And it became very clear in the North that the elections were not going to take place. And there was a split amongst different, there you go, Sir Bart. There was a split amongst leadership in the North, okay, between a group of Politburo leaders, the Politburo being sort of the central committee that controls the Communist Party in the North. About half of them basically said we need to do a North first policy. We need to focus on first building up the economy and resources of the North before we try and retake the South, okay, after this has been violated, after this peace treaty has been violated. The other half of them said, no, we need to do a South first policy where we try to reunite the country first, all right? Ho Chi Minh was on the side of the North first policy people, okay? He was very angry about the violation of this treaty, but he did not feel the North had kind of the ability yet without the support from China and stuff to sort of go all in on trying to regain the South. This over time started to become an issue, okay? Ho Chi Minh was worried. He wanted to give the Vietnamese people a break. There had been lots of death, a lot of destruction. And so he basically told the fighters in the South, you know, I'm sorry, but and he supported them. They sent arms and stuff, which I'm about to talk about. But he basically said that we're not going to be able to do an all-out aid to you yet, okay, until we develop the North. And that wasn't going to work, folks, because as I said, DM was cracking down on communists. He was murdering them in the streets. He was throwing them into prison. So there was still a mass amount of poverty in the South. So the peasantry in the South, they weren't going to wait. They weren't going to wait for the North to be ready. And they were already launching violent attacks against the DM regime with or without Ho Chi Minh's permission. Okay. Over time, and I want to point out, Ho Chi Minh's one of my favorite leaders. Okay. He may have been mistaken at this point. That being said, he was really worried about the Vietnamese people. And at this point, he sort of got sidelined politically by people who were more pro get the South first. And he he acknowledged that he might not be the best person for the moment. And he kind of ceded some of his power to another leader of the Communist Party named Li Duan. Okay. Li Duan. Okay. Let me write it down for you guys so you know it. Li Duan, who became the new sort of head of the Communist Party and was more of a hardliner. Okay, Li Duan. And Ho Chi Minh always remained a very influential figure, but from this point on, he is not like the sole leader of these things, okay? And I want to be clear, although it sounds like, oops, he kind of miscalculated here, maybe, but he knew that he might not be the best leader at this point, and that might not be the best role for him. He allowed himself to lose power, okay? Do you know how rare this is historically, where a leader's like, you know what? Maybe I'm not the best for this moment. I'll give a lot of my power over to this other guy who might be better at handling this. Okay. This is why I love him. I love him. And he continued to support all the policies of Li Duan, Li Zuan, and did all he could to support what he was doing. He also, by the way, almost every day, Li Zuan and other top communist leaders would have dinner with Ho Chi Minh and kind of get advice from him and things like that. So he still was a major figure. Um, and he still did a lot for the cause, which we're going to talk about. He also was getting older, so he was kind of losing some of he was kind of worrying more about the end of his life. So to be clear here, you're gonna see that, yeah, at this point, this to me, this is another sign of why I like him, that he willfully stepped down when he realized it was no longer really in the best interest of the people for him to be around. Regardless, he was still very important, okay? Anyway, yes, outer signal. So Li Duan ends up taking over, and Ho Chi Minh supported this, but they decided to create in secret an organization. Where is it? Where did I put this? An organization called the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. Okay, this organization was unofficial. It was officially, unofficially. Let's put it this way. It had links to the North. Okay, it was funded by the North. It was supplied by the North, but officially, it was independent of the North. It was obviously part of the North, but the North would deny it. It was a group of communists and other fighters for liberation in the South that was funded by the North and was sent into the South to infiltrate the South, gain support for anti-colonialism and communist liberation, okay, and engaged in revolutionary action in the South in order to bring the revolution there. And the main goal of it was to overthrow Diem and establish northern communist rule over the whole country. All right. And there was another name for this organization that you all are more familiar with. The National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. Someone tell me, does anyone know the name of this group? A bunch of guerrillas operating in the south of Vietnam that were seeking the overthrow of the South Vietnamese regime, okay, in an effort to install communist rule and throw out the Americans. What was the name of this group? This is one of the most famous groups in the Vietnam War, the Viet Cong. Correct. The Viet Cong. Okay. Indeed. Now, here's the thing, guys. The Viet Cong is actually a slur. It's not a slur. It's an insult. Viet Cong means basically kind of like, it means like dirty commies, basically. I'm not sure how to frame it. I forget the exact meaning, but it was kind of an insult term used. We still use the word Viet Cong today. The best, I will try to use the word PLA, just because it is a slur, not a slur, but it's just an insult to call them Viet Cong. I might accidentally say Viet Cong sometimes because, trust me, in most history books, they call them the Viet Cong, which is annoying, but I might get mixed up. But just know I'm not doing, there you go, a liquid alicorn. It roughly translates to traitorous communists in Vietnam, okay? So I'll try to say PLA because you're going to hear a lot about them in the future. But these are the, okay, but they're the Viet Cong, the PLA, okay? And so the Viet Cong, the PLA, started launching this war of liberation in the South while being secretly funded by the North. How did they do this? How did they do this? Okay, how did the North do this? This is another very important thing. Everyone listening? Good. The North was very smart. So Giap, our good old friend who had defeated the French at Dien Bien Phu, started a supply and transport system in secret called the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And what they did is, you can see here on this map, they started building a vast vast number of hidden roads, supply stations, and outposts in the mountains in Laos, in Cambodia. Okay, so a supply route going from North Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia that would allow them to send supplies, reinforces, and troops across the border into the south. So you see here, it would start it up here, and they could supplies, reinforcement, and troops could secretly go down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which is what it was called, and sneak supplies, reinforcements, and troops and stuff into the south. Okay, and this was a very porous border. It's a very long border. It's mountainous. There's no way the South could possibly patrol this whole border and prevent these things from flowing in. So they sent in propagandists. They sent in advisors to help arm and train Southern Vietnamese people fighting for the PLA. Okay, and they did this in an and then the North would claim, this isn't us doing this. This isn't us doing this. All because the South refused to hold those elections. Okay, and this became a big problem for the South because these porous borders, they started having a lot of resistance and a lot of people started like during the day, the ARVN, which were the South Vietnamese regular troops, would have control of all the rural areas of Vietnam. But then at nighttime, all the Viet Cong and PLA would come out of hiding and they would rule the countryside. Okay. And there were assassinations taking place. It was at this period that a group of PLA killed 2 American advisors for the first American casualties in Vietnam. And there were assassinations taking place of pro-DM people and governors in the South. And over time, more and more and more people in the South were becoming under the sway of the PLA. All right. So that is why, so knowing that that was happening at this time, that is why, and by the way, here's an image of North Vietnamese soldiers transporting stuff along the Ho Chi Minh Trail by foot, which a lot of it was by foot, and it was very successful. Okay, it was a brilliant idea. All right, so going on here, that is why DM was getting desperate, and he started cracking down and imprisoning thousands of suspected communists, and it got worse because they started just outright executing. They started just outright executing any Viet Cong that they found or any infiltrators from the North they found, oftentimes killing people who were innocent in an effort to stem the tide of what was kind of looking like it was inevitable at this point. Okay. And by the way, just for future reference, when I use the phrase ARVN, I'm referring to the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, which is the South Vietnamese Army, which is at this point being funded by the United States, supplied by the United States, and trained by advisors by the United States. And they were the ones who were responsible with countering the infiltration from the North and the guerrillas, the PLA guerrillas. Okay, we get it. All right, very important point here. In an effort, knowing that DM realizing that he was losing the support of the Vietnamese countryside, which I said again, which was 80% of the population. So you're not going to win if you don't have the peasantry support you. And most of the peasantry supported the North, okay? He launched something called the Strategic Hamlets Program, under the advice of the United States, by the way. And the Strategic Hamlets Program was this. And if it sounds pretty fucked up, it's because it was, all right? He started thinking, well, hey, we can stop the farmers from becoming radicalized. We can stop farmers from becoming radicalized by grouping them forcibly removing them from the villages and putting them in these tightly defended hamlets that were surrounded by barbed wire and defenses, so that at nighttime we could collect them all from the countryside and force them to stay behind in this giant barbed wire camp type facility, and then the PLA won't be able to infiltrate because we can stop them from infiltrating if these people are defended. And also during the day, they can just go out and do their farming and then come back. And we will have these fortified hamlets. Jonas, Cody, kind of sounds like concentration camps, doesn't it, folks? Okay. Guys, how do you think this made do you think this convinced the Vietnamese farmers to like the Southern regime or not? They were forced out of the villages that they lived in into these giant barbed wire encampments. And then, by the way, at the same time that this was happening, Arvin was going into these encampments, and killing anyone uh, killing anyone that was expected of being Viet Cong or expected of being a communist. And very often they would kill the wrong people. And how do you think that made the people of the villages feel? Okay. So literally, this had the exact opposite effect of what they wanted. And it was really fucking obvious on the ground. And yet the United States and the South Vietnamese did not understand that. Okay. And I'm going to show you some clips to clarify this. So this was one of the first things they did, the Strategic Hamlet Program. Okay. All right. And it did not work. Okay. The United States also sent in people and money to try to develop the infrastructure. The one thing, by the way, that the United States and DM didn't do was land reform. Oops. Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. They didn't do land reform. They didn't do nearly the land reform that happened in the North. They did not fundamentally change the economic system. They did not remove the wealthy landowners from control. They did not provide land for all the landless peasantry. They did not do any of that shit. Okay, this was a very lib way of trying to deal with this problem. Do you see what I mean? Okay. Okay. So that is the stage that we're in now, is this sort of change. Now, I wanted to briefly talk about you. So this is the advisory period. We started sending troops over and stuff. Okay, so JFK, right? I want to talk briefly about him. A lot of this was his brainchild, by the way. The Strategic Hamlet program wasn't necessarily his brainchild, but he supported this. He supported what the American advisor suggested. So JFK, guys, when he got into office in 1960, I could talk a lot about him. I don't want to go too much in detail here because this will take forever if I do. JFK, we tend to view him as like, oh, he was so progressive and was so great. And, you know, he hated Vietnam, the Vietnam War. No. Okay. He felt pressured to continue the support for the South because the communists were winning everywhere. Okay. The Berlin Wall had been built. He failed to do anything about the spread of communism in Laos, which really pissed off a lot of elites in Washington. He felt very pressured to do something, and he did. So he's like, we can't surrender in Vietnam. It'll make me look bad. So he massively supported and increased the amount of troops that were sent over there to advise, okay? Massively increased funding for the South Vietnamese regime, which, by the way, as I've explained, guys, was massively corrupt and pretty abusive of its authority and undemocratic, okay? And he did all this shit, okay? So he literally went from saying that we need to, and he knew that the Vietnamese were fighting for liberation and that they viewed the North Vietnamese as sort of the leaders of a struggle for anti-colonial liberation. He had said it previously. But now that he was in power, he couldn't afford to make himself look bad by letting the Vietnamese people be completely free. So he decided to support the South, and he was a big proponent of this advisory role. Okay. By the way, it was often the case that within these, I forgot to mention this, within these fortified hamlets where they were shoving South Vietnamese people, that if there were found to be like Viet Cong and stuff in there, the Americans would advise the ARVN to just lob artillery shells into these villages, okay? Or to evacuate the people that you thought weren't Viet Cong and then just bombard the villages and stuff like that, okay? And like the South Vietnamese troops, The South Vietnamese troops were very brutal also. The South Vietnamese troops were very brutal. Okay. And would just slaughter tons of people. So this was not working in America's favor. And at this time, guys, for the third time that we've been doing this series, several top American commanders who were in charge of overseeing what was happening over there started to secretly report to journalists that this was an unwinnable war for the third time. And we're going to watch a video about these guys that were sort of some of the guys in charge of the advisors that started telling journalists, very brave journalists, hey, what you're hearing in the media isn't true. We're not going to win this. I don't see how we can possibly win this war. Okay. And yet it was heard by deaf ears. Okay. No one listened. Okay. So let's go over here. Now, we can't watch the whole thing, obviously, because of copyright. This is the second episode of that documentary. So I'm going to show you some clips from it that are important for what we're talking about. Okay. All right. And then maybe someday during, by the way, also JFK lied to the press multiple times about this. He said, there's a video of him saying that he wanted to, no, we're just advising him. We're not doing any combat of any kind over in Vietnam. He was lying. The government, guys, this is one of the reasons why the Vietnam War marked a turning point for Americans. Many Americans stopped trusting the government because their government was very obviously lying to them. So this was he was not the first, but he was like one of these 5 presidents who openly lied to the American people about what he was doing in Vietnam. Oh, another note. I'm sorry. One other note here, guys. Forgive me. One other note here. It was also under his rule, okay, under his stay in Vietnam, that he authorized the use of 2 weapons in Vietnam that would end up becoming a staple of America's horrific actions in Vietnam. Okay. So for example, he authorized the use of napalm in Vietnam. He also authorized the use of a chemical that would later become very infamous. A chemical that was named after the color of a stripe that went around the barrels of the chemical, and it was called Agent Orange. He authorized the use of Agent Orange. And Agent Orange was a herbicide that would be dropped on Vietnamese rainforests, kill all the plants, and kill all the plants and trees and stuff to make it easier to see and destroy PLA forces and Vietnamese forces on the ground, okay, or North Vietnamese forces on the ground. He authorized the use of that. It ended up causing massive birth defects for many, many Vietnamese people and cancer. It also did the same thing for some American servicemen who were in charge of handling it. Okay, so, all this fun stuff. Eric says it was the Democrats that caused Vietnam under LBJ. Oh, Eric, it was both Democrats and Republicans who did Vietnam. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This was a bipartisan effort. It was Eisenhower. It was also Nixon. It was a lot of it was both Republicans and Democrats who were responsible for Vietnam. That's just a fact historically. Okay, that's just a fact historically. So JFK was the first one to introduce using these, okay, both napalm and Agent Orange. Okay, so let me show you some clips from this video, okay? All right, where'd I find this in here? Okay, so Strategic Hamlet Program, 2246. All right, so let's watch this. Everyone ready? Let's go. Yeah. And I'm going to also show you, well, you'll see here in a second. So there was, by the way, real fast here, you'll see here in a second, I'm going to show you so obviously I'm not pro what the United States doing, but there was another way that the South and America could have tried to handle the the PLA, and they just couldn't do it because it was ideologically against capitalist norms and stuff to do it. So you'll also see that there was an option that they could have used that may have resulted in victory, but they just didn't do it. You'll see what I mean, okay?
People used to joke in Vietnam about winning the hearts and minds, and you hear that expression. But that should not be a joke. It's a serious problem. If you pull off a military operation, and it may be successful on the military basis, but you destroy a village, and then you've created a village of resistance.
Yeah, no shit.
Few advisors understood the unique challenges of fighting an insurgency in Vietnam better than Lieutenant Colonel John Paul Vann.
Yeah.
A career soldier from Virginia, he was the senior American advisor to the 7th ARVN Division in the Mekong Delta. Small, wiry, and abrasive, John Paul Vann was convinced he knew how to defeat the Viet Cong.
John Paul Vann was simply the most remarkable soldier I ever met, period. The biggest challenge of John Paul Vann's life was somehow saving Vietnam, winning.
Good luck with that.
To him was the ultimate challenge.
Jesus.
When it became clear to Vann that the tactics the Americans had taught the ARVN were beginning to make more enemies than friends,
shocking,
he sought out newspapermen to spread the word.
He was able to explain to us what was going on. The important thing was not to alienate the population, that if you got sniper fire from the hamlet, you sent in riflemen to take out the sniper. You didn't shell the place because you were going to kill women and kids and destroy houses, and you were going to turn the population against you.
Now, I want to be clear, guys. I know that I get kind of grossed out sometimes talking about American strategy and stuff. It's important for historically understand what happened, but this is like disgusting war crimes, right? This is pretty horrific, murdering of civilians, mass murdering of civilians, destroying. This is like an Israeli type thing going on here, okay? Mass murdering of people, mass bombing. It's an American type thing, really. Okay? If you guys think that America wasn't discriminatory in Iran, we were more discriminatory with our targets in Iran than we were during the Vietnam War. We were more discriminatory with our targets in Iraq than we were in the Vietnam War. And I'm not complimenting us in Iran or in Iraq. In the Vietnam War, we had no problem continuing to do things like carpet bombing and things like that. Okay, so this was like, yeah.
Most press coverage of Vietnam was upbeat. In the tradition of previous wars. But a handful of young reporters, including Neil Sheehan, David Halberstam of the New York Times, and Malcolm Brown of the Associated Press, who spent time in the field with officers like Vann, were beginning to see that from the Vietnamese countryside, things looked very different than they did from the press offices in Washington or Saigon.
So it was terribly important.
There was
that
one of the
win the war.
1 second, I'll tell you.
But that we as reporters report the truth that would help to win the war. We were very fervent in wanting to report the truth because it was very important to the welfare of our country and to the welfare of the world.
Well, these look like concentration
Sheehan and
camps.
his colleagues began asking tough questions about what constituted progress, what victory would look like, and if the people in the countryside, where 80% of South Vietnam's population lived, could ever trust the government in Saigon.
I remember going during one of Robert McNamara's
Robert McNamara. So to be clear, guys, when Kennedy was elected, he appointed for the chief of the military, Department of Defense, the Department of War, Robert McNamara. We'll talk about him on a different day, but Robert McNamara was a former CEO of the Ford Motor Company and was obsessed with like spreadsheets and systemic analysis of war, kind of like a CEO is obsessed with numbers and calculating loss and calculating profit and things like that. So he would view the war sort of as like a spreadsheet. And this is a weird thing to talk about, historians to talk about. Is he kind of viewed the war like an accountant would view a war. So when you hear things like on the ground, the reality was much different than how the administration was viewing it or presenting it, partially because the guy that was in charge of all this was looking at it as like a CEO would look at a corporation. He was not really interested in the reality on the ground. He was interested in the numbers. So there's a big disconnect here also in the American government between like, this was like mechanized, industrialized mass war and murder using a corporatist kind of spreadsheet. Okay, I don't know how to frame it. I'll talk about him later. This little story is very good. So this is him. So this is McNamara and some journalists visiting one of these strategic hamlets.
Sheehan and his colleagues began asking tough questions about what constituted progress, what victory would look like, and if the people in the countryside, where 80% of South Vietnam's population lived, could ever trust the government in Saigon.
I remember going during one of Robert McNamara's visits out to one of these hamlets. The Vietnamese general who commanded the area was telling McNamara what a wonderful thing this was. And some of these farmers were down digging a ditch around the hamlet. And I looked at their faces, and they were really angry. I mean, it was very obvious to me that if these people could, they'd cut our throats.
Farmers resented being forced to abandon their homes and move to strategic hamlets. Corrupt officials siphoned off funds, and villagers blamed the ZM regime for failing to protect them from guerrilla attacks. As the people's anger grew, so did the ranks of the Viet Cong.
Oops.
It turned out that the Viet Cong were recruiting men right out of those so-called strategic hamlets. And then the whole program fell apart.
No shit.
Chính quyền miền Nam đấy cũng đã nói, tức là gọi là tát nước
draining the water
để
to
bắt
catch
cá.
the fish.
Tức là họ cho rằng là
They thought that the
quân cách mạng,
revolutionary
quân giải phóng
forces
là như là
were the
cá
fish
mà dân
and that
ở
the
trong
people
nước.
were the water.
Thì tát
But
nước
if
đi.
they got the water out,
Tát nước đi
and if
để
they
mà
got
bắt
the
cá.
water out, they could catch the fish.
Không thể thành công.
But they couldn't succeed.
Win
Because,
Nop's
guys,
father
the
was a
people were the
postal
fish.
clerk south of Da Nang. His brothers and sisters taught in South Vietnamese schools. But he joined the revolution, and as a political officer wrote poems, songs, and slogans to inspire the people in the countryside to support the Viet Cong.
Cool. So real fast too, guys.
The Viet Cong cadre would come in and talk to them, and their message is usually biến đau thương thành hành động, which means turn your grief into action.
Based.
Do something about it. Join us. We'll fight together. We'll liberate the country
Also,
from this corrupt, unjust government. We'll throw out the foreigners. We'll reunify the country, and we'll bring in this great regime that will take care of you and bring economic and social justice.
And to be clear, guys, yes, very good propaganda. The Viet Cong or the PLA, as you know, North Vietnamese officials and stuff were leaking into the country and recruiting people in the South, they set up shadow governments, okay? The Viet Cong, or I should say, I keep saying that, the PLA set up parallel government structures to administer the provinces that they were in. So there would be a South Vietnamese government in place, but then the Viet Cong would set up a shadow government to administer the province and do things like ensure the people had their needs met and stuff like that. That I don't know if they mention it in this documentary, but they were like, all of this was happening as sort of underneath the nose of like the South. So yeah, we also need to give credit that the North and the Vietnamese, the PLA were very brilliant in what they were doing to get people on their side. Also, I want to point something else out here too. What was I going to say? I just lost my train of thought. So they were setting up, we'll just see what they say. There was something else I wanted to add. I will try to remember it.
The Viet Cong ran rival local governments,
There you go. Oh, well, they literally
with their
saying it
own
now.
tax
Okay.
collectors and
Oh my
school
God,
teachers,
I should have
spies and propagandists.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Sorry, I remember what I was going to say. We now know, we now know, by the way, that the because it was so hard to tell the difference between like a PLA agent and a civilian, because there were so many civilians that were in the PLA. The director, the South Vietnamese director of the Hamlet program was actually a double agent working for the PLA. Okay. We know that now. We did not know it at the time. And so also the PLA was very brilliant because some of these hamlets were set up in locations that they knew were swarming with PLA, because they knew it would then be easy to convert the people in that hamlet. So there is all kinds of layers of things happening here that the South was completely unaware of. And it's brilliant, okay? Very brilliant.
And province chiefs. To make matters worse, ARVN troops and American advisors now found themselves confronted by a new threat. Battalions of well-armed Viet Cong soldiers, as well as by local guerrillas.
We'd armed them. You could hear the arming of the Viet Cong. Back in early '62, they only had one machine gun per battalion. It was sporadic fire. Then as they captured more and more of these American arms,
whoops!
When you made contact, it would build up into a drum fire of automatic and semi-automatic weapons.
Classic American L.
Secretary McNamara decided that he would draw up some kind of a chart to determine whether we were winning or not.
And this is what I mean, guys. McNamara was all about numbers and like how many are dying, how many are we recruiting, and his whole idea, guys, as long as the numbers look good, America must be winning. All right. So like he made all these weird, it's really gross. It's kind of morbid. It's kind of reminds me of like a concentration camp commandant, determining how many people can be gassed a day. You see what I mean? It's fucking dark.
And he was putting things in like numbers of weapons recovered, numbers of Viet Cong killed, very statistical. And he asked Edward Lansdale, who was then in the Pentagon as head of special operations, to come down and look at this. And so Lansdale did, and he said, there's something missing. And McNamara said, what? And Lansdale said, the feelings of the Vietnamese people. You couldn't reduce it to a statistic.
Of course.
Robert McNamara had vowed to make America's military cost-effective. He demanded that everything be quantified.
There we go.
In Saigon, General Paul D. Harkins, head of the Military Assistance Command Vietnam, known as MACV, dutifully complied. He and his staff generated mountains of daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly data
like a corporation
on more than 100 separate indicators. Far more data than could ever be adequately analyzed.
Yeah, Mayflower Kid. Yeah, he
General
was
Harkins had little use for skeptical reporters.
And like I said, he had been a CEO for the Ford Corporation, so he literally viewed it like a business. Okay, he viewed war as a business.
Neil Sheehan. Bad news was to be buried.
Yep.
Harkins ignored the alarming after-action reports John Paul Vann and other officers were sending in from the field.
I was going to be made head of the Vietnam desk at CIA headquarters. And the first person of importance that I met was General Harkins. And he started out by saying, Mr. Gregg, I don't care what you hear from anybody else. I can tell you without a doubt we're going to be out of here with a military victory in 6 months.
So fucking stupid.
The country's 12 million peasants can scarcely remember what peace was like. They're caught between the predatory guerrillas and the almost equally demanding soldiery. Their lives are lived in a state of permanent uncertainty, punctuated by bouts of violence as government forces come to grips with the black-clad communist rebel forces called the Viet Cong.
Jesus Christ. All of South Vietnam was a battlefield. Oh my God.
Mà nếu như người Mỹ đòi hỏi
if the Americans required that a democracy be built on those ruins,
thì tôi nghĩ đấy là một cái đòi hỏi.
That was unrealistic.
Thì rõ ràng là miền Nam dân chủ thì tốt hơn. Nhưng mà trong một cái cuộc đọ sức bằng súng đạn giữa hai bên.
Okay.
Khi người cầm súng mà
I'm sorry, I had to go back. I missed that part. Are people still over on YouTube? I've gotten like practically no no one's talking over on YouTube. Is everyone okay over there? Can you all still see me over here? Making sure that it's still up over there. All right. Anyway, one second. Let me refresh it. Maybe there's something going on there. Give me 1 second, folks. All right. So anyway. Yeah, there we go. Looks like it's... There we go. Looks okay. You can still see. Okay, perfect. Everyone can still see. All right, let's go on here. So clearly South Vietnam was more democratic. But in such a violent struggle, the side whose soldiers had fewer doubts would win. Okay, so... I believe that was a North Vietnamese soldier, Philly Jesus. Okay, so now we go back to Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh was very good at working amongst the people. Oh, I love Uncle Ho. He knew that the Vietnamese respected the elderly. So he grew a beard to look older. A long beard like this. Look at Uncle Ho. He referred to himself as uncle with everyone. And he purposely created a very humble image. He always used simple language. Look, he's always smiling, guys. He was very shrewd at communicating with the people. Ho Chi Minh called on the people to defend the fatherland. He told us the war could last for 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. But the Vietnamese people will not be intimidated. Nothing is more precious than independence and freedom.
On our side, we
were not as committed.
And we were...
She's a South Vietnamese.
Our leaders were
corrupt and incompetent. Yep.
And
so deep down,
we'll always have this fear, this suspicion that in the end it would be the communists who won.
Even people in the South are like, the communists are going to win.
When John Kennedy assembled what he thinks is the best and the brightest, 20 years before that, in a cave in the northern part of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh also put together his best and the brightest. And these guys are at it for a while. And when we show up, they were far along to consolidating their victory over this inevitable conflict between Ho Chi Minh and John F. Kennedy's vision. The more you think about the American strategy, the more you know that it was never going to work out particularly well.
No shit. No fucking shit. Now wait for it. I want us to get to there's one more part I want you to see here, so we'll get to it. Here we go. Hopefully I think this is it. We're getting to it. And then we'll stop watching this for now.
I was at my top of my game when I was in combat.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead.
South Vietnam from communism.
Here we go.
I was at my best.
President Kennedy has staked his reputation in Asia on saving South Vietnam from communism. As the army makes a sweep towards a village suspected of harboring Viet Cong, it can't tell whether it'll meet resistance.
Look at this.
The troops round up all the young men they can find, since they can't tell who is a communist just by looking. Those who try to run for it are shot on the assumption they've something to hide.
You see, for the American who come to Vietnam to
You
fight
see,
the
for
war,
the Americans who came to Vietnam to fight,
they look at everyone in the city as a friendly people.
they looked at everyone in the city as a friendly people.
But they look at the people in the village as a Viet Cong. Because the Viet Cong had no uniform. How could they win?
How could they win?
If they kill one real enemy,
I love this part.
they might get only one replacement. If they kill the wrong man, they get 10 enemy. And mostly, they kill the wrong man.
So yeah, so you kill one enemy, they get replaced. If you kill the wrong person who isn't actually an enemy, you get 10 replacements for that. You radicalize 10 more people, and mostly they were killing the wrong person. Okay, I love that line. And so, okay, one last part here. Okay, this part's very important. I want to point out that there was a different way that the South Vietnam could have handled the problem they were facing. Okay, obviously I don't support them winning, but there is a way to handle this where, and there were different regional governors. There were different regional governors all around South Vietnam. And there was one in particular who actually developed a way of dealing with the Viet Cong that worked really fucking well, but no one else did it. And you'll see why. Okay. Actually, it's the guy you just saw. And all right.
Each of South Vietnam's 44 provinces had its own chief. Some were simply political appointees, corrupt allies of President Diem. Chun Nap Cho, province chief of Quyen Hoa, was different. A privileged judge's son from the old imperial city of Hue, he and two of his brothers had fought against the French with the Viet Minh. But he had refused to join the Communist Party. He admired their dedication, but disliked the way they punished those who dared differ with them. Instead, he left the Viet Minh, became a major in the army fighting against them, and eventually so impressed Diem with his insider's knowledge of communist tactics that he was promoted to colonel and made chief of Quyen Hoa, a Viet Cong stronghold.
He was absolutely incorruptible.
Okay. So this was was one of those rare guys that was not corrupt, okay, that actually cared for the Vietnamese people. Yes, he was anti-communist, but like he seemed to actually, you'll see what I mean, okay?
That here's a guy who's, even though it's not an elected system, who nevertheless really represents us.
Give me a budget that equals the cost of one American helicopter, Cho liked to say, and I'll give you a pacified province. With that much money, I can raise the standard of living of the rice farmers, and government officials can be paid enough so they won't think it necessary to steal. Rather than hunt down the Viet Cong, he sought to persuade them.
And I don't want to kill, I want to convert them.
I don't want to kill, I want to convert. Well, you guys can hear him.
When I locate the real Viet Cong family, I try to win over the family. And through them to win over the guy who left the family. And only after you fail those steps, then you will kill him.
Now that's dark, but
and after I
that, by the way, he wouldn't really be the one doing the killing; it'd be the military. So he wouldn't let them kill anyone unless it became like absolutely until he couldn't hold them back anymore. I think that was a bad English.
CIA,
bad English there.
Well, they are more interested in the last part.
Okay.
That is a real problem.
Okay, so we're gonna stop there. So just to show you, that was an alternative way of doing this, right? This one province leader was literally trying to change the material conditions of farmers, and that province was one of the most. The Viet Cong had a hard time in that province. Okay, they had a really hard time because instead of just killing people, he would give the families of the Viet Cong like a lot of money. He would help build up their farms. He would decrease their rents. He would, you know, send volunteers to build their houses, to give them like modern furnishings, and like he would try to build up people's material conditions in a way to persuade them from going with the Viet Cong, and it worked to a large extent. But as he said there in the end, that the Americans and the South Vietnamese government wouldn't listen to him when he said that they should do this, and they much preferred to just go out and kill people. Now, historians would say that one of the fundamental issues here is that he was too much of a lefty. Am I saying he was a communist? No, but that's kind of like that's like, you know, progressive, what is it called? That's like a social democracy type shit that he was doing. Okay. And which is much better than like really bad free market capitalist type shit. Okay. But the elites in Vietnam, who were very corrupt, didn't want to start giving all this shit to the peasantry, right? They didn't want to lower rents and start handing out their precious money to the peasantry. Okay. So like there was a structural issue here that was almost fundamentally could not be overcome. Okay. That the communists were the only ones that could really overcome it. And that was the economic and colonial structure that was set up. All right. Yeah, outer signal. It's almost as if the people respond to leadership that improves their material conditions, right? Shocking, which the Viet Cong had known the whole time. And that guy understood that. And he weirdly enough respected the communists. He didn't like them, but he respected them. And he's like, I can see why they're doing this. Okay, that's why they're winning. All right. So that will be our presentation for today, guys. So now we've gone through, we're talking about the advisory phase of the war. And you're going to see here, things change a bit. We're going to end up going into the next stage of the war. So I'm trying not to, I've debated with myself how much detail to go in with all these things, because we could we could do this for several months. I could go in. So I'm trying to go through it a little faster, but it's we're still doing I'm giving you a lot of info, more than I would give a high school class. But so that we're partially done with that part of it, the advisory part. And the next stage of the war, there's more to it. There's more stuff that happened. There's, I kind of want to watch and learn more, to be honest. Yes. So Jonas, what we will do, it is Jay. It's a very long war. This, what we'll do is I will try to do a stream where we just watch it. Okay. I will try to do a stream where we just watch the documentary. Yesterday, we watched the first episode all together. Maybe after I finish today, I can just get on and we can watch this whole episode real fast. I just want to see what else they add here at the end. Yeah, so we'll do that. That's the end of that point of the documentary. So we can watch this whole episode together at some point, okay? But I can't show the whole thing on YouTube, unfortunately. If we were just on Twitch, I could, but I can't. All right. So, okay. All right, so just as a little reminder here, what we just talked about, we've now entered the advisory phase. There's been strategic hamlets set up in an effort to win over the Vietnamese, and it's just a positive feedback cycle. It's just a positive feedback cycle where everything America and the South Vietnamese do just make the situation worse. And the North is continuing to send in forces into the South, and you're going to see here pretty soon that, you know, Kennedy was only president for 3 years before he was assassinated. You're going to see a big change in tactics when it comes to LBJ coming into power. So yeah, right now they're losing, and it's pretty obvious to a lot of people that they can't win. Okay, so all right, so we'll stop there for now. Any questions on that? Was that a good session? Did we learn something? We've done so much fucking. You guys are now experts on fucking Vietnam. We're not even like done with it yet, and you already know more than most Americans probably about the Vietnam War. Okay, so anyway, okay, Jane Fonda's later, Drusilla. Jane Fonda's later. Okay, so we will continue this. All right, we good? We good out there? Okay. Gwen, several reasons. So Gwen says, why was the average person so afraid of communism? Was it just massive propaganda? Yes and no. So yes, fundamentally, it was massive capitalism. Okay. Yeah, elevator lady, it's a disappearing point, right? It's a disappearing point. We don't often talk about the context of the Vietnam War, right? Or we hear only about the American experience and know it was a disaster. You don't often hear about the other side, about what came before and things like that, what came after. All right. So Gwen, there a lot of people were afraid, Gwen, there was a lot of propaganda in the United States. There were multiple periods in American history called Red Scares, where the government would literally arrest and hunt down and deport people that were socialist or communist. Violence was often done to the left. That McCarthyism was happening in the 50s, which was an effort to literally purge government and educational institutions of anyone viewed as being pro-communist or lefty. It's not an exaggeration to say, guys, that we have a pretty strong socialist history in the United States, but the government destroyed it. That's why there's a very weak left these days, is because the government has often destroyed the left by throwing people in prison and blacklisting them. So we have an authoritarian government when it comes to the left, because who's in charge of the government? Who's in charge of the government? Capitalists who don't like communists. Now, there is another part of this, Gwen. I will say, occasionally, and listen, you all know I'm not saying that I don't like communism, obviously. I'm just saying sometimes some of the communist states made it easy, okay? Stalin, for example, it was well known that Stalin had starved millions of people and had thrown tons of people in the gulags. And obviously, that is not to say that that is fair propaganda, given the fact that the United States also had tons of people in prison and stuff. But in some ways, a lot of communist states had trouble. Well, yeah, there was bad imagery. All right. You could also say that Mao made it hard for people in the United States to kind of view it as a positive thing. And not everyone. Okay. There were even the communist leaders who did who did a lot of really good things. They would get bad coverage anyway. Yeah, they had very bad PR people. And even when they did have good PR people, it was hard to hide sometimes what the leaders had done, so a lot of Americans, incorrectly, but understandably also because they were fed propaganda, had the notion that communism was just about mass murdering people and taking away their rights. Well, you can see why they might think that. That's not true. But okay, you guys get my point. So, but mainly, this was it was propaganda. I don't want to make it seem like I'm blaming the communists. I'm not, okay? This was mainly because of propaganda and oppression of left-wing ideologies in the United States. There were, by the way, tons of organizations like the what is it called? What was it called? There was There were tons of nonprofits in the US that were the John Birch Society is an example, who were their whole point was to do propaganda against communism. Okay, it is, Drusilla. Abu Ghraib is great propaganda against the US, okay? Okay, so which conservatives keep a hold of till this day? Absolutely, Dolly Boy. Conservatives always do the bias saying that communism is when you starve to death and when people mass die. That is not true. Notice, guys, by the way, notice that a lot of the negative, when people talk badly about communism, they go specifically to those incidents of mass death. You don't hear a lot of criticism you hear criticism of modern communist states, but it's not doing as well anymore because it's harder to criticize them at this point, especially when China, it's still out there, don't get me wrong, but it's harder because they have to keep going back to stuff that happened a long time ago, 70 years ago, okay? Yet they have to keep going back to that, all right? Because there's not, after some of those early things that happened, it was harder to criticize. There are other things anyway. Okay. Yeah, right. We're 100 quintillion deaths under communism. Obvious. So to be clear, I'm just saying there's sort of a combo of factors here. Yeah, China. This is complicated. It's anyway. All right. Yeah, Jay Williams. Yeah. And guys, you'll see, by the way, one last thing about one of the reasons I like Ho Chi Minh and I like the Vietnamese Communist Party in some ways is We'll talk about this when we get to the end of the unit that we're doing here. Oh my God, I sound like a teacher. The unit. Sorry, where's my face? There it is. But at the end of this, you guys will never have guessed this. I mean, you probably would have, but people don't know this. At the end of the Vietnam War, when the North took over the whole country, when the North took over the whole country, there was a lot of fear that there would be massive killings of people, that there would be massive retaliation by the North. There wasn't. People don't understand. This is a really interesting thing that kind of would catch most people off guard. The North did not do a bunch of retaliatory killing after they took over the South at all. The worst they did is they sent people in the South to re-education centers to teach them communist ideology. And listen, I'm not saying I'm like, yay, re-education camps, but they didn't mass kill people, and the people sent to the camps were released. Okay. And a lot of times, if you look at how this is presented in the Western press, there's an assumption they took over the country, and they unleashed the horrors of communism. They literally did not. It's one of the, and that's actually surprising. I would not have suspected that, because in most cases, when communists like take over a place, they do some retaliation because they have to ensure that there aren't rebels fighting against the new regime. They didn't. They constantly were doing the Vietnamese communists were constantly giving people the benefit of the doubt. We're constantly doing the benefit of the doubt, okay? And sometimes when that didn't work, they did go more extreme, but like, okay. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, Jay Williams. Lucille Ball even got accused of being a communist because she was married to. Yeah, absolutely, Jay Williams. And I will say, guys, if we want to be fair, remember how I said like some of the communist regimes did some things that kind of didn't help with the propaganda. What was I going to say here? Notice though, guys, that we never talk about how capitalism, there have been many, many, many mass deaths under capitalist regimes. They're still happening today. Leopold's Belgium, that was an incidence of mass death caused by colonial capitalism. The transatlantic slave trade, capitalism, okay? There was a massive, now this was a few thousand people, I'm not talking millions here, but in India, there was the Bhopal chemical plant accident, which killed tons of people. But notice that when we think of capitalism, what do we think? What do people think? Oh, commodities, freedom, la 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 la. So it's propaganda. Okay, it's propaganda. Okay, but SoCal. But again, who the fuck cares, SoCal? Who cares if you're registered to vote as a communist? It's a free country, right? Native Americans. Okay, so I know I don't want to come across as I'm like bashing communists by talking about a lot of the crimes that there were crimes that, because they're human and governments can do things that are kind of bad. I don't know if you know this, but this is not like a communism issue, right? Like, I don't want to, anyway. Okay. To be clear. Okay. We got that. Okay. So when I think capitalism, I think of the channel. How dare you, Sir Bart? Fuck you, LaQuabaw. Fuck you. I hate you so much. Okay. Capitalism makes people think of freedom. That's the propaganda, Giselle. A lot of Americans think that. Okay. All right. Okay. We got that. Let's go on. I'm rambling now. I'm rambling. First of all, guys, I've got to go pee. Gotta go pee. So I'm going to go pee. Allow me to go urinate. Okay. Allow me to go urinate. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. I know you hate me, but I'll be right back. I love you all very much. You're too political, Sir Bert. I hate you. 1 second. Boop. All right, guys. Hello, guys. Hello. So I want to say, first, I'm going to do some boosts. I wanted to shout out someone here, or shout out a comment that someone made here. Gwen here said, this channel has reinforced how privileged I am to a point of guilt. Gwen, you do not need to feel guilt, okay? So I know that you are not, so let me rephrase this way, okay? There are big structural problems that have led to you where you are in your life and led to other people in the world to be where they are in their lives, right? By the way, Gwen, a lot of these structural inequality, a lot of these leaders who were kind of revolutionaries like Lenin, like Ho Chi Minh, they were middle-class people. They were not like the poor folk. They were not poor folk. They were not working class people, okay? My point is that just because you grew up in more privilege than others, perhaps doesn't mean that you like that fundamentally means there's something wrong with you. You see what I mean? There are structural reasons for the way these things are, okay? And you're learning, et cetera, right? That's not like, okay, I mean, I grew up in privilege too. Yeah, Lenin was a lawyer, okay? I grew up in privilege too, by the way, right? A middle-class family, white, all right, in suburban America. So yeah, the issue becomes, as you know, Gwen, I'm sure you know this, Gwen. Yeah, of course, absolutely. If you grew up as a billionaire, obviously, fuck you. But I know you didn't, Gwen. But like okay, so, but like that's, yeah, okay. I don't know how to frame it. But I don't want you to feel guilty for something you did not choose, right? And by the way, in my perfect society, right? Everyone would be comfortably wealthy, okay? Everyone would be like middle class in a way, okay? Everyone in the world would be that way. And we can do that. We have the wealth and power. I mean, the world has enough wealth to do that. Make it where everyone is like a Gwen, okay? So if anything, I oftentimes view it more as I want everyone to have what middle class people have, okay? So it just because someone is middle class, it doesn't mean they don't deserve to be middle class. It's that everyone deserves to have the same amount of wealth as they do. Does this make sense? Okay. Yeah, and honestly, being aware of your privilege puts you way ahead, Gwen. Puts you way ahead. All right. You see what I mean? Yeah, I know. You know what I mean. Look, I don't want everyone to be the same, but I want, okay. Does this make sense? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, there you go, weird amorphous blob. And this includes even the bourgeois to some extent. Now, listen, we have to, absolutely, Lacroix. And I didn't want to confuse folks, but you're right, Lacroix. So technically, middle class is working class. And there is theory here, guys. There's theory. I don't know why I'm doing this with my hands. Okay. There's theory here. Middle class is working class. I want you guys to think of it this way. Now, this is a really bad comparison. I'm not saying that you're a slave owner, Gwen. Let me explain what I'm about to say. Okay. Okay. Let me explain. So on plantations, on chattel slavery plantations, what class were overseers? What class is an overseer? Here's a better comparison. What class are managers in a company? I probably shouldn't use the slave comparison. What class? A manager of like a Starbucks manager. What class are you in? All right. Yeah, they were poor white folks, Louise. The overseers were. Okay. Or like if you talk about like, and I'm not defending overseers, okay? I want to point out I should say like if you're the manager of like a Starbucks or some shit, okay? Those are working class positions, right? The slavery, get rid of that example. That's more complicated. I'm way oversimplifying that. Let me change my example to a manager. You are working class, okay? Now then, are you going to be getting along with the workers underneath you, though? your job depends on you doing what the owners tell you to do, and that will often means putting you at odds with the workers' belief you. One of the ways that capitalism distorts class is that it creates divisions within the working class where some workers are put above other workers and given privilege and position in an effort, and that prevents the whole class from uniting. So middle class workers, as long as they're not business owners and have employees for whatever, are working class, but they have been divided from the rest of the working class and often side with the interests of those oppressing them. Okay. Yeah, Gwen, that is working class. Okay. But you see, Gwen, how like a divide is created. Gwen, I would bet, Gwen, there have been times where you've been frustrated with some of the people you manage, and sometimes they haven't liked you, right? That is sort of the situation that's been created for us, for the working class. Okay. All right. Yeah, Louise. There you go, Louise. Okay. We all got it. We're all a cog in the machine to some extent. Yeah, I know Gwen, right? And trust me, Gwen, I know. Gwen says, I had to fire someone once for drinking on the job. I felt horrible, right? And there is a theory out there. I forget, maybe Weirdomorphous Blob knows. Maybe Weirdomorphous Blob knows. I forget the name of the theorist. There was a theorist out there who I really like. Shit, what is it? Anyway, who talked about how what was it? I had fire on the job. I had felt how one of the reasons that people who move up higher, for example, in a, let's say there's a corporation, okay? And as you continue your career, you will move up in the corporation to higher and higher positions, okay? One of the reasons you get paid more as you move higher up in the corporation is because you're expected to do things that go against human nature and that go against what will make you happy and will make you do horrific things, okay? You get paid more to be an asshole because a lot of people are uncomfortable being assholes to the people around them. There's sort of this natural aversion most of the time to like firing someone who has a family or firing someone because you know how important their job is for them. So a lot of times people who get paid more in a company and who move up in a company are the ones who they're being paid more because they're expected to do the horrible things that other people aren't going to do. All right. So that does, and you're also more likely. I don't know where it was, Bob. I can't remember. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll look it up too. Also, you're more likely to the people that rise like. And by the way, this isn't across the board. This is a lot of general. The more sociopathic you are, the faster you typically will rise up in a company, because if you don't care, then you're going to be fine firing people and removing people from positions. And if you hate people, you're going to do that easier too. Okay. Anyway. Mr. King K, don't worry, CR. You have gayness to counterbalance your privilege. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. Thanks, Mr. King K. Okay. We got that. Anyway, so, all right. Yay. All right. So, oh, they absolutely are, Jonas. And you mean, and a lot of them will have to develop kind of a sociopathy that they can disconnect from. So like a lot of people do sociopathic things with their job, but then are able to create sort of a boundary where at home they're not a sociopath, but oftentimes it crosses over, etc. It's capitalism and capitalist structures make us do all kinds of weird, unnatural, and unhuman things, obviously. Alyssa, there you go, Gwen. Okay. Alyssa, I lasted approximately a month as a manager before I just quit and never went back to work because you can't pay me enough to put a company over employees. Yeah, Alyssa, I know. I get that. Okay. Dollybo, giving the young work experience they need for later in life. That's why I vote for Bart. Disgusting. Okay. Sir Bart's a sociopath. Anyway, let me hand out some boops, guys. Let me hand out some boops. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Tater Tot gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Marzipan gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Oh. Our backgrounders. Paleontology dog gets a boop. Boop. Richard P gets a boop. Boop. Oh, what else? James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. Elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. Philly cheese gets a boop. Boop. Who else? Who the fuck? Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Who's the other backgrounder that we just talked about today? Tater Tot got a boop. Who's the other one? There was another backgrounder. I literally... Sir Bart, you get nothing. I'm kidding. You get a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. But Cody gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Liquid Alicorn gets a boop. Boop. There was someone else that is an established member of the community that I forgot to boop. Who the fuck was it? I'm sorry, Tara. I didn't mean to hurt you. Who's that other person that is like in the background that I just mentioned recently? I just mentioned this. I'm going to go back and look. Oh, I'm sorry, Weird Morphers Bob. You get a boop. Boop. Who was that? What the fuck was that? Who was that again? God damn it. Richard P got a boop. Who was it? Oh, I'm sorry. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. There was someone else that's like a backgrounder. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Whoever. Oh, Fetty gets a boop. Boop. I can't remember. Whatever. Whoever it was. Whoever. For the backgrounders out there, you get a boop. Boop. All right. Okay, guys. We're all booped out. Anyone else want to boop? Mr. King K gets a boop. Boop. Are we all booped out? Let's go on. So, let's go on. I am going to what should I do? Let's boo. Okay. There is a video I wanted to watch with all of you. I know they might not come back to the stream now that I've forgotten them. I literally said hello to them right at the beginning of the stream and said, "Hey, you're one of the established members. I'll make sure to boop you and give you a call out later." And I've already forgotten. Anyway, whatever. It's late. It's late in the stream. I mean, it's not that late in the stream. Whatever. I'm just giving you excuses. Whatever. Okay. So I wanted to first watch a video Lacroix sent us. Speaking of Lacroix, who I was just responding to, that I was excited to watch yesterday, but I couldn't because I wanted to save it for everyone to watch it because it's like a tradition. This was sent to us by Lacroix. I will put it up on the screen here. We have another Good Liars video. This time, it was sent to us. It's about the UFC fight and interviewing people who went to the UFC fight. Okay, so that'll be fun. Let me put it up. All right, I'm sure these people will be perfectly sane and there'll be nothing wrong with them, right? Perfectly sane and nothing wrong with them at all. I'm sure they'll be very well-adjusted human beings. Okay, I'm going to sit down, actually. Ugh. All right, God damn it. Ugh. Yeah, Alyssa, right? I'm not even political, dude. I just like big men fighting and rolling around on each other. Probably, Alyssa, right? They'd probably be like, I'm not gay. I just like when men get all oiled up and roll around with each other. I guess that they don't really get oiled up in a UFC fight. That might have just been in my head. But anyway, yes. So, okay. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's watch this. This is going to be horrific, I'm sure. Everyone excited? Everyone fucking excited? I'm sure they'll be all deeply competent, perfectly sane. Louise, did you get a boop, Louise? Boop. Are you even here, Louise? Did you betray me? Jonas, did you get a boop? You get a boop from a distance. Boop. Whatever. I hate all of you. You never tell me when you're here. I get depressed. Okay. You make me sad. Okay. Ninjester gets a boop. Minjester gets a boop. Boop. Hello, Ninjester. You said, Ninjester, I have an earbud at max. Why do you always sound like you are white noise to set the scene in a movie? Because I am. I am kind of white noise, Ninjester. How dare you? But I love you, Ninjester. I'm glad you're here. Okay, whatever. Let's go on. Okay. So let's watch. Everyone ready? I'm sure they'll be deeply competent.
Of the UFC on the White House lawn.
We get to show real men how to be real men on a real man's lawn. F liberals. F that shit. We're all about USA. If you cut me, I bleed red, white, and blue, baby.
Fetty, I hate you so much. Fetty said white noise is Sam's protest name. Fuck you, Fetty. Fuck you. God, that's rude. Okay, don't you laugh, LaQual. That is rude. Racist. You're more racist than Jay Williams, I swear to God. Okay. I'm joking. I'm just like bullying Jay Williams. You all know I like bullying Jay Williams. Okay. Let's go on. Okay. Yeah, he said that I bleed red, white, and blue. That's funny. He's unironically saying he bleeds red, white, and blue. What does it say? Catch up with Jesus. Catch up with Jesus. Let us praise and relish him. Let us praise and like, who would buy this shit? Who would buy this shit? Oh my God, this is awful. Okay. Because he loves me from my head to my toes. This is so fucking stupid. I hate this shit. Oh my God, please hate that. No, elevator lady. Oh, come on. You disgust me. Disgusting, elevator lady. God. Okay. I'm sure you would, Jay Williams. I'm sure you would. Disgusting. Okay.
We are here outside UFC Freedom 250, which is a huge event for Trump for his birthday. You guys happy?
Very happy.
No, Alyssa, how dare you?
Are you here for Donald Trump's birthday or for the UFC?
That would be pretty fucking funny to wear that on stream, wouldn't it? If I suddenly show up and I have the what is it? Catch up with Jesus shirt or whatever. Yeah, Sam. Yeah, you're right, LaCroix. Though admittedly, right, real imitator. LaCroix says Sam hates being saved from eternal hellfire. I do actually. I love warm temperatures. Okay.
Both. Happy birthday, Donald Trump. Happy birthday, UFC. Happy birthday, my French man right here. Wave. That's my boy.
All right. And how do you feel about Trump putting on a cage match on the White House lawn?
Best country in the world.
Jay Williams, you're not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Jay Williams says this guy needs Viagra to keep it up. Yeah, he's overcompensating. You can kind of tell, folks.
If you give a birthday message to Trump, what would it be?
Happy motherfucking birthday.
No, I'm just here for Trump.
Oh, you're here for Trump?
I am. I'm here for Trump.
You're not a fan of UFC at all?
Well, I like UFC today. Absolutely. Yeah.
When it's Trump's birthday and he has a UFC fight on the White House lawn, you're going to be there for him.
I'm here to support him.
Yeah,
I love our president.
Why do you love Donald Trump so much?
I love Donald Trump for closed borders, back to education, not indoctrination, and
back to I just love it. I love it. I just cannot. Just love the 1984. I love the 1984 shit. Okay, I love the 1984 shit. I love back to education and not indoctrination. Right, because that's what you're doing. That's what he's doing. He's doing going back to education. He's not doing indoctrination, right? Hilarious. I can't do cultural relative. I get it. You know what, Marzipan Power? I don't blame you. Listen, Marzipan Power. Listen, Marzipan Power. Marzipan Power says, I can't do cultural relativism for the U.S. I'm so sorry. I'm a bad sociologist. Marzipan Power, as a fellow social scientist, I don't blame you, okay? It's okay to ignore the academia for a little bit because, trust me, I have a hard fucking time doing it too, okay? As an American, I have a hard fucking time doing it, okay? I got you. Marzipan Power. We support you. Us Americans support you, okay? All education. Yeah, technically, we're Moore's Law. You're right. LaQuaba, I found that shirt on cheap for the internet. I'm sending it to you. Oh my God, LaQuaba, I hate you. If you do that, I will lose my goddamn mind. Okay, I will wear it on stream though. It'd be kind of ridiculous. All right. I would lose. Okay. We should do a call-in, guys, where I let like crazy evangelicals call in and talk to me about Jesus. I'll be like, we should do a convert the gay man stream. That would be kind of fun. I could wear my Jesus shirt and then we could have people call in, like, tell me about Jesus. And we could have like evangelicals call in. That'd be so fun. Oh my God. Anyway, I'll stop. SoCal, it is despicable, more despicable than January 6th, really, how this is being framed as some celebration of America. It is nothing more than a celebration of an infantile move moron with the size of with the ego the size of Russia. Oh my God, that's funny. Ego the size of Russia and the need for constant coddling. You're right. Of course it is, right? That's so funny. Okay.
He's doing a great job. I'm very proud of him.
What's his greatest accomplishment thus far?
I would say I'm really into the education, no indoctrination. I'm Moms for Liberty from Montgomery County. I'm a chapter chair. And I'm proud to stand up for these kids.
Oh, there we go. She's a member of a hate organization. Literally, Moms for Liberty is a registered hate organization. SoCal, if you want to send something to me, send me a private message in the Discord, and I will give you a PO box address, okay? So, guys, if anyone ever wants to send me something, just ask me in the Discord. I can give you an address to send it to, okay? I just don't like putting it out there so that my PO box doesn't overflow, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. Okay, I love it. Moms for Liberty is a hate organization. It's literally called by the SBLC a hate organization. That they literally, their whole job is to harass teachers and shit, and like try and harass schools and make them ban books and shit. Okay.
Why are you so excited to have the UFC?
Sir Bart, I hate you. I hate you, Sir Bart.
On the way.
Sir Bart, I'm poor. I had to get the small P.O. box, so I can't have a bunch of shit going into the P.O. box.
House lawn.
We get to show real men how to be real men on a real man's lawn. Fuck the liberals. Fuck that fake shit. We're all about USA. If you cut me, I bleed red, white, and blue, baby.
Now, I got to ask you, what's the best birthday gift you've ever gotten?
This guy right here. If you point to the camera, to this guy, that's my best birthday gift. I walked in.
They are so gay. Come on, Fetty. Fetty, do you see that? They're the gayest couple I've ever seen in my life. I don't know why I'm calling you out, Fetty. You're the one. Yeah, happy Pride. He keeps talking about his bro over here. He's like, he's my favorite. I love him so much. I love him so fucking much. They're going to start making out. I love this. This is hilarious. There you go. We're Morris Blob. An entire school district in Florida has a book review committee run by and created by at the request of Moms for Liberty. Great. They're an anti-LGBTQ organization, folks. They're an anti-LGBTQ hate group. Okay. I know, right, TJ? They're so fucking gay. I love it. I love it. You know what? I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them. I just wish they would admit it on camera.
The universe gifted him to me, and now here we are, about to walk through this gate.
Oh, this is kind of cute. The universe gifted him to me. Oh my God, this is so romantic. So, Cal, do you know these two guys? These are the two guys who lurk behind a glory. So, Cal, I hate you.
USA, baby, red, white, and blue.
Anti-history.
And so Donald Trump gave his big birthday gift to himself. A bunch of guys wrestling around, fighting in front of him.
That's all I need. That's all I need. I need men wrestling in front of me while I get to the gate. All right, let's go, baby. USA, baby.
Happy birthday, Donald Trump. Let's have some fucking fun.
Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? Are you 6? Are you 7? Are you 8?
Wait, what is that? I don't get that. What's that? Why is he saying are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? What does that mean? I'm honestly asking.
Are you 9? Are you 10? Today is Donald Trump's birthday, as you know.
Yes, I'm here to wish him a happy birthday and support the American.
Look at the shirt he's wearing, guys. The Donald Trump fight shirt. The Donald Trump fight. This is great. I love this. This is cute. This is cute.
250th anniversary today.
And what are your thoughts on Donald Trump having the UFC event on his birthday on the White House lawn?
Well, we got to look at Joe Biden when he had his gay pride out here with all the transvestites.
Those were not transvestites, and that is really, that's a slur if you use it in that way. So this guy, this guy will be one of, remember, guys, I just want like I just want a little re-education camp. Can we just have a little just as a treat, a small little re-education camp? He'd be one of the first ones to go there. Okay. First ones to go there. Yeah. Exactly. You're right. Look, that's a good point. He's kind of celebrating the death of a civilian because there was an innocent person killed at Trump's rally. Okay. I only permit Tim Curry to use that word. Right, weird amorphous blob, right? That's a that word. Now, guys, in some cases, using that word, just avoid using that word. Okay, that is a slur when used to talk about trans people. Okay, let's put it that way. I don't know how to frame this. Anyway.
So you can't knock President Trump, and we can't knock Joe Biden. I think it's an equal fight right there.
And what are your thoughts on Pride?
I'm sorry, what's that?
On Pride Month.
I got a lot of gay friends, so what about doing a heterosexual month for a whole month?
We need to have a heterosexual month. Guys, no offense to the straight people out there. That'd be such a fucking boring month. Oh my God, that'd be a boring month. What do straight people do that's entertaining? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean when I say that. I mean, like, what is a culturally straight thing? I'm honestly asking, what are culturally straight things? Yeah, every month is straight month. I don't know what this means. Yeah, my brother in Christ, definitely no gay friends. Yeah, like literally, heterosexual month is every fucking month. Okay. Admittedly, though, I kind of agree with this. Maybe we should only have 1 month devoted for straight people. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, blue jeans. Like, what is the cowboy hats? Like, I don't get it. Well, I don't know. I don't know, Sir Bart. Cowboy hats are kind of gay at this point. Just ask LaCroix. Anyway, I'm just not sure what it means. Like, everything is straight all the time. We live in a heteronormative society. And nothing, I mean, you know, okay, whatever.
You know.
Okay.
Should a UFC fight be happening on the White House lawn in front of where the president lives? Is that a good look for the United States internationally?
There you go.
From a French perspective.
From a French perspective, what?
It's an American thing. Like.
What does that mean? It sounds like you think an American thing, maybe not in the
Does he have a beer can with an American flag on it?
best way, or?
No. I mean, like, there's only in America that things like that could happen, you know, and like all the.
But in France, are people saying only in America?
We could,
like
Dollywood, we could do that. We could let the straights have that. I would agree with that. That's fair.
it's a good thing,
It
or
will never happen in France. It will never happen in France.
What are your thoughts on
This guy is French. He doesn't look French. He looks American, but okay.
on a cage match taking place
Yeah,
on the
TJ.
lawn of the White House?
Amazing.
Yeah.
I do like this. Look behind here, guys. I'm trying to get a positive out of this video. Do you see the? If you go to DC, you'll see signs like this. There's a "No War in Iran" sign back here. Good for him. Good for them. I mean, there you can see there are some remnants of resistance going on in DC. Just a little positive note there.
It's for the 250th birthday. It's amazing for the people here. You know, we're all having a good time. It doesn't get more patriotic than that.
Yeah. Blood sport on the lawn of the White House?
Huh?
Blood sport on the lawn of the White House?
Drusilla.
What's Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment thus far?
No, guys, I know I'm being racist about the French. Listen, I'm saying that guy is dressed and is like acting like an American. Okay, like he has an American. Like obviously, there's no difference like between French and English people or whatever. I mean, the French can kind of have a look sometimes. I'm joking. I'm not really being racist. I'm just saying. He's not like dressed like a Frenchman. Okay, he doesn't have the cultural norms associated with France. Whatever. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know. I'm being racist. Fuck. Who cares? I don't care.
Just being a real ass motherfucker. Being a real ass motherfucker, bruh.
And why are you such a fan of his?
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid.
Like I said, he just keeps it real.
Yeah.
He keeps it real. Whether you like it or not, it's real.
And he's profited
I hate you,
$5 billion since he became president and his own personal businesses. Are you okay with that? Sitting president profiting off of being president?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Is that the American dream?
Amazing.
Profiting while being leader of the country?
Yeah. What was the original American dream? Profiting and getting rich and having a dream, right?
Do we know how the original Americans sought to get rich, folks? We know how they originally sought to get rich. Why? One, by owning slaves and using cash crops to make a lot of money using slave labor. They also like to get rich by taking land from natives and doing ethnic cleansing and taking the land and then getting wealthy off of that land. So I'm not sure if he wants to go back to that and be like, well, that's the American dream, isn't it? Ethnic cleansing and slavery. That's cute.
Yeah. All right, so what are you most excited about for the UFC Freedom 250?
UFC Freedom 250, man. I'm excited to see the itemized receipt on how much it's going to cost taxpayers. You know, I'm here as a fan, whatever. But this is a government-funded event, so we'll see what's going on.
And do you think?
Wait a minute. Do we have someone who's competent here? Is he actually against it? Is he critiquing the fact that government tax dollars are going to this?
Donald Trump should be paying people with cryptocurrency from a company that he owns?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think there's a lot of corruption at the federal level, and unfortunately, our lawmakers aren't doing enough to fucking weed it out. And it's a terrible thing, man. I'm a big-ass WWE fan. UFC falls in line because, you know, they're owned by the same company and stuff. But I wish it could be a lot different, man. And I got a lot of hope for the country. And, you know, maybe November will play out something better.
RU46, RU47.
Okay, not bad.
RU48, RU49. Do you think some of the events around Pride are inappropriate?
I think so. You know, especially for little kids. You know,
like seeing men, like jacked men in their underwear rolling around with each other. Is that inappropriate?
Even some of the Pride events, there's no underwear. They're riding bicycles naked.
But if you saw.
That is so funny. He's making such a good point. He's like, wait a minute. So do you think it's okay then to have like barely dressed men punching each other and like humping each other and bleeding out on each other and like getting all sweaty together on a stage? Yeah, that's fine. Well, but you don't like Pride? Okay, that's hilarious to me. Yeah. By the way, guys, there are women who ride ride bikes naked. Like, what does he mean that that's a gay thing? People like there are straight people. There are a lot of straight men who go around only wearing like athletic shorts when they're on a jog. Trust me, I know. When I'm driving, I can see them. Anyway, so like it's very funny, G's feelings. Anyway, I don't know what he's
like
talking about.
Two men who are just like super jacked in their underwear rolling around. Should children be able to see that?
I don't discriminate. I don't discriminate. I just don't like. I don't think it's a. Me personally, if I had kids, I wouldn't want them around my kids.
Why'd you come out here tonight?
I came here to go watch UFC, see Oxborough kick some ass, maybe fight
Apparently, Doug, nudity is a gay thing. I'm very confused.
And it's 6-5. Take care.
Take care.
Got Derek Lewis by pulling his pants down in the
Outer Signal, that's so funny. Outer Signal says, you don't understand, CR. Pride makes my pee-pee tingle in ways you don't understand. Oh, I think I do understand, and I think that's the problem for them, right? I think that's what they're worried about. Anyway, okay. Yeah, that would be very, yeah, that guy's on Grindr for sure. Yeah, there you go. We're Murphy's blob, right? I could see riding a bike topless, but I'd need something between my skin and the seat. Yeah, that's true. Fetty, oh, sorry, Jonas, I saw a nude biker in central London once. I just thought, damn, if you drop, that's going to be painful. Yeah. You're going to get, what is it called? Road rash? Road rash? That's fun. What about pulling pants down? Right, okay, Tater Tot, I didn't see anyone naked at my Pride. Dang it, right? Hilarious, okay? Oh, my goodness. All right.
The size of his meat downstairs would take out Josh Hogan.
Hey, how big?
Guys, this is the gayest shit I've ever seen in my life. Seriously. Did he just say we're going to see the size of his meat downstairs? What the fuck is happening here? I'm very confused. Is this a Pride celebration or like a UFC fight? I'm very confused. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
His meat. I don't know, man. I'm black below the waist, so I know it myself. So, you know, I don't know if I want to say.
Well, that's not racially. That's okay. Whatever. That's great. Great. Love that. Yeah, that's kind of a racial thing there, kind of a racial stereotype. Yeah, they are admittedly LaQual. Some gay guys are too. Some bi guys, some gay guys are also kind of weird about dick size. Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Yeah, that is racist. But like, okay. Whatever. It's just weird. Like, why are they out here talking about their genitals? Like, okay, this is like, Jesus. Freud would have some things to say about this. All right.
Too much more, but yeah.
You think his meat's pretty big?
Of course. What the fuck? All right, wait, what?
He was saying, whose meat were you talking about?
I used to be a butcher in my past life, but they don't call me Dexter Morgan for no reason.
Okay.
I don't get that reference. Yeah, that seems pretty gay to me. I'm really, this is like, I don't get what they're talking about.
What does that mean?
You ever seen Dexter?
It's like the serial killer show?
I thought it was a book.
Yeah, why do they care?
A book before the show on Showtime?
I read it on a newspaper once.
Donald Trump, it's his birthday today. He's having
what the fuck was
cage
that?
match on the lawn of the White House. There's Monster Energy all
so
over
cringe.
the place, logos. There's Bud Light logos. There's crypto.
Guys, we're literally living in Idiocracy. We really need to watch Idiocracy sometime soon. Can we watch Idiocracy during a late night stream sometime? Because we're literally living in Idiocracy. They're apparently you know, there's like Monster. There's all these advertisements everywhere at this birthday event. There's like Monster Energy drink advertisements everywhere. It's fucking Idiocracy, okay? I mean, dear God. That is true, Alyssa. The president in Idiocracy was a better president than Trump.
Logos. How do you feel about that?
I feel that every president in the history of its presidency has used a lawn for many other activities.
Are you proud to see the UFC happening on the White House lawn?
Jonas, it's basically fascism, okay?
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's I think there's a lot of different people that don't like it for some reasons, and a lot.
Betty's in the manosphere. This guy looks like a manosphere type, doesn't he? I think he's a manosphere type. He has that look to him, doesn't he? Or that is a neo-Nazi. If you notice, a lot of manosphere types and neo-Nazis have very like well done hair and very well trimmed faces, and I'll have a cross around their necks. I just suspect he's either a neo-Nazi or a manosphere type, or probably both. Just my opinion. Hello, Inverted Panda.
A lot of people like it for other reasons, but I think it's a really cool way to.
Yeah, he would not host. That is true, Fetty. He would not host. He's a DL.
Get people out and about, right?
Okay. Well, what are the reasons you think some people don't like it?
I think some people definitely think that it's like disrespecting, I guess, like the front lawn, I guess, of the White House. And I guess I could see that, but I'm also like, just let, a couple punches be thrown. It's not a big deal.
You guys got a message for Donald Trump on his
Jesus,
birthday?
yeah, skin-tight jeans, right? Jeez. He's a neo-Nazi, metrosexual, manospherical bottom. That SoCal, exactly.
Yeah, I love you, Donnie. I love you. I love you, DC to Don.
I didn't get yours. What'd you say?
I said, happy birthday, Trump.
Did you say something as well?
Happy birthday, Trump.
All right, 80 years old. Any advice to him?
We need you in another 4 years.
You want 4 more years?
Even if it's
yay. 12. I want 16 more years of Donnie.
When he's 96, you want him to be president?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Even if he's asleep drooling on himself?
Donnie Trump for president, 2032.
Is he going to see this?
Yep.
Let me in the White House card. I'm famous, I swear.
What the fuck?
All right, very funny stuff.
We are here
Very
at UFC
funny.
Freedom 250.
Is this the National Archive right here? It looks like the National Archive. I think this is the building where they keep the, I think this is the National Archive, but this is where they keep the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence.
Guys, are you going to the UFC thing or what are you
It's actually kind of, I'm sorry, I'm doing something nerdy, but it's kind of a cool building. It literally, just from like a design perspective, because the room that they keep the thing that they keep the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence in can literally be dropped into the ground into a nuclear bunker. I know that it's kind of stupid, but like, they can like drop it into the ground to protect it in case of a nuclear blast. Regardless, I mean, it's kind of disturbing that we need to worry about that Ann needs to be worried about, and it's just a document. But still, it's kind of a cool building in that way. It's interestingly designed.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And who do you have for the main event?
Main event.
Gaethje, man. Gaethje.
Man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the contribution. Really, Dolly Boy just gave 400 bits. Thank you, Dolly Boy. You know I love you deeply. Mwah, you get a kiss. Maybe I should stop kissing people. Is that kind of a salty? Oh, well, whatever. Fuck it. I do what I want.
What about the other main event?
Sue
Alex,
me.
man.
Alex.
And what about the other main event, the third one?
Third one? Oh, Hokit.
And what about the fourth one? I'm talking about a different one.
Which one?
Donald Trump versus Sleep.
I think Donald got that.
Trump.
You don't think he's gonna fall asleep?
Nah, I think Donald got it.
Okay, because he's been falling asleep in a lot of places. You wouldn't expect him to fall asleep lately.
Yeah, I know, Dolly.
80
You
years
know,
old?
I know that, Gwen. Okay, so Gwen says there's guys with assault rifles around the crown jewels behind bulletproof glass. Yeah, Gwen, I actually got yelled at by them. So here's a fun story. I saw the crown jewels. They were sitting at guys, the UKers out there, you're gonna make fun of me. I was the dumb American tourist. We went to the Tower of London, okay, the Tower of London, where they like had set up the crown jewels. I think that's where they are still, aren't they? They're still at the, and you get to go into the crown jewels, and I was not paying attention, so I did not notice the multiple signs. I literally didn't see them that said, don't take pictures of the crown jewels. So oopsie daisy, I pulled out my phone. I pulled out my phone to take pictures of the crown jewels, and like I got yelled at so loud. They're like, put away your phone. I'm like, so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just a dumb little gay American. Anyway, and so I put those away. I don't know. It was funny, though. It was funny, and it was embarrassing. And I'm like, oopsie. But anyway, so I did make that sense. I didn't see the signs! Guys, that was the only dumb thing I did when I was abroad, okay? That was the only dumb thing I did when I was abroad. I mean, I may have done other dumb things. But I literally didn't see the signs. Like, I didn't see them. And whatever. Fuck you.
He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah. Flag Day, you guys are wearing the American flag. I have to ask, you're in violation of flag code. How do you feel about that?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I don't care. I don't care. I get annoyed with them talking about flag code. I know. It's kind of whatever. It is, but who cares? I don't care about flag code.
Our nation's capital lies something greater.
I do not, Jonas. How dare you?
Sure. You know, our founding fathers always dreamed there would be Monster Energy logos all over the White House. A historic day for the United States of America.
Yeah,
would you like to see the Bible taught in schools?
Absolutely.
Taught in schools, yeah.
Yes, I love Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk actually got me back to church.
And
oh God, guys, she carries the flame. She certainly carries the flame, doesn't she?
Are there books you'd want to see banned in schools?
Yes. And they say book banning, but it's not really book banning. Why are young children learning how to have sex in 5th grade?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that it is book banning. What do you mean it's not book banning? You're literally saying it's not book banning. We just want to ban books. What? Huh? I'm sure it was a holy day. Everything you know, James.
I read about a book that
Very funny.
that has 2 daughters.
I know. Yeah, Charlie Kirk never wants to talk whenever I have him on, Dolly Boy. Guys, remember when I had Charlie Kirk on, and he just never answered any questions. You know, I don't know. He's kind of rude. Never answered any questions. I actually invited him today. You know, do you remember this, guys? Do you remember when I invited Charlie Kirk on? You know, Charlie Kirk. So, how would you tell us? Do you think it's rude for people to be upset about your death? Wow, Charlie Kirk is silent. I don't know what that's about. He's kind of a rude asshole, isn't he? Kind of asshole. Why would you do that? Why would you just sit there quietly? Did something happen to Charlie Kirk? Anyway.
Getting their dad drunk.
What a shame,
and then
really.
Having sex with them. Should that be banned in schools?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Books where there's like just wipeouts of all like.
You heard him? Well, I didn't hear him, LaCroix.
Whole groups of people. Get rid of that.
Just get rid of all.
I mean, I did hear a loud crack, and then what sounded like a fountain. I don't know if that was him. I don't know if that like the sound of like a sound of a gun. Or, I don't know, the sound of a loud crack, and then the sound of like a spray. I don't know, but I don't think that was him. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for that. Thank you for all that shit. Thank you for all the shit you just said and throwing shit at her face and stuff. Anyway, moving on.
All of that. How about math and reading?
But those things are in the Bible. What I just said.
Yeah.
So would you?
You know, too bad there wasn't a giant open canvas sitting near him, and then we would basically have another Jackson Pollock painting.
You'd like to have the Bible banned in schools?
I don't want the Bible banned.
Walked by yesterday, we heard dirt bikes flying around.
SoCal, you hit the interviewer. That was rude. You just hit the interviewer in the face with a golden tomato. That can kill people.
Around in front of the White House. Like, what do you think about that?
Dirt bikes in front of the White House?
Yeah.
Like on the White House property?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that, but I think that's kind of
yeah,
cool.
what the fuck, SoCal?
I don't think
rude.
anyone else would have done that. But like I always said, Trump is content president. He makes the best content.
USA, fuck that pussy shit. I'm a fucking conservative, but not with my hands. Bop, 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 bop.
You know what that is?
Wow. I mean, he's right, first of all, that Trump is a content president, but what the fuck was that? I'm like kind of traumatized. What was he saying? Yeah, we should do a seance session for Charlie Kirk. All right. What? I'm very confused. He said, what was he saying? I'm going to go back a bit. I literally had trouble hearing it.
The best content.
USA, fuck that pussy shit. I'm a fucking conservative, but not with my hands. Bop, 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 bop.
You know what that is?
I'm a fucking conservative, but not with my hands. Okay, wow, that's deep mental illness. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you, Jonas, for that. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for that, okay? That is clearly mental illness, I believe, okay?
Yeah, I think that's, what is that, from Sanford and Son?
No, from...
We could do a virtual Ouija board for Charlie Kirk.
Golden Girls, Estelle Getty.
Right, that's it. Golden Girls, right.
Older or younger than Trump, Estelle Getty?
She's probably about the same.
No, she was much younger than Trump when this was 67 years old.
You fooled me.
Okay.
You're right, LaCroix.
Who's this? Who's this?
That's, what is that, Matt Rooney?
This is from Rocky, remember? Rocky.
What was his name? I really don't know.
Mickey.
Oh, thank you, Philly Cheese. Thank you for the kiss. I give you a kiss back, Philly. Look, I just kissed the cat's ass. Oopsie. Anyway, thank you, Philly Cheese. You're the best.
Mickey Rooney, right? Mickey Rooney, correct.
Mickey from Rocky. What do you think? Older or younger than Trump?
No, Louise. Listen, Louise. You're a human. We're human. Everyone's human. You can criticize the American lunatics. You can criticize the UK lunatics. You can criticize anti-human people everywhere. Okay, I give you permission. I give you the A pass. You can yell at Americans all you want. Okay.
I'd say probably older.
No, he was much younger. This was in his 60s here. Trump's 80.
Well, look at the picture. It's kind of like distorted.
All right. Carl Fredrickson from Up. You ever see Up?
Yeah, I think he's younger, much younger.
The old guy from Up whose wife dies?
I would say he's younger.
Yeah, he is younger.
You're
He was 76, just a few years younger, but he was old. Hell. Are you 78? Are you 79? Are you 80?
I don't know how old he is.
He's 80. Sorry, that's why I counted 80.
Wow. That's awesome.
All right. Who is that?
Is it?
President Trump. I see he's probably resting his eyes for a couple minutes.
For a couple minutes.
I wouldn't say a couple of minutes, maybe a couple of seconds.
SoCal.
I mean, listen, me
Good
personally,
throw.
when I go out, sometimes I rest
Thank
my
you, SoCal.
eyes for a break, and somebody, hey, nod.
Yeah, he's just resting his eyes. Oh my God, do they actually believe that shit? Okay. Like, honestly, I don't care if okay, whatever. Those meetings are all, like, performative anyway. In front of the cameras, they're performative. If the man wants to sleep, let him sleep. But, like, I really don't give a shit. I really don't. But, like, obviously, it's still a problem, though, right? It's a problem that we have a president who can't stay awake, right? It is a problem there. But I do think it's funny how, like, okay, well, whatever. It's a problem, all right? But like to say that he just wants to rest his eyes, whatever, hilarious.
You got to wake up a little bit.
Gotta wake up. Should a president be falling asleep in cabinet meetings?
Everybody falls asleep.
All right, so we are here outside the UFC fight at the White House. The roads are blocked. People are happy. People are sad. People are hot. I'm hot. We ran a little bit.
Yeah, at least we no longer have Sleepy Joe, right? Like, okay, that's so stupid.
Learned a little bit. We prayed a little bit. It's a wonderful day here for all of us at the Good Liars. Jason.
Oh my God, hilarious, Jonas. You actually had to do that? You had to explain to someone that Hitler wasn't misunderstood and that Oswald Mosley was scum? Who the fuck was that? Jesus, okay. Meetings as believable as the ones run by Constantine Turchin. Right, Macon? Oh my God, good reference. Imagine Obama falling asleep. I know. Yeah, that would have been funny, right? That would have been funny. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jonas.
Selvig, take care of yourself and each other. Jerry Springer.
Oh my God, fucking clown show we live in. I don't even know what else to add to that. Like, we've seen a lot of this shit. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Yep, we're living in a fucking clown show. Yay. Let's find a palate cleanser. I think it'd be a good time, guys, for a palate cleanser, don't we all? It's probably a good time for a palate cleanser. Let's see what we have here. We, okay. Jesus Christ, what is this? I'm going to watch Philly Cheese's thing. Okay, oh my God, this is not going to be a palate cleanser.
Traffic,
but it's fine. We'll be fine, guys. We'll be fine. We'll survive. Okay, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We're just going to watch this non-palate cleanser, and then we'll watch a palate cleanser. This was sent to us by what's the term? No, I agree. I liked it, LaQuai. I liked it. I'm disturbed, okay? This was sent to us by Philly Cheese. It'll probably be disturbing also. It's only a couple minutes long. It is Meridian's police department are often the first on this police drones. Oh, good. Yay.
Property taxes and public safety, all taking center stage at Meridian's State of the City address. I'm neighborhood reporter Ali Tripke detailing the major projects that are shaping the city's future and speaking with police about their new drone resources that they're using to respond to crime.
Oh, God.
During the nearly hour-long address, Mayor Robert Simison highlighted a wide range of...
He's a mayor. He looks like a cop. He has cop phrenology. But, okay, whatever.
Projects, including renovations at the Cherry Lane Library, transportation improvements like the Linder Road overpass, upgrades at the city's wastewater treatment facility, investments in education, and Meridian's growth in the business community. But with growth comes added costs, and the city is proposing a 3% property tax increase, along with taking up to 2% in foregone revenue to help offset rising expenses.
While Meridian is financially stable, we are navigating real fiscal pressure.
All right.
Once again, operational expenses are up across the board. Revenues such as liquor taxes and utility franchise fees are projected to decrease by roughly $600,000 next year for the city.
Public safety was also a major focus.
Oh, no.
In addition to license plate reader cameras being installed.
Oh my God, fucking license plate reader cameras. I hate that shit.
Throughout the city, Meridian police are now using drones to respond to calls.
We are currently averaging about 12 flights per day, with the drone being the first police resource on scene.
It's fucking RoboCop. It's fucking RoboCop.
2/3 of the time among those flights.
Police say funding for the drones came from eliminating vacant positions within the department. I spoke with Meridian Police Chief Tracy Basadachea, who says the technology is already helping improve officer and community safety.
Wait, do they have guns, Drusilla? It'd be funny if they did.
And we were able to use that drone to follow that suspect and monitor the suspect, as well as we were able to use a drone to witness the suspect putting his firearm down in the on the dash of the
They were just following a suspect with a drone like it's like one of those hunter killers from the Matrix. Jesus Christ.
vehicle when he ultimately surrendered. So we were able to relay that information to the officers in real time, which obviously kept our officers more safe.
The fire department has also seen faster response times thanks to new dispatch technology implemented last year. But another public safety concern remains top of mind for many neighbors and city leaders: the unsafe use of e-bikes and electric motorcycles, especially among teens.
So if your kid gets stopped on it, they can be cited for failure to purchase a driver's license, failure to register a vehicle, and failure to insure that vehicle. And they are going to get those citations.
Looking ahead, the city is continuing to evaluate the future location of the 9th fire station.
Okay, that's so gross. All right. Jesus. Yeah, like exactly, LaQual. You know what that reminds me of, guys? What is that Family Guy hall monitor? Do you remember this? Yeah, this is an old Family Guy thing. Watch.
And our schools are the safest around thanks to the Hall Monitor XLK.
Halt. Present hall pass.
Right here.
Second request. Present hall pass.
Right here.
Security breach. Security breach.
Yeah, that's what's going to end up happening. We're going to have a bunch of hall monitors that are like, you know, anyway. Okay, that's fun. Love that for us. Good. Good. Love that. All right, let's find, you know, everything's going so swimmingly well, guys. Everything is going swimmingly well. Let me find a palette cleanser here. I'm going to go up the page a bit. Up the page a bit. Let's see here. Alyssa. A funny that is actually just tragic. Light relief. Okay, I just and then I'll go. I'll do the Owen Jones one after this, Drusilla. This was sent to us by Louise. A palette cleanser. When someone hits a golf ball in your backyard and my dad goes and lays next to it. What the fuck? Okay.
Wait for him to pull up first.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
And then run out. And there he is.
Of course, Inga. That is so evil. That is so evil, but funny as fuck. That is so fucking funny. That is such a dad-coded thing. I love that. Okay, that was pretty funny. Next time, guys, you get, you know, a ball gets hit
in Springfield, there.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I don't need to hear Donald Trump. Let's watch what Drusilla sent us real fast here.
You can't now say,
This is, you can go to prison for 14 years for saying this. Oh, God. Is it like Palestine Action or something, Drusilla? I bet.
You can't now say, I support Palestine Action. That's an illegal offence. You can't say, I support Palestine Action with all my heart. You can get arrested and sent to prison for 14 years for doing that.
Skating around it, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm saying it's illegal.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
I'm saying it's illegal. I'm saying it's illegal to say, I support Palestine Action and that they are...
I love him. I love him. Yes. Yes, you are, Jonas. You are. At least I think you are. And if you're not, fuck it. But that is very funny that I love Owen. Look at that. He's looking directly into the camera. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Fighting to stop a genocide. Yeah. You can get arrested and sent to prison for 14 years for saying that. And retired vicars are now being arrested and face prosecution for holding a placard saying, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action. This is absurd. Now, the average terror suspect arrested in England and Wales is a white woman in her 50s. The suffragettes, if we go back over 100 years, they committed far more extreme acts. They killed 40.
They literally, the suffragettes, guys, the radical suffragettes, they blew up a PM's or a member of parliament's like country home. They blew it up. They literally put bombs in like telephone boxes or telegraph boxes. They blew them up so that the police couldn't communicate and shit. They would go downtown. They were very based. They would go into like shopping districts and fill coats with like stones and bricks and start breaking all the windows. Like, yeah, based shit.
Sorry, but the suffragettes did not have the democratic means to vote for anyone that would change their outcome.
What's happening in the UK? What is happening in the UK? I swear to God. By the way, this woman looks like someone who would be on Fox News. Anyway.
They had to do that because there was no other way.
What democratic means do the Palestinian people have to stop the British government exterminating their children?
God. Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, that was very funny. It's the tan and it's the fake blonde hair. I got to tell you. I don't know. And then okay. Hilarious to me. I can't. Owen Jones is heroic. I love how he just like looked right into the screen. Right into the screen when he said that. This was sent to us by we'll watch Gwen Short and then we'll watch
Happy birthday to Trump.
Was a Spanish okay, so the Spanish government has been pretty opposed to Trump in a lot of ways. Right. Okay. Happy birthday, Mr. Genocide. Okay.
Happy birthday to Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. Genocide. ¿Qué celebra Europa? Podemos celebrar que hemos impedido un genocidio, que hemos parado una agresión ilegal de Estados Unidos e Israel contra Irán. Podemos celebrar que hemos roto relaciones con Israel, que hemos parado la ocupación del Líbano. No, nada de eso lo podemos celebrar. Entonces, ¿qué puede celebrar Europa? ¿Qué celebra usted, señora Calas? ¿Celebra el cumpleaños de...
Did they really do a thing to celebrate Trump's fucking birthday? Oh my God, they're such cucks. Come on, EU. Come on, EU. Get your shit together. Get your shit together, EU. You're supposed to be sovereign. You're not supposed to bend the knee to the Trump administration.
Donald Trump. Entonces, vamos a cantarle. Happy birthday to Trump. Happy birthday to Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. Genocide.
Funny. Okay. Dear God. Good for her. Based. Love it. Let's see what else we got. This was sent to us by Alyssa. So in Oklahoma, guys, the people of Oklahoma refused to pass a bill increasing the minimum wage. Yes, the people of Oklahoma. Wasn't it like a referendum or like a ballot initiative or some shit? I mean, it was a ballot initiative. Isn't that cute? I mean, people refuse to vote in their best interest no matter what. I swear to God. Anyway, there is a lot of propaganda out there that tried to push them from doing it, but still, okay? We can't even vote. We can't even convince our own people to vote to increase the minimum wage. Insane. All right, so let's see what... This is a joke about that.
I'm the median Oklahoma voter. Hold on, these make me look too smart. I'm the median Oklahoma voter, and I'm here today to explain to you why I shot my own self in the foot by refusing to vote to give my own self a raise. And it's honestly very simple when it comes down to it. Even though I am earning only $9 an hour, and so raising the minimum wage to $12 would have not only immediately changed my life, but also the lives of all of my children and all of their friends and all of my friends, I simply could not in good conscience do that. The issue is that it's not a flat dollar amount raise, it's a raise to a flat dollar amount, and what that means in actuality is that those losers down over at 7-Eleven who are browner than me, making $7.25 an hour, that means that they will also immediately get raised to $12 an hour, and then they're making the same as me, and then how do I know I'm better than them? How does anybody else know
oh my God,
I'm better than them? Does voting against raising the minimum wage mean that my life will continue to be unnecessarily
I didn't
difficult?
know your family was right-wing, or some people in your family were right-wing. I'm sorry about that.
My children will suffer for no reason, absolutely, but you know what else it means? Their children will suffer more. Also, it will make our economy exactly like California's.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means, and I cannot give you specifics, but I did see it on Facebook, and in the place where I saw it on Facebook, somebody used the word socialist a lot, so it kind of made me turn my brain off and just vote no. Me and my children will continue to exist on good, honest, capitalist government subsidies, like a good, God-fearing white Christian family. Please do not try to use data to explain to me that raising the minimum wage has worked in every other state they've tried it in, and it has not caused disproportionate inflation because number one, I do not know what the word disproportionate means, and number two, I did not finish high school, and so those numbers make my eyes glaze over. In conclusion, if you want more money, you need to prove to everyone that you're better than me, because I do not intend to do anything to get myself more money, and I need you to be in a worse position than I'm in so that I can feel good about myself without taking any action and improve my life, or more importantly, the lives of my children. After all, as the good book says, feed only those who make you feel good about yourself for doing it. And also, if a man doesn't work, let him not eat. But if a man works a job that I personally do not find compelling, also let him not eat. Thank you and God bless.
I love her.
Hi,
She's
I'm
hilarious.
the median Oklahoma voter.
Oh my God, that is so true. That is so fucking true. That is so funny. Okay. Drizilla, surprised she finished elementary school. Right? Oh my God. Jesus. Gwen, my dad supported Trump until he was elected and he saw shit. At least he was against Trump when he died. That is good, Gwen. Okay. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Thank you, Alyssa. That was good. That's dark, but also funny. All right. Let's see what else we got here, guys. We have, let's watch. Oh my goodness. Look what we have here. Oh my God. Great. This was sent to us by Jay Williams. Jay Williams. I'm sure he sent us something very hinged and very normal that won't make us lose our minds. So Jesus Christ. Oh God, which one of these should I choose? Oh, sweet God. Oh, oh my God. Oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Is this a serious thing? I think I've seen this before at some point. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Okay, this one was sent to us by Jay Williams. This one is called, oh my God, right? I know, right, elevator lady? This one is called, Jay only sends normal videos, right? This one is called Nestle Alpine White commercial. I suspect this is going to go very poorly, all right? Is this the 80s or the 90s? Whatever. I'm sure it sounds like it might be a bit racial, okay? So I just suspect this might have a racial component to it, all right? Now, I know, guys, racism has been fixed ever since Obama was elected. Racism has been fixed, okay? But, you know, at a different time, in a different place, there was still racism in this country, okay? Right now, there's no racism, obviously. It's all been fixed. But when there, you know, back when there was racism, there were things like that. I'm joking, obviously. I'm joking, okay? This is the 1980s. This is clearly, okay, everyone ready? This is going to be terrifying. Pleasant storming. What is with the storms? This is a weird way to start it, but that's okay. By the way, guys, that comment about Obama is unironic. There are people out there who say that. The Americans out here know this. There are people who say, well, we elected a black president. Racism is over. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, anyway. N-E-S-T-L-E-S. Creamy white. White. Everything's white. Okay, this is kind of fucked up. Why are all the people white in the video too? Yes. Oh God, this is fucked up. This is so, okay, listen. Okay. It's literally, the song is kind of hypnotizing, right? I'm going to get this stuck in my head now. N-E-S-T-L-E-S. Now listen, guys, listen. Not very subtle. Now, here's the question. I'm honestly asking. Do we think that these people are just, the people who made this are just kind of dumb and they don't get what they're doing and they're used to only hiring white people? Or do you think they're purposely only showing white people? Probably that one, right? We're guessing that one. In any case, it's either racist on purpose or racist not on purpose. And in either case, it's racist, right? I know Outer Signal, right? Like, this is dark. She just meant that she had good right, okay. All right. God, awful. Jesus. Okay. Ew. N-E-S-T-L-E-S. Yeah, they wanted to buy the rights to water, literally. You're right, Liquid Alicorn. I also have that stuck on my head still. Just stop, say no, and go, go, go. I still have that stuck in my head too. Thanks, Jay. White horses even? This is so fucked up. Why do we keep seeing all these straight people? Jesus. Okay, you know what? That was disturbing. Let's do another one of Jay's here since we're on that. Sam is racist against horses. Hilarious, LaCroix, kind of actually. Those people are lavender, maybe. Okay, white horses were part of Ridley Scott's famous ad. What Ridley Scott's famous ad? What famous ad there, Ribbonberry? All right. Straight people couldn't do that. I know, right? That was so straight. Anyway. Okay. But I will say, guys, if we do have a heterosexual month, that should be an ad that we play. That was very straight. Okay, that was very straight. All right. That was definitely heterosexual month ad. Okay, let's find where'd I do with this shit? Okay, so let's do another one from Jay, just because these are. I'm addicted and I can't stop. Oh my God, Jay has gotten me addicted to these videos, and I think we all love them dearly, don't we? Am I the only one addicted to these videos, or am I like mentally ill? I mean, we know I'm mentally ill, but is this because I'm mentally ill? Okay, what the fuck, Jay, are these? What is this? Like, I keep seeing a bunch here, but they're all a song about genitals. Okay, why not? Why the fuck not? You know, YOLO, right? You only live once anyway. Might as well just do it. Okay, switch account. Okay, Jesus Christ.
We often feel embarrassed or even feel some shame.
Okay, a song about genitals. All right, sweet Jesus, God help us all. Hopefully this will be educational. I know you love genitals, Drusilla. I know you love genitals. Okay, here we go.
But when speaking of our private parts, here's what to proclaim. That penis is what boys have down in front. Penis is the word, though it seems blunt. All boys have a penis, so no matter what you've heard, remember that penis is the proper word. Vulva is...
You know, honestly, I gotta tell you, I don't mind this. This is a good teaching exercise, right? It's a way of remembering these things, right? Use the right words. You would be shocked at the number of people who don't know the right words for these things, okay? Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Well, we'll see if it gets creepy, but I don't mind this as an educational tool.
It's what girls have down below.
Even though most people call it vagina, and some children call it Virginia.
Vulva. When
What?
she's naked, it will show. All girls have a vulva, so no matter what you've heard, remember that vulva is the proper word. Both boys and girls have breasts. Each person recognizes.
That was a
they're
weird cut.
found upon our chests.
Okay.
And grow to different sizes. Our anus is a useful thing indeed.
Yeah.
The anus gives relief in time of need. We all have an anus, so no matter what you've heard, remember that anus is the proper word. So don't be appalled, because that's what they're called, and each of them's the proper word.
Hey, you know what? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It was educational. Do you remember that teacher? What was her name? She did the she's from South Africa. Don't touch my private parts. What is it? Don't. Yeah, seriously, LaCroix. Okay, do we remember this lady? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And there were people who didn't like it because they're monsters, but this was brilliant. Listen.
These are my private parts, private parts, private parts. These are my private parts. No one should touch them. No one should squeeze them. And if you touch my private parts, private parts,
private parts.
And
if you touch my private parts, I will tell my mother. I will tell my father. I will tell my teacher.
These are my private parts, private parts, private parts. These are my private parts. No one should touch them.
No one should squeeze them. If you touch my private parts, private parts, private parts. And if you touch my private parts, I will tell my mother. I will tell my father. I will tell my teacher. Okay? I mean, that is a great way of teaching that. And it's fun and it'll stick in your head now. You will remember this, Jay Williams. Jay Williams says, yes, CR, don't touch or squeeze my private parts or I'll tell my parents. Very funny, Jay Williams. Very funny, okay? But like, yeah, like, and there were people getting mad at this teacher and being like, this is so inappropriate. Why would you do that? It's like, oh my God. It's like, this is teaching. Like, what? Do you have a better way of teaching this? This is a great way. This is a great way to teach kids, like, do not let people touch you inappropriately, okay? And if they do, tell your parents, tell the teacher, tell someone. Yeah, exactly, Fetty. So, okay. Yeah, it's informative. So, like, but, you know, people are so fucking puritanical. By the way, a lot of people really liked this, too. A lot of teachers have copied this model. Mr. CR, someone touched my private... Look, I hate you so much. That's so disgusting. Anyway, you disgust me. Anyway, so you both disgust me. You and Jay Williams disgust me. Anyway, all right. Let's go on to another video, right? That was kind of fun. Let's watch this one. This was sent to us by James. I'm sorry. I'm addicted. We'll just watch another one. I know I said just one more, but we're going to do one more. Okay, so here we go. Thanks, LaCroix. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. Anus. Anus is the proper word. It is, Gwen. Way too late. All the money in the world. What is this about?
Thanks for saving me life, lad. Who or what are you? A leprechaun, lad. You're a leprechaun? Like the little people from Ireland? Exactly. Now, the hook, please. Gosh!
I'm deeply concerned about where this is going.
A real leprechaun in Cedarville. Dang, donkey ears! Flan, that's a great name. I'm Quentin.
What? Well, I'm sorry. What was the name? What?
Quentin, now you've got your 3 wishes. Think carefully before using them. Right. I wish for all the money in the world.
Guys, listen. When you do... Guys, listen. Listen. Jay Williams, don't you start with me, Jay Williams. Don't you start with me. Listen, guys, listen. When you... Guys, the next time an extra-dimensional or mythical creature comes to you and grants you wishes, either contact a lawyer first, okay? Either contact a lawyer first or be very careful about how you word things, right? So, yeah, if you want to request all the money in the world, you better frame it correctly. First of all, I would recommend you you say something like, please deposit it in an interest-free deposit account that I can access whenever and wherever I want, and that no one will ever steal and no one will ever know about, and I'll never be taxed on it or anything, okay? Just make sure you have to add a lot, you got to add a lot of qualifiers there. Also, if you were to request a bunch of money, all the money in the world, that would imply you're taking everyone else's money. They're not going to like that too much, okay? They're not going to like that too much. So you're also going to want to make sure that it doesn't affect the planet so that you can do it without being lynched or whatever, okay, for stealing everyone's money. So you're going to have to use a lot of like, you know, you're going to have to use a lot of language. I would recommend getting a lawyer, okay, and offer to pay them from the money afterwards. Just do something, you know, be smart about it. That's all I'm saying. This is a public service announcement. No, Philly cheese. See, that was his mistake. He should have made sure he's like, I don't want it in bills. I don't want physical bills. It should be in an account. Yeah, guys, imagine if something like a bunch of 50-cent half dollars start raining down and like kill everyone in the town. Right? Like kill everyone in the town. Like that. This is why you got to be careful. Those leprechauns, they can be wily. You can't trust them. See, now that sounds racist. I'm not talking about Irish people, okay? Or jinns. You can't trust jinns either. Jinns will fuck with you, all right?
Quentin, you are now the richest person in all the world.
George, what's happening? Are you all right?
We're okay.
I know, Gwen. I'm just being an asshole, okay?
What's all this money? What on earth?
Quentin, who is this?
My name is Flan. He's a leprechaun.
A what?
Leprechaun.
You mean like the little people from Ireland?
I hate you so much, the claw.
Exactly.
But aren't you just a legend?
Of course not, Dad. He's real, and he's a friend.
Well, I'll be hog-tied.
We interrupt this program to bring you a news bulletin.
Did he say, will I be hog-tied? Is that a phrase that people use? That's interesting.
Reports are coming in worldwide.
That's kind of dark, being hog-tied.
That all the money in the world has disappeared.
Yeah, see, I'm telling you, this is why you got to be careful. You're going to drain all the treasuries of the world.
National trade has halted. The New York Stock Exchange is closed. More details to follow.
Gosh, things really seem bad.
Yeah, and I guess it's all my fault.
Gee, what are you doing, Quentin?
I don't know what's going on. You wished for money, Quentin, not friends.
Young man, the president of the Get back!
By the way, that's actually kind of dark because that's like classic American military law enforcement. Now, admittedly, let's be honest, in a normal situation, he probably would have killed the family before killing the leprechaun. I'm just saying, 3 black people with all the world money in the world versus 1 white leprechaun. We all know who he's shooting at first, but the point being here, yeah, that's kind of dark though, right?
A mighty tasty chocolate.
Flan, I'm told you have magical powers. What can you do?
See, probably the first thing the president would ask is, can you donate to my campaign? Do you mind donating like half of all that money in the world to my campaign, all right?
I can do that.
No, you misunderstand me. I mean, is there a magical solution to our problem?
Maybe there is, maybe there isn't.
And you can't tell me.
The world has its money back. I'll be on my way now.
Thanks for your help. The President of the United States.
This is real weird.
Clinton, that's really something.
Wow. That's it? Okay. Well, yeah, you're right. It's like the president's going to be like, can we send some of that money to Israel? Exactly. That's exactly what would happen. Okay. Thank you for that. That was weird. Thank you, Jay Williams. That was very strange. That was very strange. That was kind of fucked up. What's this? This is from Jonas.
What would you want to be in future? I would like to be an
Okay, this is from Jonas 5 years ago. It looks like it might be kind of a funny one. Let's watch.
engineer. Wow, engineer. And you? I would like to be a nurse. Yes.
Okay.
That's good. And ROC, what would you want to be in future?
Stand up.
Yes, you.
Stand up.
Stand up.
I would like to. I would like to be a terrorist.
What the fuck? What? Okay, that's pretty funny. Wait, LaCroix says, that's funny. LaCroix says, well, wouldn't you say life is strange? I guess, LaCroix, I guess life is strange. I mean, if you're trying to talk about the game, I guess. This is so funny.
ROC. A terrorist. Oh yeah, come here. Come out here. Yes, come here. Go outside. You. Come. Carry him out.
I said terrorist.
Like
Hold
you
it.
do.
Okay,
Shut up!
I want to be a teacher. Miss! Okay, I want to be a teacher.
You want to be a terrorist, right?
Teacher.
No, terrorist.
Okay, terror.
You want to be a terrorist?
I want to be like you.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. That is very dark. Okay, but funny. Very funny. Okay, that's funny. All right, that is cultural appropriation. My culture is not your comedy video. What do you mean, inverted panda? Okay. Jesus. Yeah, the teacher is anyway. That's pretty funny. All right. That's a Nigerian. Is that what is that? Where is that video from? Is it Nigerian? Okay. Obviously mocking the idea that like that's how that happens, right? Okay. All right, let's find this one was sent by Oxpecker. Oxpecker. Is Oxpecker here?
Are we from New York, Clapper?
This is from Oxpecker. This is called Is Therapy Making Me Gay? Is Therapy Making Me Gay? Let's watch this. You hear Oxpecker? Excellent. Okay. Child abuse is not funny. Mayflower Kid, gotcha. Different cultures are okay. I don't know how to frame this, Mayflower Kid, okay? I don't want to. I'm going to get in trouble no matter what I say about this, but all right. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Okay.
If we're from New York, native New Yorkers. All right, hell yeah. Clapper, we're visiting New York. Okay, a couple visitors. You like it, visitors? Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing weird has happened yet. No,
I mean,
not
it's
yet?
New
Okay.
York. It's kind of weird all the time.
It will. New York's a weird city. Get on the train, get a finger slipped in your butt. You never know, man. It's a wild town. You just try to enjoy the A train. You're like, oh, I'm different now, you know? Yeah, I love New York because it like happens fast. It happens fast that you like. I had this homeless dude come up to me one time. He was like, "Hey, brother, you got any sandwiches?" Wasn't expecting him to say sandwich.
Yeah, Jonas, that was my thought too. We guys in the United States, listen, I am not. This sounds bad. In lots of other places in the world, like caning kids and like using corporal punishment against kids is pretty commonplace. Is very commonplace. And not in America, in some places it's not commonplace. It's much more demonized. In other places, it's much more commonplace. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying. Anyway, yeah. This sounds dark. Okay. In America, we have this, and it's true, right? If you were to hit children and use corporal punishment on kids, it can cause a lot of fucking trauma. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's spanking or anything like that. The Sam, quit teaching because they stopped playing. No, that is no. Listen. Okay, listen. Yeah. No, let me finish what I'm saying. I am not pro hitting kids. I have never hit a child in my life, and I will never do it. Okay, I will never do it. I'm just saying, in places where, listen, if you live in a place, guys, where you either go through a certain path in life after you're a kid, or you end up in poverty and possibly starve to death, okay? You're sometimes it is parents are forced to do that. Like, think about it, right? If the option is your kid better behave and do exactly what the society expects, or they are going to end up starving to death, or they're going to end up living permanently in poverty or dying of some disease or something, parents feel that they have to do what they have to do. And so in a lot of places, listen, especially in the global south, and listen, I'm not demonizing the global south. I'm talking about economic realities. I'm talking about economic realities, okay? That sometimes that is what parents feel forced to do. And there isn't as much of an infrastructure in a lot of these places to redirect kids into the right path other than doing that. Does that make sense? Okay, and I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it is not as easy to say in different cultural contexts, different socioeconomic contexts, that you just shouldn't do that. Okay, well, if that's the only option, okay, exactly, inverted panda. It's inverted panda. It's not like you can time out them in their room when they don't have a room or they don't have a PS4, like, to take shit away from them. Like in a society like America, where we are commercialist, and a lot of people, even people who are poor, have a lot of material goods. And I'm not saying a lot of poor people have a lot of material goods. You can take those things away, but where you don't have those goods, what else are you going to do? Listen, okay, I'm just saying. So in the context of America, yeah, hitting a kid or doing corporal punishment typically is a bad choice, is almost always a bad choice, okay? But do you see what I mean? All right. No, I would never spank anyone in American context. I would never hit anyone in American context, but I'm no way I'm not going to, there's no way that I can say for sure that I wouldn't if I had a child and I was growing up in some other global south context. Anyway. Okay.
You know, so that caught me off guard, and I was like, fuck.
I get it, Drusilla. We were all grown up in a different context. Okay. Yeah, and I'm not defending it. I'm just saying we can't from our context fully understand how it's happening in another context, okay? Anyway.
I have any sandwiches? Like, I thought about it. Then he watched me think about it. He was like, maybe this motherfucker got some sandwiches, you know? And so I like performed for him because I was nervous because he was expecting his sandwich. So I did the tap. I did the, oh, sure, no. Which only made it look like I misplaced a sandwich. So he got even more excited and he was like, check that back pocket. Maybe it's in that back pocket. That's a sandwich pocket, you know?
I know, inverted panda.
And so I had to let him down easy because he was really fiending for the sandwich. So I was like, all right, hey man, I don't have a sandwich. I don't carry sandwiches on my person, you know? And then he was like, for real? And I was like, yeah, for real, dog. And then he got mad. He was so pissed. He was like, broke ass nigga. And then he just walked away. I didn't like that for two reasons. One, he was Asian, you know, so that was weird. That was a weird thing that he did, you know, just casually throwing that word around. And then two, I just like getting called broke for like not having a sandwich. You know what I mean? Like that's a weird. Like if I would have had a PB&J, he'd have been like, "Oh, wealthy man. Okay, I see. John D. Rockefeller out here." You know? So yeah, I like New York, man. I like New York a lot. New York is fun because there's so many different levels of people out here. Like if you're trying to find a certain type of person, you can find.
Does it, Drusilla? Does it? Does it have the same outcomes for any child? Does it? So you say, Drusilla, that like corporal punishment has the same outcomes in an impoverished society as it does in like America? It doesn't. Okay, if that's your only option. If your option is to discipline the child in another place, you use corporal punishment, or to basically do nothing, okay, they can be a lot more dangerous to do nothing for the development of the child. Listen, I don't really want to debate this because I know that a lot of people, thank you, Alyssa, I know that this is a very hard concept or not an easy thing to grasp for people who don't live in other contexts, okay? And I get it. There's sort of this automatic pushback against it. In America, that's never necessary. It's almost never necessary in a place like America to do that, okay? You see what I mean? No, I am not inverted panda. I am not. Oh my God, I hate you so much, inverted panda. You know what I'm saying. God damn it. All right.
You know, if you're dating's fun out here. It's different types of people. Me, I like spooky ladies. That's the type of ladies. You know what I'm talking about? Short hair, tarot cards, a lot of tattoos.
I'm saying we shouldn't blame people in the global south for hitting their kids and judging them like they're bad parents or something for doing that.
You know, type
I
of
hate
lady
all
you
of you
walk
so much.
home, you get home, you're like, hey, babe, I'm home. She's like, welcome home. You know, like, oh, shit, I know we're casting spells. That's cool. You know, I love that. I like that. I like the spooky ladies because they test your sexual boundaries. They'll see how far you'll go, you know? I dated a spooky lady. She was pansexual. If you don't know what pansexual means you'll fuck anything. Pots, pans, the whole kitchen. She was very open to the appliances, but she was always trying to test my sexual boundaries. I remember one time she had these panties on. I was like, yo, you look really dope in those panties. She was like, you like them? I was like, I like them a lot. She was like, you want to wear them? And that's not what you're expecting to hear, but, you know, she caught me in a moment. And you can't be a bitch in a moment. So I was just like, yeah. You know? Like,
yeah,
get
that's
a little
kind of
sassy
strange.
sometimes. The next thing you know, you're wearing lace front panties, you know, and you're tucking your dick. She didn't ask me to tuck my dick either. That was a freestyle. That was off the top of the dome. That was a bad bitch trying to escape a little bit. Yeah. Just walking around the room, strutting, feeling myself. And she was like, you like him? I was like, I like him a lot. She was like,
hey,
look
good for
I
him.
was like, bitch, I look great. You know? So
yeah.
That story is just a lesson, fellas. That woman you're looking for sometimes, inside, you know?
Seriously, though, I'm not joking here. Like, have any men out here ever worn high heels or put on fingernail polish? I know, listen, we have this sort of aversion. People have this sort of aversion in some places, right? Like, you know, to these ideas. But if you've ever actually done these things, for a lot of people, they suddenly learn something about themselves. I'm just saying they will suddenly learn something about themselves. And by the way, it doesn't mean that you're gay or anything, okay? Like, if you're scared of that, by the way, it doesn't matter. Even if you are gay, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, gender is a very fluid thing, okay? And you don't know unless you try that you might suddenly learn something about yourself, all right?
Yeah, dude.
There you go, Jonas.
I like it. New York opens you up in ways you'll never know. Like I also too, I like the dating scene in New York because the playing field is a little bit more even than other places. Like in New York, there's no slut shaming. Women are free to be freaks, which I think is dope. I think that's dope. Yes. Sluts. No, because women y'all get to realize that y'all like are just the same as men.
No outer signal. Oh my God, I hate you so much, outer signal. I swear to God, I hate you. I'm never gonna talk about children again. I swear to God.
I hated the notion that women.
Now watch, you're all gonna clip this and you're all gonna like send it out and you're gonna be like, CR hits kids or some shit. I hate all of you so much.
And don't want sex as much as men, or men want sex more than women. I don't think that's true. I think women just have to feel comfortable and trustworthy with the person they're with, and then that's when you all become monsters. We all know that. We all know that, right?
Well, admittedly, all right. Admittedly. What do you mean? What does he mean by monsters? I'm confused about that. But okay. By the way, men also need to feel comfortable with their partners. Listen, and gay men, straight men have to feel comfortable with their partners. Yeah, typically, I think it's probably easier for a man to feel comfortable with a partner, a woman, because for lots of different reasons. Okay.
Anybody who's ever been ridden by a woman who's about to come, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When she's on top of you, she's like, shut the fuck up, shut up. Mama's got a nut, you know, and you're just down there. You're just like, oh, we're still having a good time though, right, Mama? That's the scariest feeling in the world, ladies, when you forget we're human beings down
Jesus
there.
Christ.
Dude. Bouncing all over the place. Don't give a fuck about angles or geometry or what our dicks can or cannot do. We're just holding on for dear life. We're like, she's gonna break it off. Like, it's terrifying. Yeah, y'all are monsters, just like us. The other scary moment is if you ever gone down on a woman who's about to come. Also terrifying. She's got your head, she's moving you all around, but you're still locked in on the mission at hand, still trying to do your job like a soldier down there, you know? You're just like, oh! Taking on enemy fire, you know?
I don't know if I can show this,
she does the
but
scariest
okay.
moving on the man.
Fuck
She just
it, we'll do it. We'll get through it
closes the
together.
jaws of life for you. Just snap shut without warning. You're just down like, I can't see, I can't breathe. She's just holding on like, shut the fuck up and finish the job. Just finish the job. The funniest part about all of that is you got to try to come back up like you weren't scared. You know what I mean? Like she's the same woman she was when you went down there. You got to come up with some cute shit. Just like, oh, hey, my baby. She's like, you want to go again? You're like, no, I'm good. I'm all right. Yeah, I like it, man. I like
Yeah,
New York.
LaQual.
It's fun. It's fun. It's a hard place to live though, because it's a lot of people living on top of each other. You got to keep your sanity. You got to do stuff to stay
I
sane.
didn't know,
man. So
Alyssa. I didn't know that. I didn't know what this was gonna be. Okay, we'll
working
finish
out,
it.
going to the
I don't know
YMCA.
if I'm allowed to show this on Twitch, but I'll just not post the video afterwards, I guess.
Okay. Guess what activity I'm doing at the Y? Cycling, swimming.
There you
Okay.
go, outer signal. It doesn't have
People
to do with
said swimming.
sexuality, right?
You are correct. Yes, and I appreciate you said it with confidence. Some people say it with a question mark at the end, like swimming, which is racist, you know? And yeah, it's very racist. They don't mean it, but they mean it, you know? And then some people do the opposite, where they guess basketball way too.
Is that the Sasquatch? Is this a fucking comedy club named after Bigfoot? Is this a comedy club named after Bigfoot? I'm triggered. I'm absolutely triggered.
Quickly, same vibe.
What are you talking about, Mayflower Kid? What are you ranting about? Okay,
Yeah.
Sasquatch is a
They're like,
brand, whatever. It's fine, whatever. It's a brand based off of Bigfoot, whatever. I hate it. I hate it no matter what. All right, I hate it no matter what. It's named after a grooming brand. Oh, but God. Okay, well, great. A grooming brand named after a fictional character. I mean, I guess that's okay.
Basketball. I'm like, no. They're like, basketball with a watermelon. I'm like, that's not even a sport. I'm pretty sure we got to fight now. What the fuck was that about? You know? Yeah, it is. It gets weird, man. It gets weirdly racial at the YMCA pool. I will concede that fact. I'm usually the only black person at the YMCA pool a lot of times. Sometimes I'll see another black person. I'll be like, oh, what's up? And they're like, oh, it's not my shift, you know, and they leave. But yeah, it's weird when I'm the only one, because then I'm like, fuck, I gotta swim for my entire race, you know? Like, sometimes you just want to grab a noodle and fuck around in the pool. Sometimes I want to be a little silly fish, see how deep you can go, and just be like, oh, I'm a little scuba diver, you know? But no, I'm like, God damn it, I gotta swim for Frederick Douglass or whatever the fuck. And it's too much. I'm walking around with all this animosity, all this anger, and sometimes it's just a nice middle-aged white woman.
Sasquatch is real, I can attest. Is that so, Sir Bart? Why, did you look in the mirror in the morning or something? I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm sorry, that was rude, Sir Bart. I'm sure you don't look like Bigfoot. Whatever, it's fine. What are people yelling about at me? Yeah, no, seriously though, LaQual, I might not be able to post this because it's way too sexual, and there's like a warning on Twitch and shit, okay? There's like a warning on Twitch about it. You have to be careful about like over-sexualizing. But no, yeah, I can talk about corporal punishment of children. That is fine to talk about. Whatever. All of you are monsters. I hate all of you. Okay.
Woman there who just wants to have a chat about the pool's conditions, you know? She's like, ooh, it's a little nippy in there today, huh? And I'm just like, look here, bitch, I ain't come here to chat, all right? Came here to swim, now let's race. Like, that's too much. That is too much. I like the YMCA, though. It's fun. One thing they don't tell you about the Y, especially as a man, you're going to see a lot of penises. That's a big thing they forget to mention. Yeah. They're just like, hey, enjoy the locker room when you sign up. And you're like, what the fuck does that mean? And then you get up there and you're like, I see what you did. You know?
Before Sunrise is actually based on me and Sasquatch's relationship. Oh my God, Sir Bart, you disgust me.
For $70
Grisella, Bigfoot was in your garden last October. I hate you.
a month, I can see the worst dicks New York has to offer. I went there to clear my mind. Now I think about these dudes' dicks 24/7, man. Yeah. They're
That
not
sounds kinda
shy
gay.
about it either. That's what bothers me. They just walk up to you like, hey, how's your day going? And I'm just like, Rick, we don't need to talk about the weather with your dick out. It's just crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I think about them a lot. Like, and the more I think about these dudes, the more, they're like middle-aged white guys.
Is he kind of homophobic? That kind of sounds like homophobia there a little bit. I got to tell you. Like, I don't know if I want to call it homophobia, but it might be internalized. Like, I don't want to be viewed as gay. I don't like being around penises, whatever. Okay, I get it. They are just body parts, you know? They're human body parts. Anyway, but all right, but okay, whatever. It's fine.
And I'm like, oh, I think I understand why they're not shy about their little awful penises. I think it's
Yeah,
because
it sounds
this
like
is the hardest
sounds like insecurity to
city
me.
to make it in financially. They're like, this little thing, who gives a fuck, dude? They got 401ks, retirement plans. They're like, life is great. I want that confidence, man. I do. I want to walk in the YMCA butt ass naked one day and be like, huh, look who figured out their Roth IRA. You know, that's what I want.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
I don't know what that means, so I still wear a towel. And
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. And the big thing I forget to mention is that they want to see my dick too. That's another caveat of it. Yeah, they I don't know if there's a race thing or a membership thing, but they really. One day I just want to rip the towel off and be like, ah.
Wait, what do
Just
they
have a
mean?
huge-
What does he mean? People ask him to see it? I don't know, bro. Moment. Don't ask questions. Okay, don't ask questions. I don't know. Wait, he's saying that they asked to see his genitals? That would be weird if that was the case. That would be inappropriate. And yeah, he should be allowed to have a towel and no one should be asking to see his junk. That's kind of strange.
Which pussy for no reason.
Unless it's like, in private and you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm like, that's right, respect me, But yeah, it is a race thing. I think they want to see it because I'm black and they want to know if it's big or not or whatever, that whole fucking stupid stereotype. But my biggest fear is one of these white dudes will see my dick and be like, not as big as I thought,
Dear God. All right. Thank you, Jonas. All right. So he's more meaning they expect him to walk around without a towel, but do they? Honestly, I've not been in many gyms, folks. I've not been in many gym locker rooms. Is there like an expectation that you walk around naked? Why? That would be weird. What kind of gym is he going to?
Fuck that. You're not catching me on a cold day, all right? Running home to your wife being like, honey, they're not as big as we thought. Put your good dress on, babe. We're going out tonight, So yeah, trying to.
It happens a lot, Sir Bart. There are a lot of old men that do that. They literally. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Forgive me. So you're saying that a lot of old men expect you to go around naked? I'm literally asking. I don't know much about the gym culture. I've been to a few gym locker rooms, but not. Like, yeah, there will be people there. There will be people there that do not wear towels, but there's also lots of people who wear towels or wear shorts. So maybe I don't understand this experience he's having. Don't be getting at Nightfall. Don't be getting any ideas about gym locker rooms and old men CR. Well, no, what is a moon landing, Sir Bart? What is a moon landing? I'm literally asking. The outer signal. He's joking that because he's black, everybody wants to compare against his member. But like, do they? I'm literally asking. Wait, is he saying that people ask him to see it or something? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm slow. Maybe I'm being slow. Maybe I'm not getting it. I'm trying to understand. Inverted Panda, it's especially shocking when you come to a culture where this does not happen. Yeah, Inverted. Oh, yeah, I believe it, Inverted Panda. I believe it. Wait, really? That's funny, Sir Bar. A moon landing is when you accidentally touch bare asses against another dude while changing. Oh, well, that happens on purpose all the time. Anyway, never mind. That's funny. I'm taking it too literally. Okay, sorry, Dolly Boy. You're right. You're right. J-Mac, I'm not going to dance. Here. Oh, my God. I'll dance. Yay. Yeah, yeah, wow, yeah, wow. There's a dance. Druzilla, you asked for an insult. Fine. I'll ask for an insult. Druzilla, here, Druzilla is a babe, wait, here, but I didn't mean to say that. Here is the babe, as loathsome as a toad. You're as loathsome as a toad, Druzilla. I'm not gonna jog, Sir Bar. I'm not gonna fucking jog. I'm sitting down. Screw all of you. Okay, I get it. So maybe I'm taking this too seriously. Yeah, you did, J-Mac. You did waste 2,000 points, and that's what you get. All right, and that's what you get also, Sir Bar. You're not gonna see me jog. Fuck you, all right? I'm sitting down, okay? I'll do it next time. Is that so, outer signal? Okay, that's ridiculous. Sir Bar, I swear to God. Fine, all of you, fine. I'll stand up. How about that? I hate all of you. Okay? Whatever, I hate all of you. Sylvie, you disgust me. You're a drug addict. You hear me? What are you, licking toads all the time? All right, whatever. Okay, there we go. Look, I'll do the shit because I'm a good streamer, I guess. Fuck all of you. I'm gonna need some fucking pot after this to live with this bullshit. Okay, here we go. Look, I'm running. I'm gonna cry and run like a gay man. Anyway, whatever. I know I'm being homophobic. It's fine. You're right, Sir Bart. You are saving my life. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Let's continue. Okay, I don't know why I'm having trouble. Maybe I don't get the humor. I know I'm a little autistic-y. Okay, I'm not saying that as being. I am kind of, so maybe I'm missing the point. But let's watch.
I like it a lot. I'm doing therapy too, going to therapy, trying to keep the mind. Are we doing therapy? Yeah, hell yeah. Love when the guys woo. It's mostly the ladies, but there's always one or two guys that are like, yeah, and every other guy's like, I'm punching walls, you know? Still punching these walls. Yeah, I like therapy. People who go to therapy, you guys think it works? Yes. I think we pay a lot of money, so we gotta say that. I'm not sure it does all the time. Because every time I go to therapy, no matter what me and my therapist talk about, I always had the same thought. No matter what we say to each other, I always leave. I'm just like, am I gay? You know? I don't know why. Therapy's not supposed to make you gay. I don't think that's how it works, but I feel gay as hell every time I leave. I'm like, maybe I should be sucking dick, dude. You know? I think she has a bet with another therapist she can make me gay, which is... Until she leaves. Every time I leave, she's just like, oh, just give me a week. I have something, you know. Which is fine. I just want to know.
Wait, I don't get it.
I don't want to be some old dude trying to be gay for the first time.
I'm sorry, am I
stumbling over
ruining
some
it?
dude's dick. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm still trying to figure my shit out. You know? It's like, you got a mortgage. You got to be good at that type.
I'm sorry. Is he literally thinking he might be gay because of going to a therapist? I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, like maybe I'm dumb. I normally love stand-up. I just don't get it. I literally don't get the joke. Implication is talking about your emotions. Oh, I see. So honestly, guys, if that's the case, he's kind of being. I don't know how funny that is. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Okay, so talking about your emotions makes you gay. What is that? Sounds kind of like okay. Just curious. All right.
Stuff, but yeah, you guys have been a lot of fun. My name's Ethan. Thank you so much.
Okay. Look, no, I didn't get the last joke there. Thank you, Oxpecker. Maybe I'm being too nitpicky. I just didn't get the last joke. Okay. All right. He's asking for someone to tell him it's okay to be gay. That's kind of the impression I got, is that he's uncomfortable with his sexuality and he's making jokes about it, but I don't know. All right. But like, here's my issue, guys. Listen, I appreciate him. I'm just saying that's kind of a not exactly okay. He made a joke about being scared while going down on a woman and then ended it on thinking he's gay. Yeah. Bro is gay. I got you. So the bro probably is gay. Yeah, he might, like, because it literally seemed kind of, All right, 1 second here. I'm going to put my, oops, where'd my face go? Okay, see here, Oxpecker, he was saying, which is fine. I just don't want to be old trying to be gay. Want to be old trying to be gay for the first time, like trying to figure out my shit. I don't get it. What does that mean, Oxpecker? What do you mean? Which is fine. I just don't want to be old trying to be gay for the first time, like trying to figure my shit out. Oh, so he's saying he's trying to figure out if he's gay? Okay. Yeah. Listen, though. So to be clear, guy, I just want to, I'm sorry. I know I ruined everything. I know Jay Williams is going to be like, you're racist. Jay Williams is going to be like, yeah, you're like, but no, like that's kind of a bad message to send to men overall. I'm just saying, to say that you think talking to a therapist, you feel like you're gay afterwards and shit like that, implying that it's like gay and shit like that. No, I don't. That's why I didn't know if it was fun. Like, I couldn't tell if he was joking about that being gay or like, I know, but okay, but maybe that's why I didn't find it funny. Okay, I don't know. Maybe the joke wasn't that great. That's maybe why it's not that funny to me. I don't know. Okay, all right. Okay. Anyway, whatever. He's joking. He's not being serious. Okay. I mean, whatever. It's fine. Whatever. We can go on. We can watch something else. All right. We'll watch something else. Let's see here. Let's see here. What else we got here? What else we got here? Who was bankrolling Street West? Peter Thiel's secret society just got exposed? Fox News liberal destroys MAGA during heated debate.
Sell oil sanctions relief.
Okay, so this is from Gwen. Let's see here. Fox News liberal destroys MAGA during heated debate. Okay. All right. So let's this looks good. This was sent to us by Gwen. This is a I guess a liberal bashing someone on Fox News. We'll see. We'll see if it's okay. All right. We'll see what it's about. Let's watch.
$100 billion investment fund, the ballistic missile program left alone, the proxies left alone.
We whipped Iran. Their nuke program is dead. The Ayatollah is dead.
This MOU appears to be a disaster that does not achieve any of the signal goals that were set by the administration.
I want to hop into a few clips of Jessica Tarlov on Fox News The Five, once again having to shut down the propaganda from her MAGA hosts in support of this horrendous memorandum with Iran now that we have the text. So leave us a like on the video. We're shooting for 50 by the end of the day. It helps us a bunch.
She's the token
channel.
liberal on
Subscribe,
Fox.
comment as well to help the algorithm, and we can get straight down to the breakdown.
Ooh, I like. Do you see the stuff on the wall behind him? He had a great room.
He's even going to have to be a little more reasonable and maybe take back
me? No.
calling me Tehran Tarlov for talking about what was in this MOU that actually is exactly what was in this MOU. Ben Shapiro on with Martha a little while ago. This MOU appears to be a disaster that does not achieve any of the signal goals that were set by the administration. In my opinion, the VP, the chief negotiator, has not well served the president. Bill Cassidy, the worst foreign policy blunder in decades. You say Trump joking, I'm going to blame this on JD. I think it's a loaded joke, right? Like that he's going to end up the fall guy. And I hope that he heard you yesterday when you said.
Oxpecker, you say we don't have the House or the Senate right now, guys. What are you referring to, Oxpecker? I know, I mean, obviously we don't have them in the United States, but did I miss a comment or some sort? Let's see here. Yeah, remember Hannity and Combs? Oh, I remember. Oh, she's like Combs. Great. So she's like the token liberal that gets embarrassed every time.
Don't take that picture standing next to a terrorist. Because
I don't think they are taking my advice.
The deal really is just a blunder. And
look at all this shit behind. I'm really jealous. Look at all this cool shit he has. He also has the cute Pokemon shirt.
Show directly just from the text that we have now. We're working with partners for a $300 billion fund for Iran, which will include taxpayer money. It will be with other countries, but this is important because MAGA wants you to believe it's only them. However, here clearly in the text, that's not the case. It includes easing of sanctions, the release of frozen funds that Iran says totals up to nearly $25 billion, where we can see from point 13 that before the negotiations, this happens. They don't start till after. So quite literally, we're enriching Iran to open the strait. So first and foremost, this shows how great of a deal that Obama and the Democrats got, and furthermore, how we should be the only party trusted to bring a deal in the region. And it shows how a bad deal maker Trump truly is. If Iran holds to it, it's bad, but there's no guarantees they even will after getting the money, which would make it even more horrendous.
Trump today, watching his press conference at the G7 and just a number of comments that he's made over the last several days, honestly feels quite over this. That he wants to move on. I don't know if it's about Cuba or where he wants to go next, but he's like, this didn't really work out the way that I wanted. The MOU looks like, you know, all carrots, no sticks there. Like you said, sell oil, sanctions relief, $300 billion investment fund.
Oh, I see. You were upset that I didn't think it was funny. So you made the comment about the House and the Senate, claiming that me dissecting the joke is the reason we lost the House and the Senate. Is that what you mean? Because if that's true, that's crazy, but that's okay. Anyway, all right. Let's see here. Lacroix, I don't know. She usually owns them pretty hard, but they don't care because they have a totally different value system on most stuff. Yeah, that's true.
The ballistic missile program left alone, the proxies left alone. Thank God that we're going to respect their territorial sovereignty. So it feels like Iran is probably thinking we just won like the geopolitical Powerball.
I mean, it's pretty on brand with the hypocrisy. MAGA takes all these critiques to the JCPOA. It didn't touch their ballistics. It gives Iran $1 billion. And now they have to throw all that out the window to support this deal that gives Iran far more while receiving far less. And tell us it was somehow worth 13 Americans dying, tens of billion spent, and over 100 days where
she's just
power
stating
was clawed away from Congress as Trump never once went to get authorization, something that even Bush did.
Dodongo, you say, I remember your name is also Sam, so it's fucking weird. I never had met a Sam that wasn't a Samantha. it's weird you say that, Dodongo. So when I was in grade school, etc., it didn't help. It didn't help very much that I was. It didn't help very much that I was a gay kid, and I was named Sam because there was a very popular show on TV called what is it? Wishbone. Wishbone. Do you guys remember Wishbone for the Americans out there? You know, about the dog that would like read books and shit and like had friends. And though there was a girl, one of the main characters in that was a girl named Samantha, and they called her Sam on the show. So most of the kids in my class would make fun of me, basically saying, you know, like, oh yeah, Samantha, Samantha, because they thought that Sam was a girl's name because they all watched Wishbone. You get what I mean? Okay. But yeah, so you're right. There are a lot of folks who associate Sam with like a girl, which is funny. I mean, it could be either, but you did too, Dodongo. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay. It was a great show. It was a good show. Okay. Bye-bye, Louise. Have a good night. Okay.
9/11, guys. It's a pretty clear win
Yeah,
geopolitically.
but it's interesting. It's like some people view it as a more girl's name, others view it as a more guy's name. All right. It depends on, you know, your experience of it.
For Iran, that shows a sort of weakness for America in that these trillions we spend to have a 10 times larger army and better technology than other countries only matters, the military front only matters if you take in part the geopolitical strategy, if you nail the diplomacy, both of which Trump struggles at.
What? It's great. You win a lot of money.
The country got destroyed.
They didn't, obviously, though, Greg. I mean, if you engage with, I know you don't like the details, but if you engage with the MOU and you listen to people who supported Trump wholeheartedly in this, who thought that this was great, that this is exactly what we needed because they had.
I don't listen to them.
But why not? Why is it?
Because
I know. Honestly, it didn't bother me that much, Elevator Lady. It was just once, like, there were bullies. There's always bullies in, like, grade schools. But it was just like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's my name, Sam. Fuck you. Okay.
I'll let you finish, and then I'll destroy you later.
Oh, my God. I hate him so much.
Why don't you go?
No, because she wasn't done.
Oh, do you want to say anything more?
Oh, this is new, too.
Is there a poll?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one likes it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody because everybody wants something else.
Yeah.
It's a good deal.
Fucking gut feel.
It's just a hard.
Oh, is it? Yeah, he did. He totally got mugged, Skylar. It's funny. He's been humiliated, and they are like trying to cope with it. They are definitely trying to cope with it, and it's very funny. I know. No, seriously, like he is such a patriarchal piece of shit. Like, I would have trouble not punching him. She honestly, I want to point this out, guys. She's making so much money being on Fox. Okay. I appreciate that she's on there, but sometimes I'm kind of like, you know, I wish maybe she shouldn't be like anyway, she should be pushing back more in some ways. I don't blame her for being on there. I'm just saying, I kind of wish like she wouldn't let him get away with that shit, but hey, it happens. Doing the best you can.
Both pragmatically in terms of what we're actually giving versus getting in the deal. It's just bad, right? It's bad prima facie, but it's terrible when you consider that we went to war for this. When you consider we had a better deal, the JCPOA, and Trump tore it up for nothing. It's really bad when the context only makes it worse, but it's also politically bad.
It is funny.
The only way MAGA can defend this is to expose themselves as hypocrites further. You would not have to just like 180 on all the critiques you levied against the JCPOA, but you're now having to defend those critiques when done 10 times worse.
Inverted Panda, I never said that didn't happen to me. I'm just saying one of the things was that, you know, Sam, okay, yeah, so.
Also then just mean logically it would follow that you think Trump tearing up the JCPOA was bad because now those critiques you had obviously wouldn't hold to you, only that's not even what they're doing. It's somehow still JCPOA bad where we gave less and got more, but Trump still good.
We whipped Iran. Their nuke program is dead.
This is funny.
The Ayatollah is dead.
Of course, Laquad, him getting a worse deal with Iran is actually 5D chess. That's how a lot of these people view it. Absolutely, okay?
We basically did it with 12 casualties, God bless them, and no ground troops. And now the United States is the world's leading exporter of energy. And we did it in 3 months.
Fuck off.
You look at that, and
I
you
love
tell
it. I love
any
it.
Democrat president over the last
delusional, absolute delusion, right? Philly cheese, absolutely delusional. I mean, I love it though. They're so mad, guys. They're so mad. I like how mad they are. I love how mad they are.
47 years. Would you take
guys?
those?
You can see it in his face. He doesn't really buy it. Jesse Waters is normally a lot more like overly confident. You can tell he's faking it this time, okay? He knows it's not this way. He's kind of, you can tell, right? Am I wrong? Anyone who has seen Jesse Waters before, he's like notice how slow he is. He's like, it's great. Like he's having trouble even saying it, right?
Those results, all of them would say yes. And oil is at the same price it was now than it was before the war. I mean, those are incredible results. But let's get into the details.
Yet gas prices remain around $4. It's right back to this framing because it's the only one they can look good in. Like, yeah, we beat them up. And we should have, right? We spend like 50 times more on our military than they do. That part was never in question. What was in question was what would the cost of that be? Would it be worth the outcome? Where you have to measure that outcome against the JCPOA, what we had already achieved without war, and I think it's a pretty clear no. Like, for instance, right?
Yes.
Joe Biden ended a decades-long...
By the way, it is kind of a lib take, I will say. Is this guy lib? Does anyone know? Is this guy lib? Is this a liberal? Is this a liberal? Is this guy liberal? He's not a lefty, is it? He's probably not a lefty. I'm guessing he's not a lefty. Maybe he is. I don't know. But the notion of the JCPOA, like... Even the notion of the JCPOA, yeah, it was a good deal, but it was also still an American imperialist deal trying to limit Iranian power for the sake of protecting Israel and shit. So it was a much better deal than like anything Trump did. But also we should point out that it's kind of weird that the United States keeps trying to dictate what other countries can do while we still have nukes and Israel still has nukes. Just a note there. Okay, the JCPOA or whatever was better. Okay. So he's a Bernie figure, so he may be a lefty. Fair. Okay, very fair.
Republican forever war in Afghanistan by withdrawing.
I mean, he's right. I'm just saying, I mean, he's absolutely right that the JCPOA was much better.
But according to MAGA, it wasn't worth the cost of 13 dead Americans, therefore massive fail, even though more Americans died every year and it saved those lives, right, theoretically. And now, though, 13 dead Americans is good for the concepts of a plan, the agreement, the promise to sit down and potentially work on a deal. Like, what are we doing? There's literally just no consistency here, and that's why no one is supporting or buying that this is a good deal for us.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I love watching Fox suffer, though. I love watching Fox News suffer. Okay, guys, I'm really fucking tired. I'm like, my energy has gone suddenly. My energy's gone. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm kind of slowing down. You know, it's clearly we've been at this for a while. And honestly, I didn't sleep well last night anyway, so might as well get going here. Okay, how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Give me 1 second. I just got to give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, okay? Give me 1 second. All right. Sorry, I had to do something real fast. There was a fucking wasp. Anyway, I just saw a wasp fly in, and I'm like, oh God, I need to stop that before it randomly stings the shit out of me. Okay, so guys, here we go. I didn't do anything. 1 second, he says. No. There, I literally saw a wasp come flying in, and I'm like, I gotta find that thing and fucking kill it. I didn't kill it though. I just put it outside. I should have killed it, but I felt bad anyway. Okay, it took me a bit though. I almost got stunned. Whatever, it's fine. All right, guys. So how's everyone doing? So remember, guys, that tomorrow I have an appointment, so I might start the stream a bit later than normal. Okay, I might start the stream a bit later than normal. Did everyone have a good time? They do. Wasps, they should get clapped, but I always feel too bad. I shouldn't feel bad because they're wasps. They kill other animals that we need to keep alive. But anyway, so I will come back on tomorrow, of course. It'll be a little later than normal. Almost certainly it'll be a little later than normal. All right. Almost certainly it'll be a little later than normal. And then that will do that. But okay, we'll do it. Thank you, Couch Potato. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You're welcome for the stream, Couch Potato. All right. And by the way, guys, please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. Great community on there, right? Love it. Anyway, okay. Are there any last thing you guys? I feel like I could still talk for a few more moments here. I don't necessarily want to leave right away. Does anyone have any other questions or comments you want to make? Okay. I know, Nicole. I know, right? Any questions, comments, or any topics you want to briefly discuss? Okay. Like whether it be politics. My tooth is hurting, Philly cheese. It's actually starting to hurt again. And I'm not sure if I should take another naproxen sodium because it's too soon, and I'm keep worrying I'm going to destroy my kidneys, or if I should just wait. I should just wait for tomorrow, and just suffer through it. Regardless, we'll figure it out. Okay. Concerns? Yes, concern. Do you have any concerns, Jay Williams? I'm sure you have plenty. I have plenty. No, listen, LaCroix. Okay. Yes. So, okay, I'll explain. Didn't I already say that? So maybe I didn't. On this side of my mouth, I can't show you. On this side of my mouth, yes, I had to have having to get an implant. So I've already gotten the base for that implant. Now, on the opposite side of my mouth, by the way, on the opposite side of my mouth is a tooth that has been capped. Okay, has a tooth that has been capped, and for some reason, that tooth that has been capped and shouldn't have any nerve endings in it is also very, very, very painful. And that one has become very, very painful. So I just get the one on this side fixed, and the one I've already have capped is now so painful that I'm constantly on naproxen sodium, and it sometimes keeps me awake at night. So that's the one I'm getting looked at tomorrow. The last time I had it looked at, they said, oh, well, it's probably a microfracture, and if it is, we'll have to remove the cap, and then you'll have to get an implant on that side too, which means that'll be thousands of dollars. So I'm hoping that they can figure out that it's something that isn't a microfracture in the tooth, because otherwise it'll be, I already got a root canal over there, Jay Williams. They even checked it last time, and they're like, we don't see any extra nerve endings in there, so we don't know why it's still hurting, but it's really fucking hurting. And by the way, the last time for the tooth on the other side, I got one root canal, and then I got one root canal, and then it turned out that the dentist fucked it up and missed one of the roots. So I had to go get a root canal again. And because they did it again, it caused the tooth to break because it got very brittle, which then required me to get an implant, which cost thousands of dollars. So, it's just a fucking mess. And I'm very, I do hope that they can figure it out tomorrow so I don't lose my fucking mind, okay? Anyway, because I have literally constantly in dental pain, and it's really annoying. Okay. So, yeah, all right. That's good. That's good. Any other questions? Any questions about history, politics, or anything like that? So I will come back on tomorrow. Yes, Drusilla. A new I got an implant on once. I've always had issues with my teeth, folks. It's just like, I don't know, it might be a genetic thing. Fetty, what are you making tonight for dinner, Sam? I am making so I prepared pineapple, chicken, pepper, onion kebabs. And then I am laying them over a bed of orzo, of lemony orzo. So you have these kebabs with pineapple, chicken, green pepper, yellow pepper. I'm sorry, not green pepper. Orange and yellow pepper, onions, laid over a bed of lemon orzo. And then with a side of a cranberry almond salad. And I make the what's the term? The salad dressing, which is a very simplistic mix of things like lemon, olive oil, and a little bit of honey to kind of make a little sweet thing. And it's very good. You hate orzo? Orzo's good. I've gotten rid of two. The dentist said it was okay not to put in anything since you can't see them. No, yes, Drusilla. So I had to get it because my teeth were shifting. So I had to get an implant because the two teeth around it were shifting in towards each other because of that hole in my mouth. So I kind of have to get it in order to, and I'm so young, I can't really, I mean, I'm young enough that I shouldn't let that happen. So, okay. All right. Yeah, exactly, LaQual, which sucks for me because I have very, my doctor once told me that I have soft teeth, okay? Like I get cavities and shit. I literally use a medicated toothpaste that is that extra kills bacteria and I still get cavities and shit. I don't know, it sucks, but I'm just really want this fucking tooth to feel better. And it sucks, guys, because listen, I'm sorry. I know we're doing therapy here. We're doing therapy here, right? I guess I must be gay, right? According to that last comic. Anyway, we're doing therapy here. But basically, you also have to understand, I've like been desperate to not get cavities. So I have oftentimes brushed too hard to try and get all the shit off my teeth especially when I was younger. So I have like my gums have also receded quite a bit. And I might end up needing to get a gum graft to re-put gum over parts of my teeth because like over time, I've like gotten rid of the gums by brushing too hard to try and prevent the cavities. So that's fun too. I love that. Okay, love that for me. And so it's been, yeah, anyway, I don't know. It's a fucking mess. All right. So we'll see what the doctor does tomorrow. Unfortunately, I know, guys, I have fucked up teeth. I'm telling you, it is for people who have been in this community for a long time, you know, my teeth have always been a struggle. Like it has been one of the worst medical things I've had to deal with is my teeth. Okay. Yeah, I know, LaCroix, and to be clear, guys, when I was working in a school, I had pretty good health dental insurance. So I could go to a really good dentist that doesn't accept Medicaid. Now that I don't have that, I have to go to a Medicaid dentist, and there's only one place nearby me that has a Medicaid dentist, and it's the same place that has a Medicaid dentist, and it's the same place that fucked up the other root canal. So I'm gonna ask when I get there to have a different dentist rather than the one that fucked up the root canal, obviously, but I don't have another fucking choice than to go to this place, okay? Because I hope they don't fuck up this one too, all right? And the other issue too is I have a very small, I know, listen. You all probably don't care. I know I'm rambling, I'm like doing therapy, but like I have a very small mouth too. So it's very hard to get, for dentists to work in my mouth. No, they didn't, Jonas. They didn't reimburse me for the root canal. Of course not. And if I wanted that, I would have had to launch a lawsuit, which was impossible because I don't have the money for a lawsuit to sue them for fucking up the root canal. Anyway, yeah, LaCroix, yeah. So it's like a fucking mess, and right now, it just really sucks. Okay, and I'll be fine. I'll be fine. A lot of people have things worse off than I do. I'm just saying it's an ongoing struggle. Not only that, guys. I have to wear. One second. Let me show you something. Just so you know, I'm not lying. I'm not lying to you. Okay. A lot of times when people are in pain, they will grind their teeth. Like you will tense up your teeth when you're in pain. Well, I've had in my life a lot of tooth pain. So I have a problem of when I'm sleeping, I grind my fucking teeth, which is very bad for my teeth. So then I also had to purchase, because of the teeth in my pain, I had to purchase a night guard to protect my teeth from the grinding I'm constantly doing because I was grinding down my teeth to nothingness. So it's a fucking mess, okay? It's a fucking mess, right? So like I have to wear this. I have to use like special toothpaste. It's a really fucking mess. I hate it. I hate it so much, but I'll get over it. I'll deal with it. All right. Okay, anyway. All right. I'll stop complaining. Thank you for letting me rant at all of you. Any other questions or comments? Anything else you want to talk about? Okay. We need to fucking change this healthcare system in this country. Let's put it that way. All right. Yeah, Fetty, waking up with, okay, Fetty, waking up with killer migraines because of it's horrible. Yeah. Inverted panda, people who don't deal with their anger properly sometimes, yeah, inverted panda. Some people just do it almost naturally. People who are really stressed will grind their teeth. People who, yeah, which could be the anger thing. I do it because of pain. I notice that when my teeth hurt, I start grinding and grinding more. But yes. Okay, there's lots of reasons people grind their teeth, but all right. Any other comments? Anything you want to talk about before I go? All right, doesn't look like it. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anyway, keeping your tongue stuck to the roof of your mouth is a sign of you holding in stress. Yeah, that's true, Fetty. That is true. Jonas, had to train myself not to bite my teeth. Yeah, right, Jonas? So, okay. LaCroix, I have issues with my teeth clenching because of my apnea. Yeah, you know, LaCroix, okay? It's not grinding. Actually, it's like a snap them together when I sleep. Yeah, okay? All right, you guys. So I'm going to go now. I'm probably going to go fall asleep. Like, I'm just going to go lay in bed and sleep because I'm tired. But, okay, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. Again, we'll probably start a little bit later. We'll probably start a little bit later in the day. Just because, and if I end up having some sort of weird thing done in my mouth where there's like a hole in my mouth, I might not be able to stream. Okay, like if I have to get something done that is like cutting into my mouth like normal. Guys, I have had so many injections in my mouth to numb me up. I swear to God, it's almost like. Anyway, okay, we'll figure it out. But we will see what happens. Okay. Everyone ready? You all know what I'm about to say, right? I'll send you somewhere. First of all, never stop. First of all, free Palestine, free Palestine, free the Ukraine, free Sudan, free the Congo, free Iran, free Venezuela, free everywhere, anywhere, all at once. Okay, free them everywhere, all at once. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Bye-bye, Jay Williams. Bye-bye, everyone. The easy way to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I'm making mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. So they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms and revolutionary change in this country. Yeah. Do not stand in the center against fascism. Do not be a slug. Fight back. Fight back. Please fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners during the American Civil War. It's been passed in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? To remind all of you that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have and some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to find someone to send you two guys on Twitch. Send you guys two on Twitch. Let's see here. I'll send you guys to Vitingale again. Let's send you guys back to Vitingale, all right. Raid Vitingale. Paste. All right, guys. You all have a good rest of your day. Please say hi to me over on Discord. You guys know I'll be in Discord. Chat with me on Discord. Send me a private message or whatever it is you want. Okay. Love chatting with people. Love you all very much. Okay. Stay sexy out there. And we shall now begin the raid. All right. For anyone who wants to go join Vitingale, please join the raid. All right. We good to go? Okay. Here we go. Rating now. There we go. All right, guys. For everyone else out there, love you very much. See you.